Hey, can you guys hear me? What up, boys? How you feeling today? I'm good, man. I'm chilling. I just got back a little bit ago. Did you get your car fluids changed? I did. I'm late today because I went there with my dad, and it turned out that one of the guys there was a Vietnam vet. So that added about 30 minutes onto the trip. Yeah. So yeah. We'll go ahead and knock some of these out, get some of this shit done. Okay. Limit Max following on Twitter. He said people who don't like storm mounts frighten him. I think, like, to me, like, this is just like, I don't really, like, if people don't give a shit about storm mounts, like, this isn't really a point of, like, friendship to me. Like, there are a lot of people that just don't care about them. It doesn't matter to them. Now, for me, I hate storm mounts. I think that they're stupid, and I don't think they should be in the game, right? Like, that's my opinion on storm mounts. But there's other people who just really don't give a fuck, right? Like, it doesn't really matter to them. Like, they just, they just play the game. It is what it is. So, like, I'm not gonna get mad at somebody because they have a different opinion than I do about a video game microtransaction. You know what I mean? Like, that's not what a normal person does. Why? Who does that? Storm mounts are always better quality than the ones in the game. Yeah, that's why I don't like the storm mounts. Like, that's the whole reason. Like, yeah, I've never liked storm mounts, and I've always said that I think that they're bad for the game. I think the reason why, there's a lot of reasons why I think they're bad for the game, but I mean, the main reason is because if you do a storm mount and you've got a storm mount in the game, that mount, you have a profit incentive to make that mount better than the shit you get in the game, right? I mean, that's kind of like what makes sense, because it's like, well, wouldn't more people buy a mount that looks good? I mean, that doesn't really seem like it's a crazy expectation or assumption, is that the more cool looking a mount is, the more that people are going to want to buy it. Did you see? Yeah, I know there's a lot of things I need to talk about today. It's a lot. Why can't Deathfang be a mount? Deathwing already is a mount. It's the Obsidian World Breaker. They did that a few years ago. Getting Alar and TBC and Invincible and Wrath of the Lich King felt so special. Yeah, but like now, I mean, they have mounts now that have that level of prestige. But the problem is that those mounts don't really have, like, they have the prestige, absolutely they do. But there's just so many other mounts in the game that it gets to the point where you don't feel like this is a fulfilling thing because you've already done this, right? Like, you've already got Ashes of Alar and Invincible in like TBC and Wrath. So like, now what do? You see what I'm saying? Tyrande is a storm mount? Yeah, that's one I paid for. But look, do you think too many mounts makes everything kind of the same and not encouraging to farm? Well, it's not about it being insane or not encouraging to farm. What I'm saying is that, like, as time goes on, people have so many mounts in the game that a mount in itself is no longer a reward, because people already have gotten that many times. It's like it's like you're trying to get people excited about the same thing over and over and over, and there's a diminishing return. It's like polymorphing somebody, you know what I mean? It's like you polymorph them once, it lasts a long time. You do it twice, it doesn't last as long. That's kind of the way, yeah, it's a DR. So like now, like look at all the mounts in the game now, right? You've got like this fucking blazing phoenix. You've got the Amani warbear. You have these triceratops. You have these like massive fucking like eldritch abomination dogs. You have these boars, raptors, flaming phoenix that has things that come off of it. A dragon that's a ethereal constellation. You know, another Lovecraftian horror. And these are all the ones that start with the letter A. You see what I mean? Like, those are all the ones that start with the letter A. Where's the Male Muncher, though? I mean, who cares? Like, we already saw it. It's the same as the other one before. So that's all I'm really trying to get at is, like, you add in 1 million mounts into the game, and eventually people are going to be like, okay, that's enough. Right? They're going to have enough of that, and they're tired of it. Do you still able to get the Plague Bat from Darkstorm BFA? I have no idea, but probably, yeah. How's your day going? I'm fine, man. I'm chilling. Yeah, I'm doing just fine. But you love mounts? I do love mounts. I love getting mounts, but I think that it's also undeniable that the more mounts you put in the game, it diminishes the value of the mounts that are already in the game, because like people just have like a certain amount of interest, and then once that interest is kind of fulfilled, then they're pretty much like good. It's like, for example, you know, like whenever everybody else had a griffin, having Ashes of Alar was a big fucking deal, right? It's mount inflation. Like, actually, that's a really good idea. It's mount inflation. That's the way I feel about it, too. I'm gonna go turn this thing in. Some streamers say if you get upset about cosmetic microtransactions, you frighten me. Well, the reason why people care about cosmetic microtransactions, it's very simple. Why? It's because cosmetic microtransactions devalue in-game accomplishments. So there's a lot of people that, you know, they want to have a reward in the game that makes them feel like they've spent their time in a reasonable way. Makes them feel like they, I have all these. Makes them feel like they are, you know, progressing, that they're moving forward, that they're, they have something to show for it. It being themselves playing the game. So like, whenever you add in cosmetic microtransactions, it kills that, because the cosmetic microtransactions in many regards are more interesting and compelling and special than the other mounts. You see what I'm saying? So like, the people that don't care, here's the thing, right? It's like, if you don't care about microtransactions in the game, then that's fine, right? Like, I mean, not everybody is going to give a shit. Like, there are people, like, for example, like, there are people that just play the game to do arena. Like, they would, if they could, they would remove all gear from the game and only make it to where you just do arena and that's it. Like, you never do anything else besides arena. And like, all you have to do, like JB, right? J.B is a Mythic Plus player. He loves Mythic Plus. That's all he wants to do. He doesn't want to raid. He doesn't want a PvP, he doesn't want to level. He just wants to do Mythic Plus. You see what I'm saying? So like, that guy wants to have Mythic Plus to where it's the, it's all the, everybody has the same gear, right? Everybody gets gear equalized. So like, there are people, there are guys that like, they think like that, and that's all they give a shit about. And I can understand that, because it's just, that's what they like doing. Right? And that's all there is to it. Like, there's people that, and this is like, in a way, here's the thing, is that this is what makes an MMO good. Is that there are people that play the MMO all the time exclusively for one feature that they really enjoy. Like, for example, there's like guys in Final Fantasy, and like the main thing they do is Deep Dungeon, right? Like Angelus Demonis, right? I think that's one of them. He does fucking like Palace of the Dead all the time, and that's like his thing. That's what he likes to do. So it's like, for him, like what do you think he wants in the game? Well, I would assume probably wants another Deep Dungeon. Well, we're gonna get that, but a lot of other people in the game don't really give a shit about Deep Dungeon, and that's just, you know, it is what it is. He's insanely good. He is. I've watched him a lot. Yeah, I know what that is. So, you can also say the argument's boiling the frog, where you like cosmetic microtransactions and they put in worse stuff. Well, that's definitely true. Because I do think that, like, to a certain degree, it's like you ease somebody into things. And at the beginning, you have them, it's like, okay, well, this is what the, this is what it's going to be. And then after you get them to accept that, you bring something else into it. So, like, keep hating haters, love my new water tiger, baby. I mean, I just, like, I don't understand that mentality. Like, why would you be proud of paying $25? Like, it's not an accomplishment. It's not an achievement. It's not exclusive. It's $25. Like, there's no, like, if you have any pride in having a store mount, like, I don't know what to tell you, man. It's like me having pride in having my fame titles. Like, I got carried for these. Like, I got carried for these titles. Like, why would I be proud of this? You see what I mean? Like, it's just, let him be happy with it. Well, I'm not saying that he can't be happy, but what he's saying is that I can't be unhappy. You understand? Like, I'm saying that, like, yeah, there are people that play, they're on the store, and they don't give a shit. They just, they just don't give a fuck, right? That's all there is to it. They literally just do not care, and that's it. Give me one sec. Let me actually do all this. Get all my anima turned in. Boom, there it is. I gotta get on another character and do that same daily again, bro. This is gonna be lit. Do you think they'll give us a heads up? I wouldn't take time off to watch a stream, man. There's always VODs, YouTube videos, everything like that. But yeah, I'll let people know. Yeah, I'm gonna react today. I will react today, yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to chill. So yeah, anyway, that's kind of the way that I look at it, is like, yeah, if you want to buy a store mount, I think that you're wrong. I think that you doing it is harmful and is actively harmful to the game. But it is what it is. You can do it's your money. You can do what you want. Mechagon's fresh today. Oh yeah, yo, let's do that. Right? Like, you can do what you want with your own money, but like, also, you can't expect everybody else to just say, oh, okay, that's fine. And it's not, like, you can't expect everybody to just agree with it. Like, there are some people that don't like that people buy store mounts because they see that they're bad for the game in the ways that I described. Oh, Townami said. I have the same opinion as story skip in Final Fantasy XIV. It's not good because it gives the devs an incentive to not make the story as good. The difference there is like not everybody plays the game for the story. Like the story skip is more of a what's the word for it? It's a convenience feature. It's like I don't like doing this part of the game, so this convenience is going to solve the problem. So like what you're comparing is a cosmetic with a convenience feature. And also, skipping the story does not have any impact on another player, unless you want to count crying about it that people skip stories. But I do believe, and this is something that I know is contentious among some people, but I believe this to be true. I think that people that have cosmetics, I don't care, don't call it, doesn't matter. People that have cosmetics and they get these really cool items and stuff like that, it does diminish and devalue the value of the cosmetics that exist in the game, because people like to feel buy 6 months of free. Yeah, I know how it works, right? Is people like to feel special. That's what it really comes down to, is that people like to feel special. And if you allow people to buy being special, they're no longer special. That's really what it comes down to, is you can't allow people to buy. Yeah, I saw the tiger. Okay, guys. Oh, fuck that. I'm not doing that. The guy's got 1 million health. It's gonna take like 3 minutes, man. It cheapens the accomplishment. It does, because like, for example, if you have like I've always used Dragon Soul as an example, right? So I'm going to use this again. So these are this one's actually not from Dragon Soul, but like these are the 4 mounts that come from Dragon Soul, right? So you have the Twilight Harbinger, you have the Lifebinder's Handmaiden, you have the Blazing Drake, and you also have the Experiment 12B. These mounts are just simply like you can say that you like this mount more than this mount, but you cannot make an argument that this mount is not much more unique than the mounts that were added in Dragon Soul. Like, it is an objective fact by any metric of measurement that this is a more unique mount. So whenever you see, and I think that people like to look unique. Like, people want to look special. People want to look like they stand out. This is just a core function of human psychology. Why else would people spend $100,000 on a car? Like, you can't drive, like, the truth is, with like a Lamborghini or you know, a GTR or any of these cars, like, you can't drive them as fast as they're meant to go. You can't do that. If you do, you get arrested. Let's see, can I get that thing? Oh, I ain't gonna fuck with that. So, like, you literally can't, you're just driving, but like on a track you can? Yeah, but like nobody's taking their car and driving it around on a track. Like, most people that drive these cars drive them like 40 miles an hour, and they just drive them around town. Why is that? You see what I'm saying? Why is that? Well, it's because they want to spend money to stand out, to be special. It's the same thing with people that buy designer clothes. Is this t-shirt or whatever, is this Gucci bag really, 75 times better than the bag that's at Walmart? No, it's not. It's just objectively not 75 times better, even though it costs 75 times as much money. So people spend the money, they spend a lot of this money because they want to get, they want the status of it. So status symbols and things that people have to make themselves special or to stand out from other people, this is a core type of human psychology. Like, this just simply is. And there's people that say, oh, I don't care about that or whatever, which is like, just because you don't care about this doesn't mean that it's not real. So, like, yes, you don't care about this. You are, enlightened to the point to where you have transcended earthly delights. Wow. Amazing. However, that's not the way the world works. That's not the way people work. Yeah, you're a Jedi, you're a Tibetan monk, right, whatever. This does not mean anything, really, because the way one person acts is not the way somebody else acts. Yeah, so it's free to play. Well, the thing is, like, a game, this is generally the way I see it, right? Is a game, if a game is free to play, then I have much less problem with it having store mounts. It's literally that simple. Basically, whenever a game is free to play, I don't even care if it's pay to win. Like, I might not play it a lot, but like, I think that's fine. I don't give a fuck because it's a free game. It's like they gotta make their money somehow. It is what it is. So yeah, that's always been how I see it. So it's not free. Well, it is free. It's just that people can pay to skip things or get ahead. I mean, that's the way a lot of these games are made. League of Legends is free to play and it's not pay to win, so question marks. What I'm saying is that I do not like, this is just in general, this is a personal feeling of mine. Didn't get the egg. I've got one more shot. Is that I don't really care what other people do with their time. I don't really care what other people do with their money. If they want to have a free to play game that's pay to win, then that's fine. Yeah, I don't care. It's not my place to tell people not to, like, I don't even play the game. I have no stake in this. Like, I have a stake in World of Warcraft. I've played it for 15 years. I think I'm entitled to an opinion. But like, what real opinion do I have with Genshin Impact or some other bullshit game? What do I know? Nothing. Exactly. And it is what it is. Comp stomps up if you're up for farming. Yeah, I'll probably do that in a bit. Still fighting a fight against gaming monetization. The thing is that if you want to fight the fight against gaming monetization, don't play the games. Don't give them your money. It's literally that simple. Yeah, it's actually that simple. There's no, yeah, then just don't play. Sounds simple, but won't happen. Yeah, because people play the games. People get more out of the game than the game gets out, than they lose by playing the game, right? So, like, for example, like with WoW, for me, for example, like there's a lot of things I don't like about WoW, but there's also a lot of things I do like about WoW. So, like, how do you make that decision? Do you say, like, okay, because of this one thing, I'm not going to play this game that I like in, like, all of these other regards? Or do you say, well, I'm just still going to play the game, I just don't like this part of it? And I think it depends on, like, every person. Like, for example, there's been, like, some games in the past where I've seen that they have a monetization structure, and I decided not to play the game because I just thought it was weird. You see kind of what I'm saying? That's why I bought story skips in Final Fantasy XIV. Well, there's people that play Final Fantasy XIV and they don't care about the story. And the thing is, like, basically, this is a line that I draw. Is that I think microtransactions that the player can't see, other players can't see, are generally better than microtransactions that other players can see. So, like, for example, I would be more okay if they let you buy another tab of void storage than a store mount, because other players don't see void storage, but they do see store mounts. You stay on Faralina and Wrath of the Lich King? No, I'm leaving Faralina. WoW token? I mean, like, it's like, I don't feel like that's like neither. It's like everybody sees the economy, they see the WoW token, and they see the money generated by it, but like the WoW token isn't tangible. It just allows you to buy something tangible. Like, where is that on the thing? I think the WoW token's bad. I don't like the WoW token. I wish it wasn't in the game. You know, that's my general opinion. I think that the effect of a WoW token, it just kind of like, what do you guys think about this? Like, I think that, like, the WoW token has just gotten worse. Like, just over time, the effect of the WoW token has just... It's created more and more, like, what's this? It's cloth, who cares? Yeah, like, it did legitimize RMT, but what I'm saying is, like, whenever it first came out, it didn't really matter that much. Like, no, not everybody did that. But, like, as time went on, more and more people started doing it, and now it just has such a tremendous impact, and I think that's what the difference is. The other one doesn't have an enchant. Oh, that's a really good bow. Wow, I'm just gonna buy... Wow, I didn't even know I had that. That's crazy. Okay. I should probably put my conduits in or something. Actually, you know what? I'm never gonna do that. So yeah, like back in WoD or even Legion, I didn't really care that much about the WoW token because it was like, it's whatever, right? It doesn't really have like a big effect on the game. But I feel like what's happened with the WoW token is that it's become more and more powerful. It's become more and more of an effect on the game. And it's just like... You have to start on it yet? No, I haven't. It's been optimized. Yeah, now it's been optimized to the point to where Like, everything that you do in the game has like a transactional dollar value, because everything is built around effectively a gold standard, and the WoW token is the gold standard. So everything is based and reverse engineered in value, you know, appropriate to the value of a WoW token. RMT still exists because it's cheaper than the WoW token. Yeah, but the thing is that there's a risk with RMT. Like, for example, I would never RMT, but I would buy a WoW token. There's a lot of people that would never RMT, but they would, you know, easily buy a WoW token. Blizzard designs the game around a token now, it seems. I don't think Blizzard designs the game around the WoW token. I don't think so. What's RMT? Oh, RMT means real money transaction. Can't justify farming gold when the token exists. Exactly, and that's the thing, right? Is like what Deck is saying is true. So like, let's look and see how much a WoW token is worth right now. That's the new mount, and WoW token is 200,000 gold. That's a lot of money. So for $20, you can get 200,000 gold. So how much gold can you farm an hour? Like, let's say you can farm 20,000 gold an hour, which is probably more than what most people could farm. But let's say it's 20,000 gold an hour. So you can farm 20,000 an hour, and it's going to take you 10 hours to get the amount of money that $20 would get you. So what you're really saying is you're working for $2 an hour. Farming raw gold in 2022? Well, no, but like farming something that generates money. Boosting Mythic Plus? Well, like, how much do you make for boosting in Mythic Plus? You see what I'm saying? Like, you have to like make a ridiculously high amount of gold in order for it to actually be worth it. Carrying in Raid or Mythic Plus is way more. But you see, people say that, but they don't really understand what they're saying. You see, like, the Mythic Plus boosters make 30 million a month. Yeah. They probably make 30 million as a team, and if they're doing it individually, they're working 80 hours probably a week doing this. They're working constantly. So like, how much, like, let me just ask a question. This is a very simple way of mathing it out. I'm sure a lot of you guys have probably bought carries. How much is a Mythic Plus 15 carry? I'm asking for a friend. Yeah, how much is it? It's let's say it's 100,000 gold. Okay. It's 100,000 gold. How much is a plus 20? And I'm just asking in US, like, not in EU, because I'm basing everything around that. 470k plus 20 is 300k. Let's say it's 400k. Okay. So if it's 400k to get a plus 20 done, and this is if you're doing plus 20s, doing a plus 20, getting the person, finding them, you know, organizing everything, you are probably going to be spending an hour doing this. How do I know this? It's because I've done sales for like items and things like that in the game. I did this back in like Wrath of the Lich King and Cataclysm. Like, I was one of the first people to do this. Whenever I started selling things, nobody else was selling things on my entire server. Like, I actually was like one of the first people to sell carries back in the day, because I thought it was a good idea. So, like, let's say you're getting 400,000. And by the way, is this, so just for the math here, is this a carry or an account share? So, like, is it 4 guys that are really good and you, or is it 1 guy plays your account? Okay, it's a carry. All right, so straight up carry. So you're taking that and you're dividing it by 4. So you take 400,000, let's say, and you divide it by 4. So that's 100,000. So you take 100,000 gold for each person, and that's still half of a WoW token. Where's it at? Oh, there it is. That's still half a WoW token. So now you do another one, and now this is 200,000. So you're still making $10 an hour. And that's also assuming that you get all of your money. Like, there's nobody else getting a cut. Right? There's nobody else. Like, there's not an advertiser. There's not a middleman. And also, this is assuming that you make a sale every hour, and you don't have to invest extra time. Also, on top of that, what this is also assuming is that you're not investing time. It does not count the time investment that you made to develop the skill to accomplish this, which is something that a lot of people forget about because it's a sunk cost for them because they've already done that. You can buy 2 Mythic plus 15 carries with 1 WoW token. Yeah, exactly. Watch the Bellier video on boosting. Yeah, we're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch that today. In Venezuela, $2 is minimum wage. Yeah, but like the thing is, Venezuela, like, when do you ever hear something about Venezuela's economy and it's good? Never. I would not want to live there. I'm gonna go and open up my my box. Actually, I want to do this. And like, to me, the way that, so this is the way that guys this is the way that guys make gold and make real money in gold selling. The way that it happens is you use it, you treat it like a pyramid scheme. Is you shave money off the top if like you are an organizer for something like this, and you get 50 people doing it. Because if you have 50 people going around and doing this, you just make so much money because you're just getting more and more people. It's like a cookie clicker farm, right? You're just trying to find out, you're trying to make more cookie farms. Okay, let me do this one. This Famu's up on my realm. I'm gonna kill this. What's the exchange rate? 400,000 to $1? I have no idea. What's your point? When money is the denominator, that's bad. My point is that the WoW tokens are comparatively such a high value return that many reasonable people look at the amount of money that they make at work, the amount of money that they have, and they do a cost-benefit analysis, opportunity cost analysis of, is it worth farming this gold, or is it worth buying it, and then I can spend more time with like my family or something like that. Because I think for many people it takes them more than 3 or 4 hours to farm out a WoW token. I would say most people, it would take them more than 5 hours to make 200,000 gold. So they look at the amount of gold that they can make on their own. They compare that, and a reasonable person will do this. They'll say, well, I can make 20,000 gold every hour, or I can make I can buy a WoW token, and I'm making way more money, right? And I'm basically spending my time in the most efficient way possible. This is just, it's common sense that anybody would do this. So much gold tomatoes plenty left over for fun or business. Well, the thing is with like any of that stuff, like I don't really like boosting is bad for the game, but like I don't really care about that as much. It's RMT that's like really bad. If you sell carries, you get 200 to 300k per hour. I don't think that you get 200k to 300k per hour. Like, what would you be selling a carry for that you get 200k to 300k per hour for? And also, like, I would agree with you. I think that you might make that much if you're selling Mythic Sylvanas. But you can only sell Mythic Sylvanas once a week. Per character? Yeah, but like, see, this is what people don't understand, Zeth. So like, leveling a new character, there's actually a term for this. It's called fixed cost versus variable cost. So like in business, like imagine you're going into business and you are making books. So you only have to buy one printing press. So that's like a massive fixed cost. It doesn't matter how many books you make. If you make 10 books or 10,000 books, you need a printing press. But the amount of ink that you buy depends on the books. And what I'm saying is that making a new character to do Sylvanas is a fixed cost. So the amount of time that you invested in total for the character to be viable to do Mythic Sylvanas should be amortized against the value of the gold that you get. So for example, if you spend, let's say, 10 hours getting a character ready for Mythic Sylvanas, obviously it's going to be a lot more, but let's make this simple. 9 hours is going to be better. And then you sell one Mythic Sylvanas carry, and it takes you an hour, and you make 200,000 gold. Well, you didn't make 200,000 gold in 1 hour. You made 200,000 gold in 10 hours. You see how that works? Let's start this. Like, holy fuck, what are you guys doing? And people are leveling, gearing their alt specifically to sell Mythic Sylvanas. These people would already have the character in splits for fun. I think that a lot of people like level characters. Like if you are really into making sales, you will level character for sales. I did this. You will absolutely level characters for sales. Running TSM, you can make a literal insane amount of gold. No, because everybody's running TSM. So you don't have, the thing is, like, you don't have this massive competitive advantage because everybody else has the exact same thing. I think there's a lot of people who really, like, I'm not trying to be rude, but really have like below zero understanding of economics. And I think that there's a lot of practices in gaming that take advantage of that. This is common sense. Well, it's common sense maybe for you or me because like I grew up with you know, my dad was executive at a company and he taught me about this stuff even whenever I was a kid. Like a little kid. He's like, yeah, so like this is what supply and demand is. And, you know, like I grew up learning this stuff. But there's a lot of people who, you know, their parents didn't bring this up to them or, you know, teach this as like a foundational pillar of knowledge. So they don't have this. It's the same as like if you grow up bilingual. If you grow up bilingual, you have a huge advantage in a lot of ways. Depends on the language, to be honest. Yeah, sure. I mean, like, if it's a language that's only used in, like, some random fucking country nobody cares about, then, like, yeah, of course. But, like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, it's easier to grow up learning something than learn it again whenever you're an adult. No, I think so. Are you talking about the game amount yet? No, I'm gonna do, like, a couple of things, and then after that, I'm gonna do the React stuff. I have a lot of React stuff to do today. Oh, and you can translate every language real time with coding. I mean, like, do we have to have this conversation? Do we have to do this? Like, we don't. We really don't. Like, I'm not going to indulge somebody who's being intentionally stupid. So yeah, do you hear the description of Valen on WoW's website about the upcoming war? No, I haven't seen that. You think later starts might be a thing? No, whenever I stream on my main channel, I'm going to start early in the morning, same as I always have. Are you gonna play WoW on main channel? Sometimes, but I'm not gonna always play WoW on my main channel, no. The buyer wants armor stack type, not just for Mythic Raid, but also Mythic Plus. I don't know if this gets brought up in the amount discussed, but it's a lot. Yeah, I'm sure like armor stacking is gonna be a much higher price. Why not? Well, no, I don't want to only play WoW on my stream. I mean, that's bad for my stream. Why would I want to only play one game? The thing is, like, I don't, you should never really listen to, like, like, for example, like, whenever I'm playing, one game, most people there are there because they like the game. Like, if I start playing Final Fantasy, there'll be a good number of you guys that might leave, and then there's going to be a good number of guys that are going to come in because they like watching me play Final Fantasy. So, like, if I'm asking, like, oh yeah, do you guys like watching this game, you're going to have a confirmation bias. The same with Dark Souls. I have guys that come in and they're like, man, you're going to play the Hollow Dark Souls, you're going to play the new Dark Souls. I saw like Distortion did a playthrough on it. Dark Souls 1. There's like this new demo out, or Convergence. You're gonna do that. And, like, people ask me about this shit all the time, right? So like, and those guys are big Dark Souls fans, right? And FromSoft game fans, like that kind of game. So you're gonna have a lot of that. And whenever I play Lost Ark, I'm going to have a lot of people that are like, they love Lost Ark, and that's their main game. That's the main game they want to play. So, they're going to want to see me play that game. That's just how it goes. I'm always amazed at viewers who watch for gameplay. What about the person? Well, I think it makes a lot of sense. Have you ever had like a favorite streamer, and they played a game that you thought was like really boring, or you just didn't like? And you stop watching them while they're playing that game because you just don't like that game. I think there's a lot of people that are like that. Okay, I did all of these. I need to go back on my warrior. Why don't you ever gear your alts? Why would I? Why would I waste my time gearing my alts? You gonna try Mortal Online too? No. Anything with streamer meta stuff? If there's more than one streamer on screen, I can't stand it. I don't know. I can't really relate to that. But like, what I'm saying is that there are a lot of people who, you know, they don't like watching certain games. It's just normal. Alright. It's time to do this. Okay. Here we go. Please give me a good item. Please give me a good item. I know I'm gonna get something good. I know it for a fact. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. Come on, dude. Oh my god, please give me a good item. Isn't this a good one? Isn't this like a good item? I could buy the sword too. It's really kind of hard to say. Like, it's like the sword is transmog, but like really, I mean, like, I can just go buy the sword right now anyway. And I should just buy, because I can't get this any other way. Whereas, like, I have enough. Like, I'm gonna just buy this right now, or get this right now. Because it's not, well, I guess I do get it at Rival, so I wouldn't have to upgrade it, but I can get more honor anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna go with this. I got Mists of Tyranna Scythe. Have I done that one before? No, I haven't. Actually, I need to run my own key. Imagine that. It's Comstomp, it's free honor. Yeah. It's like, watch this. Now I got both. It's that easy. And I couldn't get the trinket on its own. I guess now I can vendor the other one that I have. Fuck yeah. 252 quantum device. Great. Okay, so what else do I need to do today? I really need to do more of the Mythic Plus, to be honest. Oh, there's the new mount. What's the mount special for this one? Let's see if I can maybe get them to do it. Oh, wow. That is really cool. I mean, that is really, really cool. I mean, of course, right? I mean, that's, you know, that's, it is what it is. Didn't slash spit? You can't spit on people anymore. Watch. See, it doesn't work. You can't even spit on the ground? Oh yeah, you can spit on the ground, you just can't spit on players. They took it out of the game. I mean, obviously because of people spitting on store mount owners. Oh, let me go turn these in. Lame as fuck. Well, I mean, it hurts their revenue because it makes... See, like, a lot of people that buy store mounts and stupid shit like that, these are, like, really dumb people that, they need to... They buy stupid little things like this to make themselves happy. Right? It's like retail therapy people. Like, these just losers. And it's like if somebody spits on them for it, then it's actually gonna upset them. And they'll feel bad about buying it. Like, it's literally that simple. And so people are going to be less likely to buy the next store mount if they know that they're going to be spit on. Such a stupid take. No, I think it's true. If it wasn't true, then why would they take it out of the game? I think it's evidence that they would take it out of the game. The fact that they're taking it out of the game is evidence that I'm right. Because people cry about it and they get upset and they feel bad. And because of it, Blizzard took it out of the game. Because they don't want people to give them money and wail for them to feel bad for doing it. People don't like to be spit on in general. What the fuck? Well, exactly. People don't like to be spit on in general. That's the whole point. So if they don't like to be spit on in general, and doing a certain thing causes them to get spit on, that would cause them to not do that certain thing. This is just... It's basic logic. I mean, I hope you're just trolling. I hope you are. What I'm saying makes literal perfect sense. And everybody disagreeing with me is saying wrong or no. Which makes me believe that I am completely right. Because if I wasn't completely right, they would at least have some reason behind it. But there's no reason behind it at all. You just didn't see my message? What was your message? We play $15 a month to play LOL. We are all loser. Yeah, so like... That's my point exactly. Yeah, my point exactly. You're not wrong. Paying a service fee for the game is a little bit different, right? Like, there's a lot of people that like my perspective has always been that the reason why people pay a service fee is to not have microtransactions. That's what I've always thought. Like, that's why people subbed. Ignore the haters? Well, it's funny to me to see people that like, that will violently disagree with something that is common sense. It's just absolute, complete common sense, and to get pushback on that is always just very, I can't target the NPC, like, what is this? Okay. You think sometimes people don't like to know the truth? Well, I think that there are some people that they don't like the fact that I think there's a lot of people that are mad that the spitting thing worked. It worked so well, Blizzard took it out of the game. Think about how big that is. That's huge. It worked. Like, you can fucking, oh, it's mean, it's mean. I don't care. It worked. It did not fucking work? Then why'd they take it out of the game? Nobody actually cared if they got spat on in game? That's not true. I can guarantee you that's not true. I have people tagging me all the time, complaining. I had people tagging me all the time, complaining and crying about it. Like, I would get somebody doing it to me every single week that tagged me on Twitter. And this is not including the amount of people that just didn't like it and never said anything about it. Can't handle the truth? Yeah, people can't handle it. That's what it is. What do I have to do during this thing? I'll think about that later. Give me 1 second. They removed it because of the lawsuit? No. They removed the Burning Crusade spit feature before the lawsuit went public. So it's just like, again, people with wrong information that don't know what's going on, you know, assert themselves as an authority. What do I have to do here to get this done? Could be considered game implemented harassment. That was likely the reason they took it out. Really? So you think that they took out only the /spit emote, even though people have been spitting on each other for years in Arena, and if they see somebody they don't like, and they only took it out in Burning Crusade exclusively at first because they thought it was harassment? I don't think so, man. I think it was obvious that they did it as a result of Wrath of the Party Herald. Do I have that one? No, I don't. Details. So I don't need to do this. What is T-Tails? Oh, it's a world quest. Okay, it's not even on here. Make use of items that Fang Crack pulls out of the portal of the Torghast. Isn't that over here? There's like a big guy that's like pulling shit out. Let me see if I can do this. What? Okay, so this achievement isn't doable right now. was it not to do with the pandemic IRL? Maybe they removed it from the game to force a social change on players. But like, why would they remove it exclusively from Burning Crusade if that was the case at first? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I think there's a lot of people that are just trying to downplay it, and they're trying to come up with some like rationalization in their head that's other than people were spitting on Stormount owners and it was effective, so Blizzard got rid of it. Because like, that's what I think it was. I think that just makes sense. It makes sense that, you know, that's why it happened. I think there's also a lot of people who don't want to admit that, because these are probably people who told themselves, oh, I don't care, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. And then the fact that Blizzard does something about it, to some degree, proves that they're wrong. So they're doubling down on it instead of just thinking about it rationally. Why do you think it was removed? Because of Stormount's harassment? I think it was removed because enough players complained to Blizzard that they were getting spit on for riding a Stormount, and it was upsetting them, and because of that, they took it out of the game. I think that's the simplest and most obvious reason. That's what makes sense to me. Maybe that wasn't true, but I feel very strongly that it probably was. You say there's a lot of people a lot? Well, yeah, I mean, I think that it's evident that there was a lot of people, because if there wasn't a lot of people, then Blizzard wouldn't have done anything about it. Doesn't that make sense? Because like, if it was only affecting a small amount of people, then they probably would have just ignored it. Am I spending money on Stormmounts? Well, I think there's a lot of people who just are frustrated with people who provide they provide a profit incentive for Blizzard to continue to withhold content from players that are paying real money for it by a subscription, and also with an expansion. I think that it's pretty reasonable for people to be mad about that. I know I am. I don't like that either. Get these kills going through Realm Link? Oh yeah, you're right. The Gideon Ninja Pokemon, I don't care about that anymore, man. I don't even think they do. Let's go get the Gorm. You can't be certain of that either. It's just what you think. That's far from being right. Neither the viewers nor you are right. Just because we don't have inside information from Blizzard, the actual reason it was removed, you're speculating. Well, when have I ever said that I know for sure? Like, how could I possibly know for sure? And if you're saying that I'm wrong, how do you know that I'm wrong? You're so certain that I'm wrong, but you're saying that I can't be certain. Like, it's just such a, like, how do you think like that? I mean, how can you possibly think like that? It's incredible to me to see people, you know, talk like that or say things like that. It's just always such a shock. Yeah, by his own logic, he's just as full of shit as everybody else. Yeah, I mean, of course I'm making a projection. I'm making an assumption. The truth is that, like, in life, most things are projections and assumptions. There are very rarely times where you can see something or do something and it's like, this is a for sure thing. Right? I mean, outside of, like, hard science, that's pretty uncommon. Doesn't happen a lot. How do we get rid of cash shop? What's the solution? The solution in my mind, like, how do you get rid of a cash shop in a video game? There's two ways. The first way is to make it, you can do it. People can do anything they want to do if you have enough people to do it. You can do anything you want. And the more people realize that, the more power they have. Just remove it. No, what I'm saying is that just play other games. Like, there's two ways you can get rid of a cash shop. For one, the first way you do it is you make it so unpopular to have a cash shop that any company that does it gets completely shit on. And there are people that are saying, oh no, you can't do that. You can't do that. How could you do that? But they just won't listen to you. It won't matter. Really? Then explain to me how that's happened. The gaming community has literally done that right now with NFTs in games. Like, anytime that a game has NFTs, they get completely shit on to the point where game developers are not having it, because even if they might want to do it, because they know they're just going to get completely shit on. For now. Well, everything is always for now. Like life is for now. It's not about, like, you can't make a projection that in 10 years or something like that, oh well, it's not going to be like that in 10 years, so whatever. Like, who cares what's going to happen then? Where do I go now? What the hell do I do? Deliver your Gorn. Okay, let's go. The ship of hating and canceling MTX was long sailed. No, it's just that people don't care enough. That's honestly the truth. People don't really give a shit. And if they did, they could put a stop to it. They could do it immediately. You can do anything you want if you get enough people to do something. It's all that people don't give a shit. Yeah, that's really the biggest force against real change in the world is not a government. It's apathy. It's most people don't really care that much, and because they don't really care that much, they don't deal with it. And everything is pretty much fine for them, and things are getting worse slow enough for them not to really notice it, and that's fine. It's good enough. Okay, what do I have to do here? Oh, I just wait for everybody else to do all the work, and then I kill the mob. This taste for MTX doesn't seem to emerge until you're heavily invested in whatever it's affecting. At least that's what I've noticed. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's a good insight. Is that most people that care about microtransactions are the ones that are, like, the most invested into the game. Which makes sense, because those are the ones that perceive the highest amount of value with them. because of their high level of investment. If I relate real life politics to video games, well, the thing is that they're the same thing. Whenever you're talking about like human behavior, like you're really just looking to see, like, why do people do something? Why do people think something? It's really all the same because you're dealing in human behavior. It's all the same. If cash shops ruin the game, cancel your sub, easy. Well, exactly. And like, for example, if everybody in the WoW community tomorrow, like, let's say realistically 70% of people who are subscribed to World of Warcraft said tomorrow we're going to unsub and we will never play your game again unless you get rid of microtransactions. The store would be out of the game that day. It would be out of the game that day. Are you going to unsub after it? I will if everybody else does, but everybody else won't. That's the problem. Is that people are always waiting on somebody else to do something, and it never really happens. Nope, the game would be free to play instantly. Well, I don't really see the logic in that. Because people are fine with it? No, people are not fine with it. So, like, for example, lobbying. I'll use politics again. Most people, I would say, if I had to, like, make a rough judgment on this, 90% of people that have any interest, Americans that have any interest in American politics, do not like lobbying. 90% of people do not like it, but it's still it's still there. Why is that? It's because people don't care. So it's not because people secretly like it that it's there. It's because people just simply don't care enough because it doesn't affect them directly, and they don't give a shit. Lobbying has its benefits. Yeah, and this is not a conversation about lobbying being good or bad. All I'm saying is that there is an overwhelming public sentiment that it is bad. It's kind of like this boss here, right? Nobody else was pulling this boss. But as soon as I pulled the boss, everybody else started attacking. If I didn't pull the boss at that moment, we'd still be standing in front of the boss. Isn't that interesting? I find that very interesting. Because you're a tank? No, I'm not. I'm a DPS warrior and I don't even have aggro. Like, why are you trying so hard to prove me wrong? Like, it's so, like, it's just stupid. Like, I'm kind of shocked. Oh, wow. Wait, what the fuck? I got one. Nice. Nice. Awesome. I got one of these little things. Companies don't hate people hating the cash grabs unless it affects them. Yeah, exactly. Like, but like, the reason why companies don't care is because it doesn't affect them. That's the whole point that I'm making, is that it doesn't affect companies. Yeah, profit's the only thing that matters. Yeah, exactly. Fuck with people's money and they're gonna do what you want. But didn't everyone already quit WoW and still no changes? No, everybody didn't quit WoW. And also, let's talk about that. That's a really good insight, Dom. Let's not pretend that a huge amount of people did not leave for Final Fantasy. I think that it was a huge amount of people this summer that left World of Warcraft to play Final Fantasy instead. There's been a massive amount of people that have done that. Duelist challenge, Boot to throw you up to the upper ramparts. Okay, let's talk to Boot. This is the upper ramparts? Oh, there he is. It's another guy to throw me around. Oh, it's like these guys here. Yeah, I remember this. So that happened, and remember how Blizzard said it was impossible for them to get rid of covenants in the way that they existed at the beginning of the expansion? Blizzard said, well, there's no way, there is no ripcord. I mean, like, I'm sure we all remember hearing that there is no ripcord, and this is just an impossibility that Ian just threw out as a hypothetical, and not to get excited about it. That there is no ripcord. Well, it turns out that whenever people quit the game, there is a ripcord. Surprise. Because the customer is always right. And the customer said there's a ripcord, and Blizzard had to agree with them. It's just that simple. Bad take, maybe, but honestly, I couldn't get into Final Fantasy because I wanted a story. I'd watch a show or read a book. Okay, I mean, like, it's not a bad take. It's your own preference. You can't have a bad take about your own opinion of taste. I think Ian is pretty disingenuous. To me, I don't care, right? Like, that's not part of what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that if people want something, they get it. And that's all there is to it. But most people don't give a shit, and they don't care, and so nothing happens. Okay, I think I can turn everything in now. Let's go down here. Oh, my heroic leap was down. Oops. No, I've got to go get my body again. As realized at this point, people just like WoW resembling a mobile game more with each expansion. It's not really that's like, I mean, yeah, kinda, but like there's a lot more to it. Like, I don't know. Get my Stygia back. Okay. Okay, that one's done. And inventory's full. Gotta kill this guy, throw something away. We were told we didn't want classic WoW, and then we made it. Yeah, because the market said that they wanted it. The market is the only thing that matters, and if the market decides something, it is true. It's something that transcends, it transcends ideology. It just simply is. Boyer seems hyped for Lost Ark. See his latest video? I did. I watched it. I thought it was a good video. Oh, I need to go talk to that guy over there. Like GME stock price? Yeah, there's a lot of examples of this. Go get this one turned in right now. I'm on painkillers or Xanax. No, I'm not. I don't think I've taken a painkiller probably in a month. No, I took one painkiller whenever I had COVID. Yeah, or Xanax. Yeah, I've never taken Xanax in my life. Like, the fuck? A lot of people accusing you of having drugs. I think there's a lot of people that makes them feel cool that they can identify whenever somebody's on drugs because it implies that they have that understanding of, like, young people especially, like kids, think that it's cool to do drugs. So if they can understand that somebody is on drugs, it makes them feel cool. I think that's why they do it. Okay. So they said I could just fly around and do these. That makes it a lot fucking easier. I hate going through the portals. Okay. Why haven't you pushed back more on cash shops, just like apathy, like you said? It's because the audience wants it. The audience wants cash shops. People want it, and it doesn't matter really how many times I say that I don't want it. My opinion is just simply not the majority opinion. Like, there are a lot of things like this. Like, for example, I've said that I wouldn't care if I had a girlfriend that did OnlyFans. It turns out that that is not a popular opinion. Other people do care, and it doesn't matter how much I say that it doesn't matter to me. It does not change the way other people feel about it. And, yeah. So, like... Which one have I not done? Oh, I didn't do this one. Yikes, sounds controlling. Well, but people want that some level of control over their spouse to a certain degree. Like, effectively, that's what it is. Like, I mean, you understand, like, having a monogamous relationship with somebody else is a form of control. It is. Okay. What we get, boy? Give me the mount! Wait, what? Word them out. 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 What the fuck is this? Shit. Okay. Anyway, so like that's the way I see it. It's not about control, it's about compromise. No, it's just, look, there are some people that care about that and other people that don't. It's like some people would like for me, I would not care if my girlfriend did OnlyFans. It does not bother me. It does not make me feel uncomfortable or insecure at all. I also would not care if my girlfriend had a different religion than me, assuming that it's not a, like something extreme, right? Some like kind of like crazy bullshit, but like something that's normal. Like if my girlfriend was like I wouldn't really say I'm Christian or Catholic, right? Because like I don't really go to church or anything, but like culturally, I mean, that's kind of the way I grew up. So I would assume like something's different than that. Like if that girl is like you know, is like into Islam or Buddhism or Hinduism, like this would not be a non-starter for me, because it's something that doesn't play a big role in my life, and I don't really care. But for somebody else who has like a, you know, like let's say their religion means a lot to them, and they really care about their religion, and it's something that is a big part of their life, well then for that person it's probably going to be different. And that's what I'm really trying to get at. She will care and make you care? Not necessarily. I mean, this is not I mean, like, I'm not, like, yeah, Amish? Well, that's an extreme religion, right? I mean, that's, I already said that. Would you care if your girl was doing porn? I don't know. I've never really been in that situation, so I don't know how I would feel in that situation. Okay, let's go over here and kill this one. I might as well just kill this one now anyway. Okay. That's a yikes. Well, no, I just like part of me, so like I don't know how I would feel. Like my gut reaction is like, no, I don't think I'd like that, right? It would make me feel a little bit uncomfortable because, you know, I feel like on the internet it's like separate than real life in a lot of ways, but you know, you're actually hooking up and like having sex with other guys, like that's kind of that's like a lot, but at the same time it's your job, and I don't know. I mean, I'd have to really think about it, and I've never, as I said, I've never been in that situation before, so I don't know. Plus research, I could give a fuck about that. Yeah, I mean, I'm giving you like this is just an honest answer, right? This isn't something that I've researched or thought about or philosophized about. This is just my off-the-cuff, you know, answer. So yeah, but there's things like that, opinions like that. Like the point, like, I'm not trying to go off on a tangent. The point is that there are things that I simply cannot convince people of. It's the same thing with like and I think that sometimes it takes time to convince people for things, and they're not immediately going to agree with you. Like, for example, the Alinity cat situation. I don't think that Alinity dropping her cat from the back of her chair was harmful to the cat. I don't think that the cat licking vodka off of her lips was harmful to the cat. I feel like both of these things were not in any way putting the cat's life in danger. And I think that people overreacted because they didn't like Alinity. So that's and the thing is, like, a lot of people, whenever I first said that, got really mad at me. They got really, really pissed off because they were like, how the fuck could you say that? You know, it's just like the usual stuff, right? And they were pissed. Oh, I'm gonna go do this. They were pissed about it. And to me, it didn't really matter. Vodka could kill a cat. Licking vodka off of a person's lips, that little amount of it is not going to kill a cat. Like, it's just not going to. And to a certain degree, like, people have... she spit into the cat's mouth. No, she didn't. I watched the clip. It didn't happen. It's okay to throw animals from behind so long as it won't hurt them. Well, what I was saying is, like, I'm gonna be honest with you, okay? I've seen I don't have any pets. Everybody that I know that has a pet, pretty much, has treated their pet, whenever their pet gets annoying or something like that, at least that rough. They've taken it, they've dropped it behind a chair, they've moved it out of the way, they've hit it if it's like doing something wrong. There's a lot of people that, like, I'd say most people treat their pets this way to a certain degree. You know, grabbing a dog and like pulling its collar, something like that. Yeah, a lot of people do this. I would say even, like, from my experience, pretty much everybody I know. Let's see. I think maybe it could be a cultural thing. Maybe... Oh, could somebody else invite me to a group in the mall? You're so sensitive now in this chat. Anytime that people can act morally righteous, they do it. It's always easy to say, I don't do X or Y thing. You know, I am the morally pure person. Whenever nobody knows who you are. And you're not really held accountable to what you're saying. It's easy to say this, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's true. The fuck? Did I not get phased over? Oh my god, has been... No, you can't. You have to be in the mall. This is yours. Take doesn't excuse her at all. It just tells us humans are trash. Yeah, I don't think it was a big deal. I think people completely overreacted and they got mad for no reason. It wasn't a big deal at all. Like, yeah, it wasn't nice to do, but I don't think it was a big deal, and I think people completely overreacted. I thought your mom had a cat? No, she's allergic. If she wasn't allergic, we would have had a cat. Nice, somebody's doing these. Make it easier to kill the boss. When I keep talking to people you know are wrong. Well, because that's the point that I'm making, right? Like, that's the whole point of the conversation in general. Is that it doesn't matter to some people, like, what logic or rationality I bring in, because I'm just simply wrong and that's it. Like, they're not going to think about this on a logical level. They're not going to approach it logically. They're not going to think about it critically. They're not going to do any of that. They're just going to have their knee-jerk reaction and double down on that. That is, in many cases, biased, thoughtless, and wrong. This happens with all kinds of things. That's my point. They're not gonna think about it properly, so ignore them. No. Well, did you just start watching? My entire point of what I was saying. So somebody asked me why I don't go as hard against microtransactions as I used to, and I said that the reason why I don't do it is because most people disagree with me. And so what I was doing is I was giving some examples of things that I believe to be obvious truths that a lot of people, or just things that I believe in, right? Things that I don't care about or do care about, whatever. And I'm saying, like, that these are examples of it, right? So I'm just going through some of those examples. They happens to be the minority, though? Well, clearly not. In the microtransaction situation, it's clear that it's not the minority. Be surprised how many people do agree. A ton of people would unsub if you made it an event or set a date. No, it wouldn't be enough. Because the problem is that, so, this is going to sound kind of funny, but, in PoE, there's a thing called, the Labyrinth. And you have to go and, fight Izaro, who's basically, I don't know, a mix between, he's like a warrior Odysseus, right? In a way, like in terms of like the way he acts and the kinds of things he says. And like one of the things that he says is an emperor must know precisely where he stands. And this is after you complete the trial with like the spears. The trial of piercing truth, I believe that's what it's called. And I do know precisely where I stand. I do not stand to make an impact on this. I wish I did. But I know to entertain doubt is to dance with death. There you go. And I feel like these are, where there's a golden door, that means that I wait till tomorrow for there not to be a golden door. So, yeah. What I'm really trying to get out is like, I know whenever I'm going to win, and I know whenever I'm not going to win. And if I'm not going to win, I don't fight. There's no reason to fight something if you know you're not going to win. Ah, shit, I shouldn't have done that. That was a mistake. Yeah, animal behavior? Yeah, it's a survival mechanism in a lot of ways. I think it's... Oh, nice! I got it! Fuck yeah. Right. Awesome. Just what I wanted. Bone Storm! Yeah. Guys spinners, yeah. So yeah, the quotes are really good, and that's just an example, right? And all I'm really trying to get at here is, what the hell is that? I don't know, it doesn't matter. I don't need to kill that NPC, do I? I'm like 90% sure I don't. So yeah, I know that I won't be able to make a big enough impact because every other WoW creator is against me on this. Like whenever I said that you should spit on people with storm mounts, everybody shit on me. Everybody told me that I was wrong and that it was going too far. And I got hate from everyone. And I know that I can't stand alone. Like, I am by far the biggest WoW creator. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. There's nobody that's even remotely close. It's been this way for years. And that doesn't really matter, though, because it's just collectively, there are just so many other people that, while yes, I'm very popular and people know me, yes, absolutely, I am still only one person. Oh, what's that? No, who cares? The Valorant 2, I think? Oh, cool. I'll follow you over there. The more famous you are, the more hate you get. Do your chat was boiling with truths that day? Don't tell us everybody was shitty on you? Well, extra, what was it? What did I just say? What was I just talking about? Yeah, what was I just talking about? Yeah, I want you to explain what I was just talking about, and why I'm wrong. You got a lot of hate for it, but to be honest, I just entered the room. So you just entered the room to tell me that I'm wrong, without having any context of what we're talking about? Stop being an obnoxious asshole. You know how obnoxious that is? Like, Jesus. At least you admit it. I appreciate you admitting it. But it's fucking obnoxious, man. I'm talking about other content creators, not viewers. Okay. I'm gonna finish this up. You hear they closed the Soul servers? Well, they have to, until they can figure out what's going wrong with like this hacking stuff. I mean, they have to. What you're saying is other content creators want the cash shot? There's no way. No. What I'm saying is that other content creators don't want to attract negative attention from Blizzard because they rely on Blizzard to give them favors and privileges, and they're not going to do something that could put that at risk. Minty rares up. You want to start? Oh no, I'm just doing this right now. Holy shit, that's depressing. Thank you for the answers, my man. It's not depressing, it's their livelihood. A lot of content creators, the moment they move out of WoW, they lose 80% of their audience. Now, is that their fault? I would say yes. I would say, yeah, you can't pay the bills with integrity. Some people can't afford morals. That's their choice. Well, it is their choice, but like there are a lot of people who, here's really what it is. There are a lot of people who just simply can't make the cut. They're not clever enough, smart enough. I don't know, like their personality is boring, whatever you want to call it, like whatever the reason for it is. These are people who aren't able to be variety streamers. And because of that, they have to rely on one game. And whenever you rely on one game, you have to make sure that that game is good, because if the game's bad, then you're bad. I'm not saying again that this is how it should be. I find it unfortunate that it's like this. But what is. I might die here. We'll see what happens. It wasn't easy for you to be a variety streamer. Exactly. And I'm still like not entirely a variety streamer. But every variety streamer has like their game pool. Like, there are very few people that, like, really play any game. But, either way, like, what's this? Oh, thanks. I'm not trying to, like, make a distinction between, like, different people or anything like that. Like, all I'm really saying is that for many people, there are, like, it's kind of like these are the games, and also like to a certain degree it's personal preference. I mean, there are some people that only want to play WoW, so like why would they want to you know, shit on the game or anything like that? I'll say, so I don't know anyone who keeps their viewers in any game. Well, everybody has an ebb and flow. So, like, there are going to be games that are better for stream and worse for stream. And these are things that exist independently of the streamer. So it doesn't really matter, like, how good or bad of a streamer you are. Playing Dark Souls for the first time is probably going to be more interesting than playing the first Witcher game, or you know, some 1990 PC game. Okay, let's go over here, do this. But that's not really the point that I'm making. All I'm saying is, like, a lot of WoW streamers, that's why they wouldn't really stand with me on that, is because if they did, it would put their relationship, to their perspective, their relationship with Blizzard at risk, which could prevent them from getting benefits in the future. And yes, and before anybody says, oh, you don't think that they don't actually really care, I think most of them probably don't really give a shit one way or another, to be honest. But I think that there probably were people that agreed with me, but didn't say it because they thought it would be bad for them. Yeah, they don't want to look bad. For me, I don't really care about looking bad. So I'll be willing to say something like that or do something like that. Okay, others. Oh, I'm gonna do this and then maybe do a Mythic Plus, and I've got to go through some reacts. There's a lot of reacts I have to do today. Load all these little boxes too. About that 140k New World population with the patch? Yeah, I looked at it earlier. Let me see it again. It's really bad. Like, I'm actually surprised. I was wrong. The new patch didn't make any... it didn't really make any impact at all on the players. I thought it would. I really did. I thought it would make a bigger difference. But that did not happen. I mean, you could also say it was because, well, they didn't do drops or anything else like that, which is, it's partially true. But still, I mean, to not really have a change at all? Wow. Not what I would have expected. Servers are lagging as fuck. Yeah, but I mean, like, then maybe tomorrow we'll see more people playing, but I doubt it. Okay. You expected too much from Amazon? Well, I think that it's just that a lot of people are... With New World, I think a lot of it is that this is what happens with some games, where, like, even whenever the game improves, people's perception of it doesn't. So, like, at a certain point, it actually doesn't matter if the game gets better or not. Like, because people have already decided that it's a bad game. So if it's a bad game, then, I mean, like, there it is. It's a bad game. Like, oh, there's nothing to do at in-game. Now there is things to do at in-game. And does it matter to people? No, because there's nothing to do at in-game. But wait, yeah, there is. No, there's not, because people have decided that there's nothing to do in in-game. And it is really, genuinely that simple. It sounds insane, but there it is. It's just how people think. Buffing endgame outdoor zones to the point small groups could no longer do them was a massive mistake. I think that was a mistake too. I think that the amount of restrictions, like adding in extra snipers so people can't do solo chest runs. Who asked? Like, is it really that much better gameplay to have 40 people run in and just AoE down the boss? Like, Crybabies with no endurance? Well, you don't really have to be a crybaby for that. I mean, I think there's a lot of times, and this is the thing, this is what I've said before, is that MMO players will always try to, they perceive, it's like, hey, this game mechanic sucks, and it's like, no, it doesn't suck, you suck, because you can't handle the game mechanic. And it's like, actually, bro, like, I can handle it, I just don't want to. It's that simple. How come you're not reacting to Channel 5? I will at some point. Yeah, time getting is the worst. Yeah, it's almost like people that are gatekeeping frustration. They're like, well, if you don't like this, then you're not a real gamer or something like that. I see this happen quite a lot. I might as well go kill that. Damn. Would devs balance the game out of fun, balance the fun out of the game instead of making new content designed towards how people want it to be played? Well, it's also like, to an extent, like New World is a, I feel like one of the big things that New World had is that it had a, just give me a second, I'm trying to, okay, what do I do now? The hell? Well, I don't think I can tame this, can I? I don't know what's happening right now. Like, I'm just gonna do it. I understand. Okay. So challenging? Well, I have to put the button. I have to hit 1 whenever it says hold on tight. That shit is no joke, man. Oh, wow. I got an achievement. Oh, I didn't receive the box because my inventory is always full. Right, okay. Well, let me finish this. Yo, I got the mount, and ironically... Yo, congrats, man. Fuck yeah. Asmongold inventory management? I mean, like... Yeah, but, like, the game has a lot of things I want to do. Like, I want to keep these in case I use... another type of like domination socket. I have these for PvE. There's just a lot of things the game makes you want to hold on to. So yeah, alright, quality content, check them out yet. Hugely MMO focused. Good content for your stream. Yeah, I don't know, if people like the video, they probably would link it to me. WoW inventory is trash. I don't think WoW inventory is any better or worse than like New World or Final Fantasy. I feel like they're about all the same. There's no excuse. Oh no, you're right, but I'm just saying like WoW isn't unique. Yeah, it doesn't make it okay. The thing is with like one thing that inventory's fine, zone just inflates your bags. Yeah, it really does. Like because you have like two. Again, like I feel like a lot of things in Korthia were just simply not play tested. And I think maybe a reason for that is like I never made videos complaining about it, and because I didn't, then other people didn't, and it just happened. Which wasn't play tested at all. Yeah, I don't feel like it probably was. Shit 3 times during 20 minutes. It's still all anima and codex rap. Yeah. Preach tried. Big mistake. I'm gonna go see if this one's up. Then I want to do like maybe a couple of Mythic Plus dungeons, and we're going to after that do some reacts. Every patch makes you hold more and more shit in your bags. Yeah, like let me look right now. It's the same with like the Stygia. You know the thing that helps you take domination sockets out of your gear? Like where is that? I think I have it. Yeah, it's this thing here. Soulfire Chisel. Why is this in the game? Why does this exist? It should not exist. Yeah, like there's things like that. They got rid of the key ring, which is annoying. There's just so many things in the game now that it's very hard to keep track of everything. You're asking around questions. Why should it not exist? Because it takes up a slot in your inventory for a feature that should just be baseline. It should just be a baseline feature. That's it. Or you could also make it a research unlock, the same as all the other stuff is. And it doesn't take up an inventory slot, it just adds an extra level of functionality to the character. Yeah, it's terrible. Being sarcastic? Well, there's a lot of people that aren't. Like, they'll actually it's the same thing what I said before, right? People that defend bad game design because they think it's like hard. Oh, it's hardcore because you have to deal with your inventory. It's like, actually, no, it's just a waste of time. It's a fucking MMO, shut up. What is this guy saying? Aurelius, are you mad? Or are you mad that I don't think the items should be in the game? Is that it? Are you upset? I'm gonna go turn all these in. Now he's not saying anything. What a surprise. What an idiot. Don't bully him? Well, he was being obnoxious and rude. If somebody is obnoxious and rude to me, I am immediately obnoxious and rude back. With no reservations. Oh, there's the mount that he got. Okay, pussied out? Well, of course they pussied out. Like, they always do. The people like that are just obnoxious losers. It's what they do, man. Today's Okus was happy because you DM'd him for his viewership record? Yeah, I was, I thought that was really cool. I was really happy to see him pop off like that, especially like a WoW player. That's the best part. Somebody from like our community that popped off. Let me go make sure I turn all these in. Degree all TCG need to be buyable via in-game store, and that rarity by time exclusivity needs to die. No, I don't really think it matters, to be honest. Yeah. I pay 10K for a Spectral Tiger you get for 25 bucks. Yeah, look, I'm gonna take a look at all that stuff in a little bit, okay guys? Chill. Okay. What was I gonna do? I went up here. Right, I was gonna check my mail. I have more of a covered eye. Oh my god. I'm just getting buried alive with this stuff. Like, this is all just from like today and yesterday. Like, what is this? Oh my god. Okay, well, at least that's some space. Apparently I have Phantasma I have to do too. Oh my god. Great. Okay, I got something. Where'd those go? There they are. So much junk in this expansion. It's just crazy, man. Absolutely crazy the amount of garbage that you have in this expansion. For no reason. Arna Cloak, that's right. Thank you. Appreciate that. One more to go, boys. One more to go. Actually, I guess 4 more to go, to be fair. Elite set, Gladiator set's done. I need to get the Aspirant set. Any Paragon boxes? Let me see. Pretty far away from Death's Advance and Venari. Yeah, it looks like we won't have a Paragon box for a few days. Okay, go ahead. Generating 1. I'm just gonna throw this away. Like, I don't want to even think about that. Okay. So I need to get a 5-man dungeon. Dread, is this guy? This guy's geared, right? I mean, he's got to be fucking geared. Looks like it's mainly an alt. Which key do you need? I actually have the key. It's an alt, yeah. Alright, well, thank you for the group. I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna make a group for Mythic Plus, so I can do it. Because I need to do, 3 dungeons. Thank you, man. Okay, I just need people that are good. Maga, do you know how to do Mythic Quest? Do you do Mythic Quest? I don't even know if you do. I mean, he's got fucking 258. I mean, who gives a shit? That's good enough. Alright, we need a tank and a healer for Mythic Plus. I'd queue up if you were Horde. Yeah. Yeah, I saw you got it. Okay, this guy's 253. Oh, this is a Draenei Paladin. Yeah, I remember this one was in one of my transmog comps before. I need a tank. Show us your Countess reputation, please. Friend. I'm actually like not really doing it. I don't even do Embercourt every week. I need to do it, but I'm just so lazy. We need one tank for Mythic Plus. Swap the Night Fae for the gate. I don't give a shit. Do whatever you want. We just need a tank. What are the what's the affixes this week? Explosive. Okay. Come on, boys. One tank for Mythic Plus. Come on. Come on, not everybody all at once, okay? Nope. I need a tank. Your warrior tank it? Yeah, I know. He's 231. I mean, it's just gonna waste our time. Is it missed? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Damn, Shadowland's dead as hell. Like, I'm actually surprised that we don't have anybody joining here. It's quite shocking. Come on. Come on, you can do it, guys. Come on. Come on, join the group. Join the group, guys. You can do it. Fuck. 244. That's worse than me. You're picky? I just want somebody who's over-geared so we can just run it over. I don't want to get somebody to where it's a challenge or a struggle at all. I want to just blow it the fuck up, get it done, and that's it. Take this paladin. This guy's good. Is he gonna join? Buy a boost? Yeah, exactly. Alright, great. Let's get this done. That's why no classic anymore? Well, the reason I'm not really playing classic is it's just like I've already beat Illidan. Like what am I gonna do? I'm gonna go over and do Highjaw trash again for the same gear that I had 15 years ago? No, I've already done it. Beating someone, but like I'm not gonna feel the same way I would have felt killing Jaden in 2008. Like I'm not gonna go and feel like, wow, you know, I really fucking did something today. I'm just gonna, because like it's theory crafted and mathed out, and you just do it and that's it. Okay, we're gonna do Mists of Tyrannus Scythe first. Let's get it out of the way. Isn't it the same on retail? I've run this dungeon plenty of times. You have the gear. I do, but if I complete the 15, I get a mount. I don't get a new mount if I kill Illidan. If I did, I'd probably do it. It's like, would I want to refarm Invincible? No. You say earlier having too many mounts is a bad thing? I'm gonna just time you out. Yep, I'm just gonna time you out. That's not what I said. It's just another gotcha, Andy. You're just stupid and annoying, man. Oh. Kind of sad TBC killed Classic BC. Had more of a charm to me, for me. I don't know about that. I mean, yeah, it's hard to say. What'd he say? He was trying to do one of those things where it's like, I said that I'm doing it for a mount, and he's like, oh, but wait, I thought you said, but wait, didn't you say, but I thought you, to try to like, get me, like, to imply that I'm like contradicting myself or something like that. Like he's a gotcha Andy, man. I hate people like that. They're just stupid. So I timed him out for the day. Yeah, I don't want to, and like now, so it's like now it's my responsibility to like explain to this person why, like it's now, like I have to explain to this person their misunderstanding. No shot, man. No shot I'm doing that. Okay. Maga, just fucking let me know when you're back. Well, I guess I might as well put on an augment rune. Some details? Yeah, I will. Classic's definitely not dead, but a lot of servers are. I think that the interest in Classic WoW has gone down substantially. Like, Season of Mastery, I think, is just completely dead. Especially now with a guild killing Ragnaros. I'm starting. On Jom? Yeah, there's, oh wow, there's one server that's not dead. Like, yeah, I mean, New World has more servers that aren't dead than that. Let's go. But yeah, anyway, like what I'm saying is like especially like now that Rag on like hardcore or like you know, whatever you want to call it, is dead. I feel like a lot of people are it's like, all right, well, you know, that's all the content. Or at least that's the way I feel. No, all the juice of WoW has been squeezed. Yeah, especially like for stream content. Like, you're always gonna have people that want to watch classic WoW PvP for like nostalgia, or like just classic WoW in general for nostalgia. But like, it's not a very good indicator of like how popular something is by how many people watch it for nostalgia, because that's just something that doesn't last. Nice, I got a Blade Storm. This Paladin does a lot of damage. This is great. And he has the new Mage Tower thing, so it makes sense. We'll kill that guy here. I mean, I have Raging, so it's like, might as well do that. Looking forward to changes they do on Classic Nax, especially what they did in BWL. Yeah, it's cool, but like, I don't feel like I want to do it because it's like the same gear. I had to go through that. I was not paying attention. Sorry, guys. It's totally my fault. Oh, we have one of the big boys. Huh. That's crazy. I wonder if this guy enrages too. He doesn't. Okay, so these guys are just the same every time. Alright, cool. Have you ever been hit by a car? Nope. Never. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that like, they got a lot out of Classic whenever it came out, and they really had a lot of fun with it. It's like me, but Classic's out. You know, it's like it was a great time. You know, like, I had a lot of fun, and now it's over, and so like, you can't just stick around and think like, oh man, like, this is just how it should be. Like, I don't know. Oh wow, that's gonna do a lot of damage if we're on if we're doing it where like they're mad and stuff, right? Raging, yeah. These things are annoying. I find out what's so cool about big numbers popping on the screen. Almost all my modes disable my numbers. I find them annoying. Oh man, like, I love it. Boss? Why would we do the boss? Shouldn't we do this first? Like, so yeah, it's like, that's kind of the way I feel about TBC. It's like playing a solved game that you already know what's going to happen. And I think that if, for example, like, I never had an opportunity to raid back in Black Temple, I would want to go and do it. Like, I definitely want to do it if I never had an opportunity to raid. That's why I raided in Classic a lot. But I did. Like, I did all of that already. Damn, this thing dies fast. It's got this blue shit, dude. I hate this blue shit. It's annoying. He did not even come close to dying. I killed Roman again. Or DPS? I don't know if rogues do good DPS or not. I have no idea. Okay, here we go. Hunter's popping the fuck off? Yeah, I know. Would you like to play with the Awakened affix again? I'd be fine playing with almost any of the affixes, to be honest. I didn't like, the two ones that I really didn't like is I didn't like Beguiling and I didn't like Infested. I thought both of them were bad. They were super boring. They just sucked. But besides that, I thought that Reaping was awesome. I thought Awakened was awesome. Yeah. Infested is rough? Well, it's not rough. It's just like it required CC. And like, I don't want to CC in a dungeon. It's just like it wastes time. Like I want to pop. I want to go in. I want to pop off. Like big AOE pulls, big AOE, big dick. That's really what I'm trying to do here. Like CC is just fucking annoying. And people always mess it up too. BFA PvE was fun as fuck. BFA PvE, I mean, like, I feel like whenever you say BFA PvE was fun as fuck, what you really mean by that is 8.3. Because like there was nothing fun about many of the other parts of BFA PvP, like corruptions. Yeah, corruptions were fun. I remember Twilight Devastation. I would like pull like a bunch of mobs, and before they nerfed it, you would just like proc like a 1 million Twilight Devastation. It was so insane, man. There's a lot of damage going out sometimes too in here. It's kind of surprising. Just to the answer, these are Chinese servers. Yeah, I'm gonna go through all that stuff in a little bit, okay? I've just wanted to get some of these dungeons done, because like what's happened is that like the season is gonna be over pretty soon. Like to me, it seems kind of obvious that this like 9.2 is gonna come out pretty quick. And whenever it does come out, well then like fuck, okay, we're gonna have to do that. I hope so. Yeah, it'll be a good thing that 9.2 comes out. This thing has just a million, it has literally a million health, man. Holy fuck. I'm doing dog shit damage too. Maxing out for this dungeon. I'm probably gonna do 2 dungeons. And then probably do the reacts, but I'm not sure yet. It depends on how easily we're able to get a key for the other one. I feel like I have like really good pop-off pulls, but I have to use all my CDs for them. What's over here? I have no idea what we're doing. Like, you seen the Empire of Dragons logo leak? I wouldn't take that very seriously. Yeah, I'm not even... Like, I might look at that because, like, people might want to see, like, what I say about it. But it's not something that I'm thinking is going to happen or whatever. Like, I don't think that that logo was leaked from Blizzard. I think somebody just made the logo. It's basically what I'm saying. Tank's popping off though, how the fuck? Tank, prop paladins have always done really good damage. We can only really do a trap on it, right? Is it this one here? Oh, that one's gonna blow up. Who cares? We're doing good damage, but I don't know if we're gonna be able to do enough to kill it before 3 of the Gissing games. I feel like we're not, but we'll see what happens. Is it this one? Okay, here we go. I hate this boss. Yeah, it seems kind of cheesy that the explosives can spawn on the other ones. %. Nope, not even remotely close. All right. Lots of time left on your run to finish. Yeah, I know. You got a nuke after 10%. That's when Urshi starts to cast. Oh, really? I mean, I have no idea, dude. Healer got yeeted and deleted. It seems that way. That's why I like doing the 15s, man. Like, stupid shit happens. Nobody cares. It doesn't matter. I can't see anything. You get your Keystone Mastery this season? That's what I'm doing right now. I'll probably get it. My plan is to get it next week. Because right now I can't get it because I didn't do one more dungeon. If I had done one more dungeon last night, I'd be able to get it today. But I didn't. I just didn't want to. So I've got to wait an extra day. Push higher and get it? Well, why would I do that if I can just wait a week and then it's easier? Like, there's no reason, like, why? Why work hard if you can just wait and get the same reward? Because it's fun? Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. Every season, the Mythic Plus dungeon that I get Keystone Master in is the last Mythic Plus dungeon that I do for that season. It's literally that simple. I better get a Blade Storm here. Nice. There's probably too many mobs. Like, you can't even keep track of that. Keystone change was to sell more WoW tokens. Yeah, I don't like the Keystone change because it makes it to where you have to do more dungeons. Whereas before you only had to do one dungeon, now you have to do 2 dungeons. And it's like, I think one of the reasons why I don't like it is because it kind of like there's a like almost symbolizes what I think like a problem with the game is, where they instead of actually making the content fun, they make it mandatory. So it's like, oh, people don't like tyrannical, well, we're gonna make them do tyrannical now. Now they have to like it, because if you don't like it, you don't get Keystone Master. I feel like we're getting fucked. It's just too many mobs. Like, it's like I'm fine with this, but like we can't interrupt every single one of them. Okay, some of them are finally dying. Let's slow them all down. I like tyrannical more than fortified. Well, it's not really about liking it. It's about like saying that in general, a lot of people have agreed that fortified is easier than tyrannical. Like, this is just the perception of the community. Tyrannical hard, fortified easy. So because of that, people only want to push on fortified. Not anymore. I mean, that changed a lot. I mean, I have no... Well, listen. I have no opinion on this. I don't really care that much. But all I'm saying is that I think this is the perception in the community. Like, if you were to ask people... Like, if you were to poll people on the World of Warcraft Reddit, I think most people would say fortified is the easier one and tyrannical is the harder one. In a lot of ways, like, it doesn't even really matter if it's true or not. Not this season. Yeah, I feel like it's about the same. But like overall, yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm not a big Mythic Plus guy, like I've said before. And usually I do this just to get my Keystone Master. But sometimes it can be like remotely enjoyable. Like it's like, all right, well, this isn't terrible. I feel like these dungeons are, it can be frustrating because there's just like so much going on to keep up with it all. But it hasn't been terrible. Nice. Good job, boys. Okay. What did I get? Wow. That's crazy. Okay, what's my new keystone? Yeah, I don't need that. Where is it? Spires of Ascension. 17. How does it go that high? Okay, I think I've done Spires of Ascension. All right, I need... What keys do you guys have? Halls of Atonement? I'm like 90% sure I have Halls of Atonement. I do. Okay. Papel, I'm assuming you want to keep your key high, right? Because, like, if so, we'll just get another DPS. Because, like, we could do the Theater of Pain, but, like, I don't want you to have to, like, drop your key. If you don't want to. Oh, he's got to go. All right, easy. Good night, man. Thanks for coming. Okay, we need another tank. And we probably need another DPS. Just if we need to get somebody, remove him. If we need to get somebody to have a key. Yeah, so I either need a key for Necrotic Wake, Theater of Pain. Wait, is it really? Yeah, it's just those two. Necrotic Wake or Theater of Pain. My friend has Necrotic Wake. Okay, is he good? Necrotic Wake's a cakewalk. I feel like it'd be a pain in the ass because there's just like so many trash mobs, but like, I mean, who gives a fuck? We'll just go out there and do it. If you do a key higher than 15, you can still get Keystone Master this week. Yeah, but that would like require a lot of effort. I'd have to work pretty hard on that because I'd have to get the key. You have to like pay attention to like what the mechanics are. Whereas like if you do a 15 and everybody has gear, you just AoE it down and then you get the mount. You're a gamer or not, I'm a min-maxer, that's what I am. Reroll your key at the NPC? Wait, what? The fuck? I can re-roll the key? Yeah, you can't I thought you... Yeah. Okay, I've got... I'll be back in like probably 2 minutes. Gonna go AFK. Yeah, we need another, a tank and DPS, probably. Tank and DPS for Mythic Plus. Right back. I'm back. Okay. Sorry guys, I had to take a big shit. Is this an assault war? I want to join. Okay, cool. I got that guy an invite. This guy's done a 24 too. Holy shit. We need a DPS to step out though, that's the thing. Because we've got 4 DPS. Who wants to step out? I mean, I would. I mean, like, if it was up to me, I mean, I figure you guys just cleared the dungeon and I get credit for it even though I didn't do it. That would work, but it has to be a DPS. Make them roll. Okay, do you guys want to roll for it? Oh, Maggot's gonna go. Alright, sounds good. Thanks for coming, man. I appreciate it. Give me 1 second. As soon as he drops, Pally, just go ahead and request. If you don't have a big dick, are you still able to go big dick in video games? Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't you? Alright, we're gonna do... Vec, can you link your key real quick, just so I'm certain that it's the right one? Alright, cool. Do you want to take it down to like a 15? Because, like, I mean, fuck, it doesn't even really matter. You might as well just do a 15, it's easier. And let's get this done. Fuck yeah. Well, if you have a tiny dick IRL and also suck in video games, well, welcome to the club, man. There's plenty of people that are like that. It's okay. Yeah, you can't win them all, alright? Yeah, just summon over there. And actually, let me just check right now if there's anything I should buy on the auction house. It looks like not really. That's actually really cheap. I'm gonna buy that. Okay. We're good. Do you not care about your Mythic Plus score and doing the highest keys possible? Or are you just trying to grab Keystone Master? All I want is Keystone Master. I get Keystone Master, I never do a Keystone again. That's it. Yep, easy GG right there. A cheese for plus 20. I need to do that. I'm going to do that next patch. So, like, what my bet is, this is what I'm betting on, is that next patch, Mythic Plus will be easier because there will be more borrowed power systems. And because there will be more borrowed power systems, it will be balanced worse. Can you play seriously next patch? Fuck no, I'm not going to play seriously next patch. No shot I'm going to play seriously next patch. Okay, and I'll get my food. As soon as everybody gets in here, we're going to start this. Can you get them out again? Yeah, I will. Give me a sec. Did you kill Ashina Elite? Jinsuke says, I don't know. I don't know where that guy is. I killed every mini boss though. Who plays WoW in a serious manner in 2022? I mean, a lot of people do. I think that it's like a meme. This is the thing, right? Is like, there's a lot of people and they make it a meme that like nobody plays WoW. But the truth is a lot of people play WoW. Yeah, a lot of people play WoW. And I think there's a lot of people out there who quit the game and they say that nobody else plays, so that it makes them feel better because they're not playing. Because people want to feel like, oh, I quit with everybody else, right? Rather than like, oh, I quit and left the game, everybody else is still playing. Alright, I'm good to go. Just start it whenever the fuck, bro. Oh, nice. Bro, this guy's got fucking Tusk Samanaroth and Plague Protodrake? Oh my god. That's a bad mentality, to be honest. I mean, that's nice, but I'm just talking about what it is. I don't know if it's a bad mentality or not. I'm just telling you how people think. From my experience, at least, right? I'm sure there's some people that don't think like this, but from what I've seen, this is pretty much what you can expect. This rat's popping off, man. It's gonna be about time for me to re-roll. Slow all them down. That way they can't kill our tank. Rat popping off hard, yeah, exactly. People even define Final Fantasy Andy seeking attention. I feel like, as I said before, I mean, Final Fantasy Andy, WoW Andy, two sides of the same dipshit coin. It's just as like they're both just as annoying. It's not like, oh man, like Final Fantasy Andys are good, WoW Andys are bad. Like, nah, man, they both suck. Oh, it's the boss. Yeah, there's a lot of guys that feel like they don't realize that that's kind of like how they act. The thing is, like, yeah, I think both Final Fantasy Andys and WoW Andys can agree that at least we're not NFT Andys. Like, that's the one thing, like, okay, you know, like, we can look down on those guys and be like, okay, yeah, we're losers, but like those guys, they're like super losers. We can't go through this or something? I don't know. What are we doing? Like, oh, we're gonna go the other way, okay. Sorry, I didn't really know what I was doing. I'm gonna rally for you, man. It's just a percent thing? Yeah, I have no idea. Oh. Time to run back. Sekiro or Bloodborne, which one do you think is better? I think Bloodborne has better lore. I think Sekiro has better gameplay. The thing with Sekiro, with Bloodborne is like so much of my opinion on Bloodborne is influenced by the fact that it's 30 FPS. I know there's like a way apparently you can play like Bloodborne with 60 FPS with like a PS4 Pro or something like that. I don't really know the details. Remastered Bloodborne on PC needs to happen. Yeah, I think that it's just like it's easy money for remastered Bloodborne on PC. Oh shit, we got the boss too, okay. Let's do it. Damn, I don't know how I didn't get hit by that, honestly. Just like how God of War sold well. Yeah, I mean, like, it might be... The thing is that, like, exclusives do get people to buy consoles. So it's like, maybe they don't want to do that because they're worried that if they do that, people would be less likely to buy the PlayStation. Which is, like, I mean, to a degree, that's true, but it's a good thing for the consumer. Like, for us as players, I think it's good. Oh shit, okay. Like, the consumer doesn't really give a shit about exclusives or, you know, console, like anything like that. To us, the consumer, we just want to play the game, and that's the only thing that really matters. The business stuff, everything else like that is all completely irrelevant. Like, if you ever have to justify a decision that, like, oh well, this is like a consumer unfriendly thing, and you justify it by saying, well, it's good for the business, you're just setting yourself up for failure. Because people are not invested in your business, they're invested in your product. And that's it. One two exclusive time was the right decision to take for both the business and the players? I don't think so. I mean, there's plenty of successful games that are not done as exclusives. So to say that, like, you know, a game has to, you know, like, being exclusive is a good thing, then how do you have games that aren't exclusive and they're good? It's because exclusive isn't a good thing and it's not necessary. It's easier from a dev perspective. Yeah, but that's the thing, is like, who cares about a dev perspective? Who gives a fuck? It's not that we don't care, right? It's not that we don't care. We care about it, but, like, we just want to have the game. Like, the game is what really matters. Final Bargain sounded like something I should have interrupted. It's important to sell consoles? Yeah, but the thing is, like, why does the... This is, like, kind of what I'm getting at, right? Like, why is the average person invested on what do you call it, invested in, like, selling consoles? Who gives a shit about that? Like, for me, I don't care about how many consoles they sell. I just want to play my game, and that's it. And to the extent that that's complicated, then I'm pissed off. It's literally that simple for me. Damn, it died fast. Microsoft's been wanting to get rid of console for forever now. They've invested heavily in the cloud gaming. Yeah, I mean, like, consoles have a place, definitely. But I feel like the value of consoles is going down. I think, like, for example, a lot of people, like, they placed more value in a console back, you know, like 20 years ago, or really, I mean, even 10 years ago. Because people, just like general computer literacy was lower, so it was, oh my god, so it was harder to like build a PC. And like now it's very hard to build a PC because of like Bitcoin farmers and stuff. Yeah, definitely. But like that's not really a it's not really a specific thing. Like it's like more circumstantial. Retro gaming is a huge thing now. Yeah, retro gaming is popular, definitely. PS5 is amazing value based off of the specs inside of it. Yeah, but the thing is, like, I feel like, would you get more value and more utility out of a PC? I think probably, yeah. Not for the price. You can do much more on a PC. Yeah, you can do a lot more on a PC is really what it comes down to. It's like you can play, you know, like let's say 150 games on a PS5. You can play 150,000 games on a PC. Now, quantity is not quality, but to a certain point there's a value to that. I don't like being tied to my desk. Yeah, but like, how do you, like, being tied to your desk, isn't that a weakness of PC? Like, I mean, I think they can fix that to some degree with like things that make it more portable to a what do you call it? To a television or something. You can plug your PC into your TV. And that's what I'm saying, right? Is like, I used to do that too. That's how I would like watch movies, because I had all the movies on my computer and I didn't have them burned on the DVDs. Carrying GPU prices on consoles. Yeah, that's the thing, is like the GPU prices are just so high that it's like, who would ever want to do, like, everybody wants a console because it's like the prices are so high. No, I agree with that for sure. That's a lot of mobs. Well, we gotta kill them. Reaping wounds. That's nuts. I gotta move out of that, maybe? Yeah, it looks like I did need to move out of that. Okay. Damn, this dungeon sucks. It makes a point to create games so good they'll sell consoles visually or on the gameplay. Yeah, I mean, like, sure. But I think, like, just again, I think those games would come out anyway, just as an outcome of competition. Like that, those kinds of games come out regardless of consoles. Isn't the Whirlwind talent good for this stuff? Oh, I have no idea. Yep, I have no clue whatsoever. Maybe. I feel like doesn't that go in the same spot as Bladestorm though? Yeah, I feel like Bladestorm has got to be better. But yeah, like that's what I think happens is like a lot of people that were console players, people over time just like gain. What the hell? What are we doing? What's going on? I'm so confused. I mean, I'm dead now, right? I mean, just kill the guy. Well, I'm dead. Am I gonna kill him or not? No, I'm not kill him. This is why I always like doing it on 15 and never higher. Tank literally called to skip it? Well, yeah, but the other guy ran up and aggroed it. So, like, how do you deal with that? Okay, why don't we just kill the necromancer, and that way it won't be any problems. And this is problem solved. You'll have to think about it. Alright, problem solved. I killed this guy too. Explosives most terrible Mythic plus affix. I don't like it. Like, what affixes do I like? I think raging is good. Yeah, I don't mind raging. I think necrotic is generally fine. It's like it makes tanking more annoying, definitely. But it's not like bursting. I don't like bursting. Is the H-Pal Grievous is miserable? Yeah, Grievous is like a healer one. I think we might not even have to do 2 sets of ads. We just do this first set of ads and then we're done. Damn, this shit went by fast. Volcanic is the easiest shit? I think Volcanic isn't that hard too. Yeah, you're right. Last week was crazy with Sanguine and Stormin. That's just anti-melee week. Yeah, it sucked, man. Is quaking still a thing? Yeah, quaking is mainly a it's a caster affix, I think. Oh shit, we're gonna go all in? Alright, let's do it. Let's pop off. Kyrian weapons, 70,000 damage. It's a lot. What's on me? Oh, the throw thing. Okay. Yeah, it wasn't really too bad. Quaking only damages you if you stack with someone else now? Really? Yeah, I think like Quaking is like mainly... In general, I feel like a lot of the affixes, they were made for Legion dungeons, and they just got put in BFA dungeons. Whereas, like, I think they fit really well in the Legion dungeons, but there's a lot of BFA dungeon stuff that's like really, really, really annoying. Like, I think Sanguine is the best example, because like Sanguine, I feel like a lot of BFA and also Shadowlands dungeons had yeah, Sanguine and Toldagor. Yeah, it's just like the dungeon's not designed for this. Sanguine and Waycrest, yeah. It's like now it's not as bad. Spiteful's annoying as fuck. Oh, that's whenever the ads come out, right, at the end. I'm gonna move out for that one. Or I would have had to move out. Necrotic and Sanguine separates the boys from the men. It's just fucking annoying to me. Like, to me, it's not like it's really hard, it just like is annoying. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. At least I'm doing big damage. That's really what matters, right? True, yeah, I know. Yeah, the trash here is kind of annoying, but it's fine. Will there be Valentine's rocket available? Yeah, you can get the Valentine's Day rocket. They just changed the name for some reason. I feel like Blizzard generally, like, it's like they can't, Blizzard cannot talk about sexuality or have sexuality jokes in the game because of, I guess, people that used to work at the company. Oh, we gotta kill this fucking guy. I forgot all about this part. Blizzard went full Puritan. I don't really think it's that. I think it's just probably a handful of perpetually offended complainers at the company talking about how, you know, like, oh my god, like, this is sexist, or it's, like, offensive, or something stupid like that. That's probably what it was. I mean, you look at a lot of the people's, like, the devs, like, their Twitter accounts and stuff. These people are like fixated on social events and like social politics, much more than gaming. Now do I have to do this one? Yeah. Wokeness. I don't really like using the words. I find that usually the words are kind of cringy, but yeah, basically. It's not that I have really a problem with people being outspoken about it, but the issue is that like whenever you share, like I feel like a lot of the things that those kinds of people believe, really not like super popular among the public, but like they act like they are. It's just kind of it's weird. Alright, let's get it done. The truth is rarely popular. I think common sense is, though. And I think this is like a good example. Like, I think most people knew that, like, most people knew that a lot of those changes were, like, not really necessary, and, like, most people didn't really care about them. I feel like the majority of people that like really gave it attention and cared about it were the same people that are like constantly complaining about society on social media. I think we're gonna kill him in one tap. Yep, nice. People don't play video games. Well, or they play video games and they constantly complain about them. At least this boss is dying really fast. Hunter's been popping off. Yeah, this Hunter does a lot of damage. Hopefully I get the mount here too. There's a mount from this dungeon. Alright boys, here we go. Where'd the mount? Give me the mount. No mount. No mount, bruh. No mount. Oh, no mount. Socket? That's a good one, dude. It's a good one for PvP. Fuck, dude. Oh my god. So my rating is 1927, which means I need 73 points for... So if I get 64... How much would I need to do? Like, which one would give me 73 points? Like, would an 18 give me a 17 probably? Because, like, really doing 118 will be faster than doing two 15s. So if I did Theater of Pain... it has to be Theater of Pain. Do an 18 to be safe. Yeah, I got Spires. I didn't get that. Yeah, I just don't know. I feel like, I mean, it would have to give me more. You don't need an 18. So, like, how sure are you guys? Like, could we run this 17 right now that we just got? Could we run this 17 and I get my mount? No? Okay. Why? Do you not want to run it, or... You'll get more for something you don't have, but I don't have. Look, it's fortified. I don't have Theater of Pain fortified at all. That's the only one I don't have. Yeah, like I'm like 99% sure that's what it is. I think you'll still need the other two after timing it, but there is no other two. Like, I only need 2, period. I need The Other Side on Tyrannical and Theater of Pain on Fortified. Those are the only other 2 that I need. Everything else I have timed runs for. It'll be close. Okay, let's try it. Because I got 64 points. Should I try this game? No. $17 should give me around 150. Well, I've already done it before, but I haven't done it on Fortified. Yeah, let's do it. Okay. I just want somebody that is fucking ridiculously fucking geared. And we're gonna do this 17, okay? It'll knock up 150. Yeah, I know it won't. Around 70. There's no way it's gonna give 70. It's gonna give more than 70. It's gonna give like it has to give me enough. A monk friend can come? Is he a literal god? I mean, have him queue up. Or, I mean, just tell me, is like, I can just give him lead. If he's 250, you can queue up. Just tell him who it is. Tell me who it is or request him. Okay. Alright. Let's do it. This is the easiest dungeon of my life. Watch. I could actually get my Keystone Master right here. I really, really, really hope I get it. If I don't, I'm literally gonna run a fucking level 6 next time, because it'll probably give me 5 points or something like that. Need a tank? No, I'm done. Now I'm good. Miss you? Hi, dude. Timing 17 points if timed with at least 1 second left. Okay, well then I'll get it. This could be it. Oh, he's already inside. Let's do it. I'm gonna get all my buffs and ready. Wait, oh. Oh no, yeah, Insult War was a tank. Yeah, he was a tank. Don't think he gets 7 points. It doesn't matter. Like at this point, I've already committed to it. I'd rather not, but I will. Sorry. This will be the last one, okay? Alright, let me put all my buffs on. Any videos coming out today? Yeah, I'm gonna put out some videos in just a bit. I'm gonna record some stuff in just a bit. This is my last dungeon. It just happened that we got the same one. Let me get in the next mount off. Oh man, alright, let's see here. Mounts. Oh man, you really want to go to the next mount? Do you really want to even go to the next mount off? I don't know, man. Yeah. This is the highest key I've ever done. It's a 17. Alright, let's go. Hit it. I kicked out the mount off? Yep, I remember. Yeah, you lost. It was an AQ. For this shit mount? Well, yeah. I mean, you don't have blue Proto Drake? I mean, come on. We good to go? Start whenever. Doing 20s are just as easy. Why not do them for the achievements and portals? Because it's not just as easy. It's harder. Wait, oh no. It was the Paladin's key. It was the Paladin's key that left. Oh no. It's this guy's alt. Yeah, Kevin, can we do it on your... Okay, he's just gonna get back on his Paladin. It's not a big deal. Yeah, let's zone out. No, it's fine. It's fine. We're just gonna summon him back over. It's not a big deal. Because this was his main. He's just joined on his alt. Yeah, Pally, just request him. Okay, where we at, bro? Let's get this dude in here, and then we're gonna start. And after this, guys, after I do this dungeon, one way or another, we're gonna do the reacts. Okay? I know everybody's been wanting that for a while. And we're gonna do it. We're gonna do the reacts. Whenever Vec's inside and good to go, we just do it and get it done, then it's done because we did it. Alright. No viewers since your release guys are in Kaida? Oh man, those are the good days, man. I'll tell you that. Those were the fucking good days. Cataclysm. Fucking Cataclysm. What the fuck? Oh, he saw you, man. Wait, what the hell is going on? Okay, there we go. But I have no idea what's happening, like. I'm just here for the loot, man. I feel like this is probably one of the easiest ones on Fortified. Because the boss, I feel like the bosses in this dungeon are hard. Oh, that's not good. Let's kite those around, fear these guys, jump over here. You just get back, you just get it whenever you can, man. Oh, you got me. Try not to let him reset. I'm gonna try and just kill this guy here. Now, this is a bad start. This is why I only want to do 15s, man. This is why I only ever want to do 15s. I never want to do anything else besides 15s. Everybody just die. Everybody just die. Just die. It's because every single time that we do it, something stupid happens. And like, if we don't time it, like, that's fine. Like, I'm just gonna quit. Yeah, I literally do not care. If we don't time it, like, I don't give a fuck. 20s are just as easy, by the way. Yeah, a person who said that's probably some fucking pretend elitist that watches a Mythic Plus streamer thinks it's that easy. 10 deaths already? Yep, 10 deaths already. We are already minus 1 minute. Not to mention the time that we lost from wiping. Well, it's whatever. I mean, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, it's this bull rider guy that really fucked us, man. I still feel like we're gonna be able to do it. It's casual tip though, you pull first 3 and lonely guy into the ball. I don't know what's going on. Like, I mean, if people don't tell me what to do, like, how am I supposed? I don't know what to do. So, yeah. All right, let's do it. Yeah, this guy's almost dead. That's crazy. I think we're doing it right. I mean, we must be, because like one of the bosses is already dead. I mean, I think that's a good thing. Like, I'm not sure. Yeah, we have to fucking time this. If we miss the timer on this, I will be very upset. I'll say that for sure. Theater is quite forgiving with time. I hope so. Would you be down to play Classic WoW leveling tournament? We have about 4.5k players. Not really. I mean, the thing is, with like Classic WoW, I just feel like the game's really run its course. Yeah, it's run its course, and like now, I think there's like a lot of like classic players who are, and especially like classic content creators, who, let's be honest, like they've got no content. If you're a classic WoW Andy, I mean, it's just fucking like, oh my god, like, what are you gonna do, right? I feel like people have kind of, they've seen what they need to see with Classic, and that's about it. You know, they're good to go. Now, like, if they add new content into Classic, like a legitimate Classic Plus, then you can count me back in. I would love that. But until that happens, I'm just chilling. Would you want Ranked Arena in Classic Plus? Ranked Arena? So like there's part of me that would want Ranked Arena and part of me that wouldn't. Because the issue that I have with Ranked Arena is that whenever you have Ranked Arena, that means that now the game is going to be balanced around Ranked Arena. And that's what happens with retail, is like retail PvP is balanced around Ranked Arena and not around BGs or RBGs. I'm not really sure what he's doing here. Easy GG. That's all my damage though, unfortunately. Do you still have the sword from Goodwill? Yeah, I do. Get that last one there. Damn, bro. Oh my god, this is a bloodbath. Oh my god. I gotta heal. Just gonna kill the explosives. It's only one explosion, we're fine. Finally, I can do some damage with my cooldowns. Damn, that was almost fucked up. Only 11 rips. Yeah, that first pull was a real fucking disaster. I'll tell you that. You work out everything with the car? Yeah, so basically what happened with the car is I did work everything out with the car. I went to get the car fixed, and basically I had wanted to start my stream earlier today, but I went with my dad, and it turned out that like there was another guy there that worked there who was a Vietnam veteran. So that's why I was late, because like yeah, they had to talk about what happened. Let's see, so what do I do here? Okay, that's easy. More time. Yeah, it's probably for like the application of the Frosty buff. I don't know what that is. This is the last time I'm ever gonna have to do this dungeon. I don't give a fuck. It's actually great, like thinking like this is the last time. I mean, assuming we time it and everything like that, like I never have to do this bullshit again. Helps your dad being a vet, much respect to him. I mean, he's not just a vet, he's a decorated war veteran. Like he gets a free license plate and everything from the state. Season 3 again? Okay, I'll have to do it 2 more times. Then that's it, I'm done. I'll heal myself. It's almost as good as the free 2-liter from Walmart credit card. Really? Is that what it is? I don't even know. Because like my dad just got it, and it actually pissed him off because he could have been getting a free that free thing the whole time, but he didn't know about it. Three more, Fort and Tyrannical. Well, it's this one and then 2 more. But yeah, like apparently next season, aren't they making it harder to do or something? Where like next season you have to be a higher rating, like you have to go, like what do you have to complete next season? What's the math for it? Is it like 17s or 18s or some shit? Is it 2,500 points? Oh, really? Tazavesh will be included. Oh, I thought they increased it again, even with Tazavesh included. No, they didn't. Oh, okay. Damn, so that's a lot of dungeons I gotta do. Oh my god, they're lucky it's red. If that mount wasn't red, I might not even do it. 3K achievement, something else. Oh, there's a 3K achievement. What's that? Do I have to get that? Because if it's an achievement, I have to get it. I get all achievements in game. Keystone Hero. It's all 20 dungeons. It's a feat of strength. I mean, I guess I might as well do that. It's like Mythic plus Gladiator. Well, what do you get out of it? Do you get anything cool, or is it just like a fucking, haha, look at you, stupid, you shouldn't have done this? You get a title? What's the title called? Is it called like the fucking The Moron? Something like that, or is it a good title? Yeah, stupid. Yeah, it's stupid Asmongold. The Tormented Hero? Oh. Wait, no, I thought that was a percentage-based thing. I don't know, man. Nobody knows. It's both? Okay. Drawing my soul. Oh yeah, don't I have to get behind this or some stupid shit, right? Why am I silenced? Do I have to? Oh, okay, so I get that buff. That's cool. What does it do? Oh, I do more damage. That's nice. He got the thing. Where's my guy? Oh. So I can just get this over and over? That's annoying. Wait. Bro, this guy bopped it. He bopped it off me, man. He bopped my 30% damage buff off. This is some bullshit, dude. Alright. We still got 20 minutes left, boys. We're doing real well. Well, I mean, we're not doing real well, but we're doing. Man, how is this shit easier, like, on tire? It was like, easier on Fortified. Like, I remember last time I did this. Remember whenever I did this? And I just got fucking deleted? Oh, I bet it's this guy that does it, huh? Got his bitch ass. Man, my damage, I really wish I could do more damage. I wish that, I need to get a weak aura that tells me the amount of stacks of the meat cleaver I have. I've wanted to get a weak aura for that for like 5 years. And I've just never really gotten one because it's like, then I have to do, like, it's like, I don't really give a fuck, you know what I mean? But like, it would be nice if I had something like that. Supposed to zoom in. Yeah, I should zoom out a bit. You're right. I feel much better now. Make one, just fiddle around. Yeah, I'm just not a weak aura kind of guy. We got the, I mean, it doesn't really matter though, right? I mean, you just don't get hit by the thing. I mean, who gives a fuck? Oh, he has green shit too. Oh, and there's red shit and green shit. Oh, man. That's not gonna happen. Just, y'all probably just die. I mean, like, just die. Like, it's a white, just stop. Rip key. I mean, you could be right. Like, we could actually lose the key here. And, if we lose the key, then that's the way it goes, right? I mean, who cares? I'm just like, this is why I only do 15s. Like I tell people that, and they're like, no, 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 it'll be fine, it'll be fine. It's never fine. It never is. Like you'll get points. I hope so. It's just the added stress. Like now I'm like thinking about like, oh man, I might not make it. Whereas before I never had to worry about that. You know, dog shit groups. Well, I mean, let's say I don't think this is a dog shit group, but like let's say I do. Let's say I do have dog shit groups. Well then, I mean, like, why wouldn't I? Just wait for this. Like, yeah, just play, you know, we're just, I don't know, man. Play better? No, it's not gonna happen. Like, it is what it is. It's not gonna get any better or worse. We either get it or we don't get it. I mean, the good thing is that we only have like two, this is still timeable. Alright guys, let's just fucking, let's see how timeable it really is. Like in my opinion, I feel like it's not. Like 2 wipes, especially with like a death march like that. I mean, that 3 wipes now, it's about to be. I mean, it's just, we just can't do this, man. Let's go over this way. Maybe kite it all the way back. I don't know. Oh no, that's a bad idea because then those other mobs will be there. I'm gonna try and get back as fast as I can. What's going wrong? The mobs just do too much damage and we die. That's pretty much what happens. It's unfortunate, but there it is. At least we didn't wipe. I mean, that's important. Just like really good. Like, good job, guys. We got 13 minutes left for 3 bosses. We gotta do like 3 more trash pulls as well. Okay. How them keys going? Fucking terrible right now. There's a good chance that we're not going to time this. Please don't pull the boss. Please don't make this complicated. Alright, let's go. Fuck. Now it's getting hard. Because he's right up against the edge. Oh my god, this is just gonna, we're gonna lose, man. We're gonna fucking lose. Oh my god, we're gonna fucking lose, dude. Okay, we got it. Let's go. We got 10 minutes left, boys. 10 minutes left. All we have to do is do, 70. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm stressed. I'm getting stressed out. We skipped this guy? Okay. Oh, he's killing me, he's killing me, he's killing me. Oh, we're trying to double up on these mobs, okay. Don't be retarded, alright. Damn, I do a lot of damage. This 17 shit is no joke. And now he's gonna go into angry mode too. Nine minutes, man. Nine minutes, dude. Like, this guy just doesn't take any damage. Like, why does he not take any damage? Oh my god, I almost got hit by that. It's doable? I really don't think so, man, but we're gonna find out. Okay. Next. Spin to win. There's so many fucking mobs, man. I'm at 88%, 7 minutes, man. Almost 8 minutes, though, to be fair. Like, we have to... The only way we get it is if we don't do anything wrong. Like, even the smallest mistake is just an L. This is so bad, man. One wipe too early. I mean, like, I don't know. We've got 6 minutes to do 2 bosses. I mean, is this even gonna give us our percentage? Like, I don't even know if it will. Okay, it did. Why am I stunned? Okay. Just kill me, just kill me. Okay. My thing's not going away. It bugged out. Please, man. Four minutes. He's gonna do the chain. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's go. 4 minutes to beat this boss. Yeah, just do the RP. Just start the RP as soon as you can. Like, honestly, we've got it as long as we don't make any stupid mistakes. Like, I've got to have, like, a potion or something for damage, right? I've got a Battle for Azeroth potion. Spectral Strength. That seems pretty good. Let's use that. Okay. Let's kill this bitch. Please, I'm gonna actually play well here because I don't want to have to ever do this dungeon again. Okay, here we go. Get her away from these. Get ready for the bulls. Like, this is the easiest GG. All we have to do is not die. Just don't fucking die. Just don't wipe, honestly. That's really it. Not nice! Yes, dude. Thank you, guys. Oh my god, it's done. It's over, man. It's over. Watch this, boys. Watch this. Y'all ready to see it? Fuck yeah, dude. Look at that, dude. Look at that, dude. We got ourselves a new mount. Look at that. Fuck yeah, I'm gonna get a little screenshot. Yeah, here. Everybody get in. So hard, bro? We did what we needed to do, though. That's what matters. fuck yes, dude. Yes. I'm so happy. Oh my god. Next patch is the red one? Yeah. I'm so glad that we got this, man. It's a freaking recolor? Yeah, it's a recolor. Of course it's a recolor. Like, what do you expect? Yeah, it's Baja. It's Baja Blast. Done forever? Yeah, I'm done forever until next patch, man. Fuck yeah, dude. Look at that. This is a big boy, too. Yeah, this is way better than having to do 2 dungeons. I did a 17, man. That shit was intense. No way I could do a 20, man. Look at that, dude. You get ports at 20? Yeah, I know. It's just my gear sucks. That's the problem. Like, next patch, I'll actually get good gear. 2,000. Oh, look at that. My 3v3 rating and my Mythic Dungeon rating are both 2002. Oh my god. The other side 17 if you need? Nah, bro. I cannot explain to you how much I don't need that. I really cannot express to you how much I do not need to do a plus 16 the other side. Holy shit. Teleports times? Nah, I'm not geared for that. I'll fuck it up. If you don't like Mythic Plus, you don't like raiding, what do you like to do in Mount and WoW? I like getting mounts. I like doing completionism content and like collecting all the little mounts and stuff like that. I think that's the main thing I like doing. Did you do Taz hard mode yet? No, I haven't. I need to do that. Maybe I'll do that this week. Gmod today? No, I'm not going to do Gmod till I'm back on mainstream. I feel like I have to get Gmod on mainstream. When do you do Glory of the Nathria Raider? It's easy though. You're right. You're right. I should do it. What are the mounts I'm still missing? Let me just look. Okay, mounts I'm still missing. I need to get Barrel Shade Hide, Flesh Rot. This is just, I need to get this for this is like a Maldraxxus thing. Shadehound, this is like a quest or something like that, like a hidden thing. This is the egg. This is one of the egg mounts that I try to get all the time. What's the drop rate on this shit, by the way? Because aren't there like 2 of these or something? Yeah, it's like this one and this one. So like, is one rare and the other one is common, or are they both rare? It's 100% in hard mode. Oh, so it's like Mechagon. Yeah, so okay. So I need to get that one, and that's just a matter of farming. That's a matter of farming. Oh, fuck. Desires Battle Gorgon. I don't even know how to get this. Inmire Flayer. This is the mob I farm every day. I'm probably gonna boost a few more characters to 60 so I can farm Desires from Embercourt? Oh, really? Okay. I'll get that eventually then. Femu's hard. Yeah, I'm just gonna boost the characters, and that way I don't have to level them. This is the one I do. This one every day. I'll eventually get this. You see, I'm streaming. I fucking put that up there. This is like I'm working on this one. I have like almost all the rings. I'm missing like one. This one here, like I'll eventually get this too. It's just like I missed some of the thresholds, so I have to wait longer. Harvester's Dreadwing, like I'm doing as soon as, so like this is gonna be my philosophy with getting this one and like the other Paragon box mounts that you get from 9.1 is after I complete all of my Breaking the Chains achievements, if I still don't have it, then I will run it on all my alts whenever it comes up, but only until then. And then Infested Necro-Ray, this is another one from the eggs. Melee the Wanderer, this is just easy to get, I haven't gotten it yet. Marrow Fang, see like this one's pretty hard to get. Like there's a lot of guys that have it now because they've been doing a lot of Mythic Plus, but I need to get it eventually. Fuck Caradon boxes, they aren't even able on launch. Yeah, but I mean like these were like the 9.1 ones were, it's just for completing the thing, it's not that hard. Mage Tower book is a real pain. No, it's not. You just get a character that you know how to play, you play it. Gorge Shadehound, this I need to like, I need to get this one too, and then I need to get this one. Like I'm gonna farm, like I farm this like 10 times a week, so in my opinion I think it's just a matter of time until I get it, because people can also trade it to me too. Pale Acid Maw, this is just, I'll get this in Record eventually. This I have to complete the quest line. This is a Maldraxxus mount. I have to do this on my Warlock. I think that like after I finish everything from the one I'm at right now, I'm gonna go to Necrolord. This one is like Glory of the Castle Nathria Raider, which apparently is pretty easy. Sanctum Gloomcharger, like this one is pretty hard. We're probably going to have to get somebody with a lockout and run this over and over and over. When are we reacting? After I go through all my mounts, I gotta take a piss and then we're going to start. Sunfall Gargon, I'll get that eventually. Soaring Spell Tome, that's just from Mage Tower. This, I'll get this one for sure. Like this one's super easy. Gloomhoof is just like, that's just an easy GG that I haven't gotten yet. Archivist Codex, like I can literally just farm rep for this and it's easy. The 9 mount rare isn't, is it like the same drop chance as the like Antoran Charhound from the Twin Dogs or whatever? Taz, and so this is like an achievement. Yeah, the same as Mistress Mount. Okay, I'll just do it on every character until I get it. Undying Darkhound, this is Paragon, or not Paragon, this is a mount that you get from 9.1 assaults. This I need to get some guild. Look, I need to get a guild. I need a Mythic Sanctum of Domination carry. I need to get a Mythic Sanctum of Domination carry. What's everybody adding Mizkif for? What do you do? Hey man, I've been working hard these past few months and I'm kind of in a bind. I was wondering if I can get a raise. Yeah guys, I gotta go. I've gotta go. I forgot that my goldfish caught on fire inside of my toaster and my microwave. So, yeah, guys, I have to leave. Right, I'll be right back. Bye. See ya. Actually, I do have to take a piss, guys. I gotta go. be right back. I got something else I'm gonna do. I'll be right back. Okay. So what I wanted to show y'all is I got something. Can y'all hear me? Give me a second. Let me make sure y'all can hear me. Can you guys hear me right now? I'm gonna take the volume down just a little bit. We can hear. Okay, I'm gonna take it to like 50. Okay, so look what I got. So take a look at this. Look at that, boys. I got this from the office yesterday, and I'm gonna put it up. Like, look how fucking badass this is. I don't know where the fuck to put it. I think I'm straight up. I'm gonna just take this and turn it around and put it on my chair for now. That's a yoink. Yeah. Like, if enough people want it, I mean, like, maybe we could even sell this shit. I don't know. I don't know how we got them. I have no idea. Genuinely no fucking clue. Okay, so I gotta put this together first, okay? Let me see real quick. So, it came with a bag. And give me $5 for it. I feel like these things probably aren't that expensive. Let me see. Okay, so we gotta look and see what we got here. It says light your way. Okay, I like this because, like, this is an instruction manual I can actually follow. Let me actually do this. There. All right. So this is like an instruction manual I can actually follow. It has 3 steps. It says connect the power cord from your sign to the dimmer. And then connect the dimmer to the transformer to the... Oh, fuck. Just a minute. I gotta take a breath. It's a lot, man. Okay, give me a minute. I gotta... Oh, man. Alright, so... Let's see what we got here. Alright, yeah, I'm lost. We're done. Okay, so this one right here is... This is a thing. And I'm not really sure how this thing is supposed to work. I'm gonna break this. Like, you guys know I'm gonna break this. Like, it's just gonna happen. We need to make sure order probably like 3 or 4 of these, but we can't now because Mythic spent all of our money. So let's see what we got here. We're right here, and then we've got this one right here. Talk louder. My neighbors can't hear you. Shut up, bitch. Alright, so I don't know how loud I'm talking because I don't have my headphones on. Okay. Let's get this plugged in. So this one gets plugged in. This one probably goes to the wall. And this one goes to... what the fuck is this? Oh, fuck is this, dude? It's a little remote. Okay, and then... Oh my god, what is this? Oh my god, what is this? What is this? It's got so fucking... Oh my god. Okay, alright. Calm down. I'll figure this out. Okay, so... this one goes in this, and then this one goes in this. And the way I can tell is that there's literally no other way for it to work. Alright. And got it. Alright, so everything should be plugged in. And I need to nail this or screw this into the wall, but I haven't done that because I just got it last night. Alright guys, we're gonna plug this thing in, okay? And it's gonna break. It's gonna probably blow up as soon as I turn it on. But it'll be fun to watch. I mean, like, see me set myself on fire. That'll be real cool. Okay, so let's see. Move this out of the way. Alright guys, here we go. Did it work? Oh shit! God damn! What the Give me a minute. I stepped on a I stepped on a bag of fucking I stepped on a bag of fucking like cosmic brownies. And I didn't want to crush it, so I took a fall. Because I could see that my foot was on it and I was like this, you know what I mean? I was like this. Okay. So, this is what it looks like. Let me see if I can do this. I think that looks pretty cool. Look at that. It's blinding. I need to dim it. Yeah. Okay, alright. Let me try to get this thing to work. Power? Does it have batteries? AAA. I need to get 2 AAA. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's see if I get this shit to work. I got the remote right now. Okay, here we go. Give me a minute. All right. Okay, we're turning it down now. Oh, that looks fucking good, dude. Look at that, bruh. Look at that. That looks fucking good, dude. Okay, alright. So if I have it like right there, and like, okay. Because I want to have it to where people can see it. I'm just trying to think, like, I think I might put it, because like, so this is the way I usually look, right? And so, it's still too bright. Yeah, I'll figure that out. Careful with temperatures, might burn the chair. It's whatever. The Alliance flag. Yeah, I feel like it should be I feel like it should be where the Alliance flag is. What do you guys think? Like, I feel like that's obviously where it should be. It's fucking with the camera somehow. Yeah, I see that. I'll figure it out. It's on the door. I'm gonna just put it over there by the door right now, and we'll see what happens. Okay. On the right of the flag. Nah, because then it's gonna be like the angle. It's not gonna look good. I'm pretty sure it won't. Give me 1 sec. Alright. Shit! Okay. Speed. I don't know if that does anything. Okay, I'm gonna put it... Move this out of the way. Move this out of the way. Take this. And... Oh my god, it won't go. It won't go. Let me... Alright, give me a minute. Okay. I'm trying to figure this out. You can't see it at all. Shit. What should I do? Lower it? I'm trying to figure out like what it should be. Okay, turn it off and then on. If I do like this, I turn it down. So it does those lines. It does the lines even if it's at the lowest level. Like, now this messed up my fucking cat. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna put it right there for now. At least I know it works. Yeah, it's a really bright sign. I have no idea. S-Fan has this issue as well. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to do. Help out the camera situation. Bro, dude, I'm overwhelmed. I'm done. I don't want to think about it. I can't think about it. I'm overwhelmed. Okay, let's go ahead and let's look at some of the stuff we missed out on today. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong. Okay, give me a second. Let me get this camera sorted out. Okay, that's not good. That's not good. That's not good. That's almost good. There. That should be good. Alright, cool. Figure it out, man. I never figure shit out, bro. I never can figure anything out. It is not gonna happen. But I don't know what I'm gonna do right now. I'm not gonna worry, but that's what I'm gonna do right now. Is I'm not gonna worry about it right now. That's the solution. Okay. Hoodie looks good on you. Yeah. We got these samples. Obviously, like we're trying to do new merch and shit. So like we got these samples. We also got like the most important thing is that basically like we put out new merch about as often as I change my pants, and so I got the new merch as well. Look at this. So I got this, and it looks nice. Like it's a lot more lightweight than the Champion one, which I kind of like because the Champion one's a bit heavier. So yeah, about every once every 6 months or so, yeah, somewhere around there. I like it, and I'm trying to wear this around and see what it's like. Making new merch just so you get a new change of clothes. Merch looks awesome. I'm glad. I'm really glad that people like it. I think that it looks good too. Honestly, like I'm happy with it. There's a few little things that we've been talking about we're going to change, like definitely 100%. But for the most part, it's good. I'm happy. There it is. How's the material? It is what it is. Like, to me, the way that something feels is really important. Like, if something feels good, I will like it. If it does not feel good, I will not like it. So, the feel of something is really important to me. If there's a Bowser-like character in the universe, I should say... Well, I feel like the Bowser in that thing was Nick, wasn't it? Yeah. Why don't you stream on your main channel anymore? I will soon. Just follow my Twitter, and you'll know what's going on. Okay, let's go ahead. I'm going to read a few of these, and then we're going to move on. Have you ever encountered complex issues that often have simple on the surface but wrong explanations? Bullshit, like, yeah, I've seen stuff like that before, too. Like, absolutely. But I think also, I think that breaking down statistics is very different than breaking down intention. Like the way that I read someone's intention for something is a lot different than the way that I would read statistics. I'm much more nuanced with statistics than I am with intention, if that makes sense. So I'll read a few comments here from chat about the video, and then I want to move on to the next thing, okay? Some YouTube creator was bitching that your review and videos get more views than them. There's a lot of people that complain about me reacting to content. These are people that don't understand how the internet works, and they don't understand how YouTube works. These are mainly people that have really no understanding of anything. And if I go over Vaulty, whatever, yeah, the thing with Vaulty tweet, yeah, I've seen tweets like that before. I think it was somebody on Twitter was like saying that, like, oh man, it sucks that, you know, a content creator brings out a video and it gets like 20,000 views, but if Asmongold reacts to it, it gets fucking 500,000 views. And like, yeah, that obviously sucks, but the truth is that if I didn't react to the video, it wouldn't get 520,000 views. That's just not the way that it works. And I think that you've seen the same thing said by Akalon, by Mad Season doesn't mind me reacting to his videos, by Platinum WoW, and a bunch of other people that have shown statistics that indicate that me reacting to their videos is helpful to their channel. So a lot of the people that criticize me for reacting to content criticize me with a completely there's no evidence behind what they're saying. There's only broken logic and, in my opinion, jealousy. But the people that support what I'm doing and what I'm saying have actual evidence and statistics and data that proves that what I'm saying and my contribution is a positive one for everyone involved. So that's all there is to it. Josh Strife Hayes, yeah, there's a lot of people who do this. So anybody that criticizes me for that, And also I want to say that, you know, if somebody doesn't want me to react to their videos, I don't react to their videos. Like, it's literally that simple. It is that fucking simple to me. The only exception I make is that the video is about me. Like, oh, hey, I made this video talking shit about you, but don't react to it. Like, bitch, I'm going to watch it. But that's it. If the creator's okay with it, there's no issue. Yeah, that's the thing. Because I do think that it is positive. I do, and I think that there is evidence that indicates that. Does that happen a lot? Almost never. Yeah, it's happened, I think, once or twice ever. That's it. Smart creators are okay with it. Yeah, sure. And if people are not happy with the fact that I reacted to a video, we always offer to reimburse the 100%. All of the ad revenue is reimbursed directly back to them. No questions asked. Because I want to keep a positive relationship with people, and I don't want somebody to get pissed off. So that's all it comes down to. What the fuck? That's free money? It doesn't matter to me. Like, we make so much money, it doesn't even matter. The reputation is more important than, you know, a few $1,000s or something like that. And many videos don't even make that. So yeah, that's the truth. It's just what's smart. And first time I thought Blizzard changed its timeline, better path we have today. I have no idea. I didn't like the first storm out. That's probably the first thing. So yeah, you keep watching videos off stream for people who ask you not to react. Yeah, sometimes. Like, I'm looking to get a basically like an analysis of the Alex Afrasiabi thing with Sylvanas. And I saw Taliesin made a video. He's not a big fan of some of you guys. So he doesn't really want to see that type of a community merge. So I'm waiting to get like a little bit more information about that, because if not, I'd be watching that video here. And why not? He just doesn't like. I think like it's like I'm very like I'm very abrasive. I'm very critical. I'm very like I'm an asshole. And like you want to know my honest fucking truth is like Taliesin. Whenever I see him on stream, he acts like an asshole all the time, and I wish he would act like that all the time, because I think in a lot of ways that's probably more who he actually is. And like, I like that version of him a lot fucking more. Like, whenever he just fucking goes off on somebody randomly and just starts like just completely talking shit to them, even if it's something that's not a big deal, I think that's fucking funny, and I like it a whole lot more. Okay, so yeah, that's what it comes down to. And I'm kind of the same way, to be honest with you. So yeah, there we go. You still kind of saying it's insane? Yeah, but I'm an asshole too, so I appreciate that. Right? Like, yeah, I appreciate that. It's totally fucking fine. So yeah, there it comes down to. You tried the blueberry parfait at HEB? No, I haven't. Okay, let's talk about the new storm mount, okay? So let's go back over here, and this is the, or are there any more comments before I move on? Are there any more comments people want to make about the WoW boosting stuff? Just different opinions, anything like that, and everything like that. Do we have anything to say? We'll get a typo in the in-game storm mount. Who's in charge? I don't care about a typo. Who does? Do you think it'll ever go away? Only if Blizzard wants it to. And I don't think boosting for gold that's farmed legitimately really should go away. I think that's fine. You didn't mention PvP boosting, which is weird considering how much of it is going on. That's because PvP boosting probably, the reason why probably doesn't talk as much about PvP boosting is that the amount of account sharing in PvP boosting, I'm assuming, is much higher than the amount of account sharing in PvE boosting, because in PvP, if you're doing 3v3, that player is a third of the group. But if you're doing a 20-man raid, they are, 5% of the group. So it makes less of an impact, and that's why I'm assuming they probably don't want to talk about that. Is because it's just so much closer tied to account sharing. PvP is likely letting someone use the account. Yeah, basically. Why doesn't Blizzard ban RMT sellers if they compete with the WoW token? Because Blizzard is incompetent, and they can't even ban breast milk thieves. So they needed to have California come in and do that for them. The company is completely mismanaged, and it's run by clowns. Basically, Blizzard, it's like Amazon. It's imagine there's a house that's on fire, and the developers and the people that work there are monkeys, and the only thing that they have to put out the fire is gasoline. And that's pretty much what happens here. There you go. Friend brought Glad 3 times. Yeah, and it was probably an account share. There you go. Do you care about the union at all or have an opinion on it? There's a small amount of people from the Raven QA that created a union, and Blizzard did not acknowledge it. I am in general pro-union more than pro-big business, but I do acknowledge that unions do also have many setbacks. Like basically, like unions and business, big business, business leadership, corporate leadership, these are in many ways the same structures, and they're both subject and vulnerable to greed, ultimately. But I would rather support a union than a business right now in the current environment, current atmosphere. But that's about it. Boosting devalues the grind and prestige others put work for. If little Timmy wimps out his mama's credit card. Exactly. And I guess I completely agree. I think that all RMT should be banned. RMT is bad. Someone annoying, I feel like devalues the rare amounts in PvP ranks and other items. Yeah, that's because it does devalue them. Exactly. 100% has been said already. I wouldn't mind boosting as much if it had its own section in Group Finder. Yeah, but why would you advertise in the boosting section of Group Finder? People, they're looking for new people to buy things. Most of the time, people just buy ahead of the curve once, for example. They would be advertising everywhere they possibly can, even if it is TOS, because they don't care about the TOS. That's why they're RMTing in the first place. New Word following just people Lost Ark comes out very questionable. Amazon's producing games like Lost Ark. Will this sheep play this game or not support a company for a quick cash out on a 4-year-old game? I think Lost Ark is going to have a pretty good future. New World's problems were pretty much entirely developmental. The service of New World, they had bad queues originally, but the service level of New World, the production of New World was relatively fine. So I expect Lost Ark will be the same. Union leaders are often bought out and real corporate lines. Sometimes you get actual union leaders who do their job. Yeah, that's definitely true too. What's New World's player count looking like? It's let's see if I can find it. I had it before, and let's refresh it here. It's really bad, and I remember telling everybody that I thought it was going to hit 140,000 people with the new patch. That's what I said. I said 140,000 people. And the reason why I said that, there's a few reasons. I thought that they were going to do drops, and it would have like a bunch of people playing for the drops, but that's not what happened, and I couldn't have been more wrong. So yeah, that's what New World's player count is right now. I'm actually surprised. I really am. What do you say about the Chinese spectral tiger? We're about to talk about that. Yeah, we're about to talk about that. I would even ban selling carries for gold. Trade Chat, Huge Limited are infested with the spam and encourages bad players to buy tokens. Well, yeah, but like all of the problems that people are identifying with boosting are really just outcomes of, like, these are all tied in and interwoven with the WoW token. More than anything, they're interwoven with the WoW token. So that's the main problem. Like that's the core issue. That is the seed that has grown the tree full of dicks that we're all having to eat in our salads. That's basically what it comes down to. New Stranger Paradise Trail. Yeah, you've typed that 15 times. I don't give a fuck what that is. So anyway, don't type it again. It's all enabled because of WoW tokens. Yeah, there you go. Tree full of dicks, yeah. I was boosting challenge mode golds and WoD. I bought the boost for the raid. It's fine. And that's what people do, right? Is that, I made the joke for Burning Crusade. Is that buy Burning Crusade. Buy a 58 boost. Buy gold on retail WoW and then trade the gold for TBC gold on your server. Then use the TBC gold to buy runs through slave pens to get to level 70. And then after you're at level 70, then buy your gear off of the auction house so you can get invited into a GDKP raid. And then once you're inside of the GDKP raid with the gold that the items that you bought with gold, then now you're able to buy items in the GDKP raid and obtain your best in slot. After you obtain your best in slot and you've done all of that, then you want to buy your arena carries as well. And after you do everything else and you get your arena carries and your arena cap and your gear into GDKP, you can finally play the game. So yeah, I understand. I understand quite well. Why did Blizz need to implement the cash coin? They implemented it to make money. Period. It didn't, yeah, there's maybe less gold sellers, but there's still gold sellers. There's less people playing the game, too. They implemented it to make money. Yeah, the Mr. Krabs video. There you go. So I have to pay for the game sub and carries, gotcha? Well, no, you also have to buy a store mount. We're about to talk about that. Did you get Keystone Master? I fucking did, dude. I fucking did. I saw you did too, Zach. Congrats, dude. And we have to blame the community? Yeah, exactly. You don't think supply and demand comes into play here? Where the demand is driving the supply in the situation? Wait, you think that this is like, yeah, of course there's demand. Yeah. If they put the Mythic Sylvanas mount in the store tomorrow, people would buy it. Yes. Yeah, that's not yeah, duh. Rather, I legit rather a pay-to-win Korean MMO than all this schemy bullshit from Blizzard. Yeah, because at least they fuck you in the ass and they look you in the eye while they're doing it. Blizzard does it, and then they pretend you're somebody else. They call you a different name. Your name's Ken, and they call you Kathy. It's disgusting. Yeah, that's what Blizzard does. It's funny because damn boost goes up. Fewer are playing legit. Yeah, exactly. Definitely. Please explain marginal revenue versus marginal cost. Oh, is that what? Yeah, I'm not going to do another graph right now. Okay, guys. They should put all the mounts in the store. They would make a fortune. True. That would just solve everything, right? Big communities exist because you invite from any region you're playing. Yeah, of course they do. Absolutely. So, yeah, I'm going to read like just one more minute, then we're going to move on. Imagine how trash the next generation of gamers is going to be. Oh, probably just as bad as us. I don't really believe the new generation is trash meme. I feel like we were trash, and then the next generation is going to be trash, and then the generation before us was trash, and then their kids are also going to be trash. It's all going to be the same. It's turtles and trash all the way down. Let's farm the same amount over and over for 3 years because we ain't got no job or life or want to play. Yeah, I have something better to do. Oh, you're right. And that's why people buy it. The thing is that there are a lot of people who will justify it in their mind to buy these things because it's just simply more cost effective for their time. It's that simple. Like, the thing is, like, I don't even fault you for RMTing. If you RMT in WoW, yeah, you shouldn't do it. But, like, why would you not do it? If you can do it, why wouldn't you do it? The problem that I have is that Blizzard doesn't punish people for doing it. That's what I'm not a fan of. I don't hate the player, I hate the game. That's all there is to it, man. /spit was successful at opposing the storm mount issue. Would you support a new in-game movement /idea to combat storm mounts? No. The reason why I would not support a new thing, I'm going to talk. All right, let's transition over and we'll go ahead and talk about the new storm mount because obviously this is the next thing that I wanted to get into. So let's talk a little bit about this. The storm mount. There is a new storm mount. We're going to look at it in just a second. I want to talk about the idea. I think it's a little bit loud. I'm going to turn this down a bit. The new storm mount is now available. It is like we'll just go ahead and we'll see it in game, right? Just to get an idea or a comparison. Just fucking you. Want to read my comment? Ha ha ha. I agree. Stormlights are trash. Yeah. Okay, bro. So yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to support another movement of spitting on people or something like that anymore, because nobody else will. I don't want to stand alone fighting against this while everybody else is acting better than me. The truth is that whenever we started, McConnell and I started the spit on players with storm mounts thing, I was universally disagreed with by pretty much every single other content creator. If all of the content creators supported me in this, I think that it would have had a different impact. But it didn't, because nobody else supported me. And what I've learned is that if you want to make change, you have to do something that is abrasive. You have to do something that is personal. You have to make a real change. And you have to not be afraid to be a piece of shit. And spitting on people like that and making a movement about it, you're kind of a piece of shit for doing that. But in my opinion, it was for a good cause. But the truth is that every other WoW player, every other WoW streamer, content creator disagreed with me. And I am not going to fight against the current here. I don't want to stand and fight this alone. I'm tired of doing it. It's been 10 years now that we've had storm mounts. When was the first time I put salt on my head for the storm mount? In like 2011, 2012. Don't die on that hill? I don't need to die on the hill if people aren't trying to kill me. You're not going to die on any hill unless someone tries to come to kill you. So I think that's just such a stupid thing to say. Anyway, doesn't matter if the contractors supported you, the players supported you, and those are the people that count. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. The truth is that it just was not enough to make a difference. Because I'm going to make one thing clear. If 70% of the players said tomorrow, I will unsub, and they did because of the storm mounts, the store would be removed from World of Warcraft that day. It would be done. It would be 100% done. And if you can get enough people together, you can do anything that you want. Why do you think the streamers didn't agree? Because it was a hostile action against other players, and they thought that it would probably get them in the bad graces of Blizzard. I think that's the main reason why they disagreed. Some of them may have personally disliked it, but I think what really would tip the scale is the fact that it could put their relationship with Blizzard at risk. And because there are many WoW content creators are only WoW content creators, you don't want to shit where you eat, and they don't want to put that at risk because many other WoW content creators, let's be honest, if they try to stream another game, their channel dies. So they have to stick with WoW. They have to maintain those relationships with Blizzard and at least a positive interaction with them. So that's why they didn't agree with me. Think they disagreed with being a piece of shit, which is a good thing? Well, yeah, but I thought it was for a good cause. And the truth is that it worked. It worked. So you can call me a piece of shit, but you can't say it was ineffective. It worked so well that Blizzard took it out of the game. They literally took it out of the game, a Burning Crusade. They banned you from typing /spit before they banned you from typing the N-word with the hard R. Think about that. It worked. I don't care about being mean. I care about doing something that works. That's it. That's all I give a shit about. Does it work? Okay, do it. That's it. Everything else is secondary to me. Only the goal matters. Ends justify the means? Yeah. Yeah. You can answer hard Overwatch 2? I don't know about Overwatch 2. I'm not talking about Overwatch. I don't play Overwatch right now. An actual sociopath talk? Actual, you know, effectiveness. It worked. Call it whatever you want. Label it whatever you want. Talk shit as much as you want. It fucking worked. To be fair, you hated the player, not the game, because I knew it would work. And it did. Listen, there are a lot of people out there that are looking for a sentence to live their life by. Stop looking for that. Stop looking for a sentence to live your life by that everything in your world has to conform to this sentence. Life is complex. There are exceptions to everything. Sometimes you have to take different perspectives in different times, and you have to take different approaches depending on the situation. Murdering people you don't like is effective too, doesn't make it right. Yeah, but the truth is that over the course of history, they've done that many fucking times. Like, what I'm saying, I'm not saying that it doesn't... There is a level in which it's too much, right? Absolutely. But I don't think that spitting on somebody is the same as murdering somebody. These are not the same thing. But did it work? It did. It did. How about your stance on ethics that your enemy isn't using? Wait, I don't know what you mean by that. Comparisons to Rehab? Yeah, of course it is. How do you personally know whenever it's too much? Oh, because I make the decision. I decide for myself, that's why. Yeah, it depends. Yeah, that's why. By logic, tryhard spammers won because you banned the emote. I do think that Blizzard won. They did. Blizzard won. You're right. You're actually right. Blizzard did win. They've successfully demoralized the player base and removed the sense of integrity of the game so much that people don't care about it anymore. And because they don't care about it anymore, they're completely fine with new store mounts. They're even celebrating it on Twitter. It's because they don't give a shit anymore. The sense of satisfaction and fulfillment is now bought for a WoW token. What's your response to storm mount owners to contribute to counter-spitting measures? Let's just spitting on storm mount spitters. Spitception? Sounds fun to me. Yeah, I don't care. Like, yeah, of course. I mean, people shame you for being mean. Using ethics in a non-ethical situation doesn't make sense. It doesn't matter, like, to me. Like, it just doesn't... Well, it does. Obviously, it matters. That's why I stopped doing it. Really, the reason why I stopped promoting it, and I don't care about it anymore, is because literally everybody else disagreed with me. And I know whenever I'm going to come out ahead from something and whenever I'm not. And I realize that I'm not going to come out ahead from this. There's too many people that disagree with me collectively. And my opinion is not the majority opinion. I don't have enough people to enact the change. Too fucking bad. Go home. That's it. That's the way it goes. Sometimes you take an L. And that's just, yeah, know when to hold them, know when to fold them. It's the one I said earlier, right? The Azaro quote from fucking, what do you call it? Path of Exile. An emperor must know precisely where he stands. It's important to know where you stand and where you're at. Would you say you swallowed your pride? I'd say I spit it out. Player base didn't disagree. Only the content creators disagreed with you because they decided to make WoW their job, and so Blizzard's opinion is more important than them for what's good for the game. No, there were enough players that disagreed, and not enough people stood behind me. They just didn't. They didn't stand behind me. They didn't support me, and I'm tired of being a punching bag. That's it. I don't want to do it alone. You can be selling notes game merch? Yeah. As I said, these are some of the new samples that we got. I got the pants too. They're not finalized, but yeah, we will be hopefully selling them soon. I know whenever, like, the thing is that there are times, and this is what I said before, right? I said this before with the Alinity thing. I said it with the being okay with your girlfriend doing OnlyFans. There have been many cases where my opinion on something is just simply not what other people think. And even though I think I'm right, you know desperately, you know inside of yourself with every fiber of your being that you are right, and no one agrees with you. Sometimes that's what happens. Sometimes you just get fucked. And it sucks whenever that happens. Sometimes you can take up arms against it and you can fight back. Other times you have to wait for other people to see your perspective through time. And other times you just lose. And that's the way it goes. Sometimes you're wrong, though, even though you thought you aren't. Well, if I think that I'm wrong, like I just said before, right, that I was wrong about the New World thing, I have no problem admitting whenever I'm wrong, but majority rule does not tell me that I'm wrong. I can have every single person in the world tell me that I'm wrong, and I'm still not wrong in my mind. I don't care about if a bunch of people tell me that I'm wrong. It doesn't really make a difference to me. Truth is not a democracy. However, to some degree, it can be a dictatorship. And it was just the wrong opinion to have. It's called being delusional? No, it's not. How is it delusional to, how is it not delusional to bend the way that you feel to a majority rule? Yeah, and if people think I'm delusional, that's fine. It doesn't really matter to me. Yeah, that's the way it goes. COVID deniers not delusional, though? So what are we? No, that's a ban. That's a ban. That's another fucking ban. I swear to God, guys, like, I am just so sick of these gotchas, these gotchas, like something that I didn't say that is now taken out of context to mean something else. Like, no, we're not doing that. Yep, that's a ban. Yeah, that's just a ban. People coming out with this out of context comparisons because they're stupid and they think they're smart. That's why. There's always people that gotta make shit political too. Well, yeah, I mean, of course, right? Because those are the people that are so emotionally fucking charged that they think about things like this all the time. This is what he's thinking. He's thinking about, like, fucking COVID fucking deniers and shit. People think COVID isn't real. Like, people are going to believe whatever they're going to believe. And yeah, there are people that they think stupid things, and nobody will be able to change their mind, and they are delusional in the eyes of many people. You're right. No, you're absolutely right. That can happen. And there are a lot of people that think that I'm delusional. And then you get down to the point where, is it worth having everybody disagree with you? Do you want to change your opinion just, or not talk about at least the way that you feel, just for simplicity's sake? Yeah, and sometimes the answer to that is yes, sometimes it's not. It depends. Does it mean that you or them are wrong? No, like you're saying, opinion doesn't equal the truth. No, exactly. And I think that, to me, what I really care about is evidence, right? Like, I care about data, and that's really what drives most of my opinions and how I interpret that data, given, you know, what I understand about it. Like, that's the main thing that I care about. Everything else is kind of like secondary. Like, how I feel about something is not as important as what the data shows. Guy with a storm out showing? Yeah, I'll look at that in a bit. Absolutely. Personally, like, you're hearing your takes on subjects, I 100% agree with you, but it's good to hear it nonetheless. Yeah, and I try to provide rationale with why I think something. And in general, I think that's something that I do. I explain my position. I give the reason why I think that with a certain degree of evidence, if I can, like the Google trends that we looked at earlier. And that's about it. That's what I do. Can we get a ban on anyone admitting ownership of the storm out? No, the thing is, like, a lot of these guys, so this is, well, let's actually get into it, okay? Because we've, honestly don't quite understand your problem with the storm out. It doesn't affect gameplay. Blizzard makes money off of it, so they will continue, I guess. Well, continuing something doesn't mean that there's not a problem with it. So here is, yeah, here's what my problem with the storm mounts is. Let's see here. Do we have one of you guys that actually is watching the stream? Are you watching? Okay. Do a mount special. Move back a little bit. So do a mount special. It's actually really, really good timing. So how many other mounts do that? Yeah, what's that? So do any other mounts do that? Let's look at some of the new mounts that got added in 9.1. Okay, so that's what that one does. And let's see. To be fair, the hand mount actually does have a really cool mount special, and I think it would be unfair for me to say otherwise. This hand mount does have a really cool mount special. There is that. Let's look at the Fallen Charger. Wow. Let's look at the Gladiator mount. Wow. So a lot of these mounts here, they're pretty much just the exact same. And the reason why I don't really hold it against people that have this mount, I mean, the real truth is that, let me take a drink. Check out the Vengeance mount special. If somebody with the Sylvanas mount wants to come over here and show me, that would be cool. And also, does somebody have the Articuno mount? Could somebody get on the Articuno mount? Cal from last year did an animation too? Yeah, I'm sure somebody's got it. Also, why don't you do the animation for this one? For the TBC mount. He says no, do it anyway. So it's got a little bug flying around and it eats the bug. So I think that there are arguments to be made about which one is better, which one you like more. And I think that, like, a matter of preference does, yeah, there's that one too. So if you look at a lot of these storm mounts, you see that they have unique animations. They are not really reskins. Like this one, for example, is not a reskin. I think that maybe that spin around thing is a, there are other mounts that have that, but I'm not sure if it's the exact same. It's not that size of a mount. So yeah, does anybody have the Articuno mount? I don't even know what it's called. Taman might have it. He just has the only mount that I don't have. Higher res textures, yeah. So like if you look at these mounts, like this one right here, these are much more higher res textures than the mounts that we're getting in game in many regards. And the reason why I and a lot of other people don't like these store mounts is because of that disparity. For example, in Final Fantasy, I think that people are more okay with store mounts because these store mounts are not a measurable level of difference higher. All right, let's see this. Yeah, go ahead, guys. Go ahead. Do the mount special. So yeah, that's way cooler than a lot of the other things that we can get in game. So what I'm really trying to get at here is that I think any player of WoW should feel this way, because we pay for the game. We pay for a subscription to the game. We also pay for expansions. And even though we pay for the game 3 times, it's not enough. They have to make you pay 4 times. And the thing is that now they are adding it into the store through a this one right here. They're adding it into the store through the what's the word for it? Through the 6-month bundle. So it locks people into a sub, and also they get the mount for free. Because obviously, like, that person is paying $77 as a guarantee. Many of the in-game mounts are on old skeletons. They reuse the same skeletons. Yeah. And so, like, you can make an argument that you prefer many of the in-game mounts and many of the in-game, like, aesthetics. But you cannot make an argument that many of these store mounts have unique animations that you don't see anywhere else. They also have, I think, objectively better design. And what happens with these store mounts, and this is the trap that Blizzard has fallen into, is that the better looking a store mount is, the more it's going to sell, right? Because why would somebody want to buy a shitty looking mount? So they make the store mounts look comparatively better than the in-game mounts to create an inducement for people to buy them. Because people buy things like this to stand out and look special and look cool. And that's why they do it. And if you have something like that, you want people to feel as special as possible. Store mounts reskinned Recruiter Friend, isn't it? Recruiter Friend, it's all on the same spectrum, but it's like at some point, like I usually buy the collector's edition and I get the mount from that. But like, why do I really buy that? I don't know. Do you feel the same way about cosmetics in games that are free? No, I don't. I think that games that are free, or even games that are buy to play that have continuous development, I'm much more okay with microtransactions because that's their business model. A game like Guild Wars 2, or a game like New World, for example, or also a game that's free to play like Path of Exile. I'm completely okay with microtransactions in those games. And the reason for that is because that's their business model. And I think that you should have to pay for a game to some degree. Like, I don't think you should just be able to play every game for free, and anytime you have to pay for a game, it's bad. Like, I don't look at it like that. I think it's fair. And, yeah, that's really what it comes down to for me. Think druids will get paid form skins someday? I have no idea. I mean, maybe not. Why do they spend time doing high-res text for animation and mounts? Well, because it sells more. They get more people to buy it. And that's what happens. And I think that a lot of people in the game, they see a mount like this. And this is a unique mount. It has a unique animation. It's not really a reskin or a recolor. I mean, while it is effectively a tiger, and it shares a lot of the similarities with the tigers that exist in the game, this is, in many ways, a separate mount. In a lot of ways. It flies around, it has wings. There's a lot more to it. It's almost like a Swift Spectral Tiger, which we will, as I said, we will get to that. Cosmetics, and I do think that cosmetics matter. Yeah, I'll invite you, bro. That's 1,000 gold. Thanks a lot, man. Really appreciate that. Oh, there's somebody with the Sylvanas mount. All right, go ahead and do the mount special for the Sylvanas mount. Yeah, that's really cool. I'm glad that they made someone, one of them that's actually special. That is cool. Bad content, bad systems, bad grind, run wild, but not bad storm mounts. Come on, Asmongold. So here's what I'm saying. I think that cosmetics do matter. I think that cosmetics matter in every facet of human life and human psychology. I think that cosmetics matter whenever somebody gets a Burger King crown and they feel special for it. I think that cosmetics matter whenever somebody buys a $200,000 car, not so they can go fast, so they can show off that they can afford a $200,000 car. I think that cosmetics matter whenever you have a gold star system that children usually have in school in order to get them to behave well. Why are you behaving well? Well, it's for the gold star system. But the gold star is just a cosmetic. Well, yeah, but it's a gold star, so I want it. Everybody cares about cosmetics in all walks of life and pretty much everywhere. Unless you're living in a Tibetan monastery, cosmetics are a very strong form of status in games and also in real life. Do you really think that the Gucci bag that you buy for $4,700 is, 100 times better than the bag that you could get at Walmart for 100 times less the price? No, it's not. It's not equivalent to that degree at all. I'm sure the Gucci bag might have a higher quality, but it's not equivalent to its price. And the reason for that is because people buy things like that. They're not buying it for the quality, they're buying it for the status. And the status of that is cosmetic. Cosmetics and status matter more to people in a lot of ways than things that people would say really matter. Like having good food, or having a nice house, or having, let's say, I don't know, like just different amenities that make your life easier. A brand new iPhone, yeah, sure. People care more about cosmetics than they do about their own quality of life in our culture. So I think to use the argument that cosmetics don't matter and cosmetics are irrelevant is just completely ignorant of what drives our society fundamentally. It's willingly ignorant. It's bury your head in the sand ignorant. And I think that a lot of people are motivated by cosmetics. I think that a lot of people do care about cosmetics in game. And a lot of these guys, for example, what mount is this guy riding on? He's riding on a rare mount. He's riding on a rare mount. Rare mount. Very rare mount. Trust me, I know. Rare mount. All of these people are on rare mounts. If I go down to the bottom of Oribos, you're going to see more people on rare mounts. Do you know why? Because they like showing them off. They like showing off the fact that they had that accomplishment. People care about that. Azeroth's champion. Let's look at some of these titles, right? Grand Marshal, Hand of the Archon, Hero of the Alliance, the Party Herald. That one's actually kind of a pain in the ass to get, if you can believe that. So it's evidenced even in this very small sample. We see this many times. And that's why you get high views on mount-offs and transmount comps rather than Mythic runs. Yeah, and also because they're better personality content that's accessible by more people. But, of course, part of that is that as well. So what I'm saying is that to say that cosmetics don't matter, and look at this person, right? The original Brewfest mount on a Horde character. That's incredible. It's got to be fucking Tamon, of course. This guy's like one of the only people in the game that has more shit than I do. Are we good? Are we good? Testing 1 2 3.
Okay, great. So anyway, what I'm saying is that a lot of these things here, and the way that people carry themselves in everyday life, indicates that cosmetics matter. And I do think that it really makes a difference. It makes people feel special, and they like that a lot. Can't your argument be used as a criticism against games like PoE? No, because it's a free-to-play game. It's a free-to-play game. If World of Warcraft went free-to-play tomorrow, and they said, we're not going to charge you a sub, and expansions are going to be, you know, let's say we're not going to charge you a sub anymore. Expansions, you still have to pay for them. If they added a store mount, I would be like, okay. Because that's how they make money. That's their business model. I only have a problem with this because it's a subscription game. Disagree, cosmetics matter more in priority than classes, content, and everything else in WoW. I think that in World of Warcraft, cosmetics don't matter as much as the content does. You're right about that. I don't think so, but I think that they both do matter. I would agree with you there. Rather buy off the store cosmetic or mount. I have no idea. Would you say 90% of the insults have something to do with cosmetics, clothes, fat, skinny, balding, beard, etc.? Yeah, that's another good way to look at it, but I mean, that's the only way that you can usually insult somebody that you don't know. But yeah, I think that is an interesting insight. I'll think about that. I don't care about cosmetics, but it's a big part of the game. Yeah, and there's a lot of people that don't care about cosmetics, and I can understand that. Like, for example, whenever I play Fortnite, I don't even have a skin. Whenever I play Warzone, I don't even have a skin. I don't care about it because I'm not invested in the game. It doesn't really matter to me. But whenever I play a game more, like Apex Legends, I played that a lot, or like PUBG, I'd want to make my character look cooler. So I think that's generally what happens, is that the more you play a game, the more you become invested in the game, and the more you want to invest in your character looking the way that you want it to. I think that's just logical. So, anyway, that's the reason why I think cosmetics matter in games. And also, I want to talk about the way that a lot of these mounts are very rarely a reskin. They're completely unique. Many of them have, ties to the expansion ahead of time. Same as like the Silverian Dreamer, the Fey Dragon, etc. Like, think about that. Like, there was an entire zone in Warlords of Draenor that was dedicated to Fey Dragons, and the only way you can get one in game is if you take out your wallet. That's ridiculous. And I think that there's also an amount of people who say, well, because you can buy them with gold, that it's okay. I think that's also equally stupid, because the person, every time that you buy a store mount with gold, somebody paid real money for that. Like, somebody out there paid real money for that. It doesn't really matter one way or another. Like, this is not an in-game system. This is something that people are paying real money for. Why don't we talk about armor sets? Yeah, I mean, armor sets are another factor. And then somebody, some people get this on the first fucking day that it ever existed, and I still don't have it. Not really. You can farm mint gold in game. Well, yeah, but just because you didn't spend real money on something doesn't mean that real money wasn't spent on it. Every single store mount that exists in the game exists because somebody spent real money on it. And just because you're buying it with gold doesn't mean that you're not contributing to an RMT economy. You absolutely are. And you're providing a profit incentive and an inducement for people to continuously buy them. That's just how it works. It's not 100% conversion, you can't say. I can say it's 100% conversion. Every single store mount exists in this game because somebody paid $25 for it, or they got it in a 6-month sub bundle. There are never times that somebody just spends 200,000 gold and a store mount is magically created. every store mount is created after a dollar sale amount transaction. You buy with gold, that means you spent sub time to farm the gold with the mount. That sub time isn't free. I think that's separate. Oh, if you move WoW token conversion from real money? Well, yeah, I mean, then it would be fine, right? Then that would just not be an argument that people could use, because the only way you could do it would be against the TOS, which is like usually not a very good argument to make in general. When you ask the Final Fantasy mounts, yeah, and I think this is what the difference is really, because a lot of people, there are a lot of WoW players that are okay with store mounts who say that, well, you know, you don't really give a shit about Final Fantasy store mounts, but you give a shit about WoW store mounts. What's the difference? There's two main differences there. The first difference is that I haven't played Final Fantasy for 15 years. I'm not as invested in it. The second main difference is that there are enough obtainable mounts in-game, and the difference in quality between the store mounts and the obtainable in-game mounts is not large enough to create an obvious difference just by the naked eye. So that's the reason why I don't care about them as much in Final Fantasy. But I will also say that they're not good in Final Fantasy either. I think that it's bullshit that they're in Final Fantasy too. You pay for the game, you pay for a sub, you pay for an expansion. What the fuck are they doing trying to get you to pay for a mount too? Like, where's your sub money going? It's ridiculous. So yeah, I'm not a fan of any of it. First 8-seater was a store mount. Certainly they're going to add more in game. Yeah, and I'm sure there are exceptions to that, but I'm just saying, like, in general, that's been what I've seen. But yeah, that does sound like it sucks for sure. But yeah, I mean, you look at this is the new mount right here, and it looks really cool. And it's always sad whenever you see something like this that gets added into the game and it ends up not having content for it. Because I think that really every mount that's added into the game is it's a lack of content. We don't get content every mount that gets added into the game. And also, there are a lot of people who say, well, the mounts are really easy to make. Well, if they're so easy to make, then why do we keep getting recolors? Yeah, if these mounts are just so easy to make that Blizzard can just like pump them out so fast, why do we keep getting recolors? They're taking our money. They're developing content. And then they're paywalling it and telling us to pay them again for the content that we paid them to make. And then they're giving us subpar content with the money that we're paying. And people ask me why I don't like it. That's why I don't like it. It's that simple. They're not even giving us content in Shadowlands? Yeah, and I think that this is really what it is, right? Is like Blizzard, this is what they do with these store mounts, is that they add store mounts into the game. Like, do you really think that it was a coincidence that Blizzard added a store mount into the game on the same day that they announced a new project for Blizzard? The survival game. Do you really think that this was just some big coincidence? I don't think it was. I think that they did this on purpose so that they could mask the negativity surrounding it. Chinese New Year? Yeah, but they could have announced it. Like, does Chinese New Year happen today? Because also they could have announced something else another day or something like that. Yeah. I feel like this is intentional because I've seen this happen before where Blizzard releases new content and then they add it's next week. Wow, what a surprise. So it just happened to be released today whenever they had something with more good publicity to offset the negativity from the store mount. Now, I do not think this was an accident because if I was Blizzard, I would have done the same thing. It's a smart thing to do. Anything changed in the Microsoft acquisition? With the store mounts, no. Microsoft doesn't give a fuck. They just want to make money. It's a Trojan horse tactic. Yeah, in a way. Announcing the new game will bring people back to Blizzard. Yeah, exactly, because people be like, oh, wow, that's cool. I haven't played WoW for a while. I might check it out, right? Because it gets Blizzard in the minds of the general public again. And there's going to be some people that think like, oh, I'll play WoW or something. And then they buy a 6-month sub. Plus, why couldn't they make a whole event for Chinese New Year? Yeah, I would love that. I think that would be really cool if they had, like, there's a lot of, like, for example, for as much as Blizzard talks about how much they care about, like, diversity and how much they care about, you know, inclusion and representation, stuff like that, don't you think that having people celebrate and look forward to a Chinese New Year would be diverse? Don't you think that having people excited to celebrate Chinese New Year and get a cool new mount, like we'd all be looking forward to it every single year. Every single year, I would be looking forward to getting the new cool mount, especially when it was the rat, man. Because it's like, oh my, or the dog or something crazy like that. It's like, what's Blizzard going to come up with this time? It would be awesome. And we don't get that. It's so disappointing to see. So I just want to give an example of like how something like this, like an event for Chinese New Year, I'd love to see that. I think it'd be really cool. I mean, we already have... We already have multicultural holidays in WoW. Day of the Dead, Midsummer, things like that. It's not like these are all just American-centric holidays. We have these. Lunar Festival is another one. So why don't we have this in World of Warcraft? Where we can celebrate by getting a... like, this is so cool, man. That's so cool. Like everybody would have this, and they'd be riding it around. They'd be like, oh, yeah, man, I remember whenever that happened. It's the same as, like, if you compare it to, like, The Rising with Brewfest. Yeah, there you go. That's another one. Like, people celebrate it, and they look forward to it. And I think it's just Blizzard, again, selling their own content short to make a quick buck. That's what it is. Isn't WoW a fantasy universe? Why should they be inclusive to Earth cultures? Because they are. They are. There are a lot of things in the game that are inclusive to Earth cultures fundamentally, but you don't see them because it's your culture and it's invisible to you. Yeah, and also because the truth is, the real reason is because I think it's cool. That's why I think it's cool. It's literally that simple to me. I think it would be cool if they did this. Immersion takes a back seat again? Well, like, for like, example, like Feast of Winter Veil. This is obviously Christmas. Noble Garden is obviously Easter. The, Hollow's End is obviously Halloween. Does this take away from your immersion, or does this make the world more interesting and dynamic? I like the holiday events. I think that they're special. I really enjoy them a lot. It adds to it, if anything, yeah, because you feel like it's changing along with your life outside. Yeah, Harvest, yeah, the Harvest Festival is Thanksgiving. I don't celebrate holidays, I guess I just don't get it. Okay. Brewfest is Oktoberfest? Yeah. Sad. I don't, it's probably a different, people in different cultures do different things, man. Like, I don't give a fuck, it doesn't matter. What's the solution to this? No sub, no storm mounts. What are you thinking? I think that this is just the This is just the state of things. Blizzard has given up on on investing in its player base. And instead of investing in its player base, they care more about the investors, which has not been helping them. They've been one of the only companies to lose people during COVID. Imagine having a global pandemic that causes stocks like Netflix to just skyrocket, and somehow you still manage to fail. That's special. It's bad management. It's a short-sightedness. And there's probably a million other problems that exist exclusively at Blizzard for Blizzard-related reasons that I have no idea about. We have the exact same convo every time there's a storm out, and they keep doing it. Yes, this is a contractual obligation. Every 6 months, we have to have this talk. That's right. Every 6 months, we do this. It's like I had to respond to the tweet, Ratio Warcraft, whenever they did it, and in 6 months, we're going to be back, and we're going to do it. Netflix, bad example. So Netflix hasn't, like the Netflix stock is not higher than it was before the pandemic. It took a big hit lately. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. There's no way that's normal. Oh my God. Like, my dad told me it was bad, but I didn't think it was this bad. Holy fuck, that's bad. Wow. In one day, it went down over $100. What got announced here? That's unreal. Bad earnings report? Jesus Christ. Maybe Netflix is a bad example. I thought for sure, like I heard that Netflix went down, but I thought that like, oh, you went up 500% and then you went down 200%. Well, you're still up a certain amount of percent, right? I had no idea it was that much. That's incredible. Wow. Yeah, never mind. That is a fucking bad example. But I think that like before this like week or so, that I think it would be a very good example. And I'm sure you can probably find other tech companies that might have another good example too. Prediction viewership drop was announced. Losing under $150 a month on shared passwords. I'm not sure, man. Happening every stock, every market's crashing. Fed's raising the rate 4 times a year. Yeah, I haven't even looked at my investments this month. Like, I think a couple months ago I lost like $54,000 or something like that. It could have been more. Like I could have lost over 100 grand this month. Like it is what it is, man. Don't look. I mean, it sucks, but there it is. Daily fluctuation. Yeah, it'll go back up eventually. Like if the stock market never goes back up, the last problem that I'm going to have is the stock market. You know, that means the entire society is collapsing. You see what I mean? Like, yeah, that's the way I look at it. It's like my mom would always tell me like, oh, we need to buy a generator. We need to buy this other stuff. I'm like, listen, if we need this, this will be the least of our problems. Destiny said the same thing. Yeah. I think a lot of people have. So people never believe crashes will happen. They can't let it happen. Well, I think that, like, really, I don't know. I don't want to talk about stocks a lot, but I think if you, because I don't really know a lot about it, okay? Like, to be honest with you, I really don't. But, you know, we'll see what happens. My perspective is that things will eventually go up if you give it enough time, because that's generally the trend of the market over the last 100 years. That's just what I think will happen. Or I hope will happen too. So yeah. So anyway, I wanted to talk about the other thing here, and this is the other store mount situation, and my throat's been bothering me. I don't know why. Oh yeah. I guess we'll talk about this too. Here we go. So the Chinese realms, they're not just getting, listen, they're not just getting this brand new mount. They are also getting, no shit, the Chinese realms also have a bundle with the Swift Spectral Tiger. And it's only on Burning Crusade Classic. Which, by the way, didn't I say that they were going to add TCG mounts into Burning Crusade Classic as 6-month inducements? Didn't I say that? Yep. Wow. That's too bad, huh? They probably got the idea from you. I wouldn't be fucking surprised. So I'd like to just go ahead and look and see how much a TCG card is worth, right? Just to get an idea. Swift Spectral Tiger. Let's see here. Reigns of the Swift Spectral Tiger. You can get this mount. This mount can be yours for the low price of $7,599. So if you want to get this mount, you've got to shell out $7 fucking grand. Look at that. And or you can buy a 6-month sub. So on the WoW China announcement post, they also included the short video for showing off the reigns of the Swift Spectral Tiger. Oh, here's the video. Let's watch the video. Here we go. This is straight from the CCP. Wow. Wow. Oh my God. Look at that. There it is. So that's what we've got. That's the world that we live in now. Wild China announcement post, a short video, Swift Spectral Tiger, obtainable for players, purchasable for 180 days of game time. It's important to note, Chinese World of Warcraft players are managed by netties and oftentimes differences in the in-game shop. I've heard about that. The bundle also includes a Swift Spectral Tiger, Win Low Mount, Goblin Kettle Toy, also that too. And also a bundle without the Spectral Tiger costs about $49. So if you buy, oh wow. So the Spectral Tiger, they're selling this for $200. Look at this. So the bundle that includes the Swift Spectral Tiger, the Win Low mount, that's the other Tiger mount that we saw earlier, the Goblin Kettle Toy, all of these here is $267. Just, you know, converted from their currency. And if you don't have the Spectral Tiger, it's only $49. So Blizzard is literally selling this for $200. Listen, you want them out? $200. 200. Let me get my 200 and then I'm done. That's it. That's where we at. Sold? Yeah, true. I'm gonna flip a table. That's crazy. So I'm not sure if they're gonna add this into the US realms, but as I said, I thought this was going to happen as soon as I saw the first mount. And remember whenever I said I want to also just, you know, I want to suck my own dick just a little bit, okay? When did I say it was gonna come out? With the tier releases. with tier 5 or tier 6. Man, that is just crazy. There's things I'm right about and things that I'm not right about yet. Ah, man. What a game. All classes servers are pretty different. They get free flasks for killing bosses, wild tokens already, etc. Yeah, you're probably right, man. You're probably right. It's a different world over there. It's definitely true. Definitely important to keep that in mind. Can't you, I've always respected your love for the game, but can't you see WoW's primary focus is on the 3 pillars of endgame, and Xbox and mounts is a side product for them? Yeah, you're right. I think that it is, and much to their loss. I think that the cosmetics and everything like that matters a lot, and if you don't take advantage of it and you don't give people those incentives, then what are they going to do? Yeah, I'm aware that Chinese servers are a lot different than ours, and that goes way past skeletons. It's a lot different. The China PoE pets? Yeah, don't the PoE pets in China pick up loot for you and like scrolls and shit? I remember Chris Wilson was talking about that, and he said that the prices for those changed. Yeah, like I heard that, I'm like, yeah, maybe I'll move to China. It sounds pretty fucking good. You know, like, let's be honest. What's a waifu with huge tits? Yeah, definitely move to China, guys. Sounds really great. You know, CCP, not that bad. You know, I'm gonna move over there with John Cena, and we're gonna be chilling. Why is it so different? A lot of censorship. Actually, speaking of Chinese censorship, let's go ahead and look at something that happened recently. This is maybe a couple of days ago. Let's see here. Fight Club Chinese ending. So anybody that might not have seen this here, where is it? The Chinese Fight Club ending. I'm going to turn off the music real quick. Watch this.
Hi, Marla. Leave her with me and get your stuff. Meet you downstairs.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
You! What kind of sick game are you playing at? Putting me on a but oh my god, your face.
Yeah, I know.
I think I've watched this movie 20 times.
What happened?
I would ask.
You're shot.
Yes, shot.
I think that you can't show a lot of blood, and it might have actually shown a bone there. I think maybe it's the bone that you can't show.
I can't believe he's still.
Who did this?
I did, actually. Find some gauze.
You shot yourself?
Yes, but it's okay. Marla, look at me. I'm really okay. Trust me. Everything's gonna be fine.
Through the clue provided by Tyler, the police rapidly figured out the whole plan and arrested all criminals, successfully preventing the bomb from exploding. After the trial, Tyler was sent to a lunatic asylum receiving psychological treatment. He was discharged from the hospital in 2012. So this isn't fake, as far as I know. I mean, if this is fake news, it's certainly been effective. This is the ending that Chinese, this is my understanding, this is the ending that the Chinese get. Because obviously they don't want anything out there to, undermine the authority of the central government or the central powers. So if Tyler, right, is able to blow up all of the central banks and reset everybody down to zero, well then that undermines the power. You see how that happens? This isn't real? Well, I hope it's not. And if there's evidence for it not to be real and this just to be big misinformation, I'd consider it very effective. But I haven't seen this at all. It's a Tencent edited ending on their platform. Okay, it's Tencent edited. Yeah, so it's different. It's still censorship, though. I mean, that's ultimately what it comes down to. Showing bones in the myth. Chinese games show the bones. Well, yeah, but then, like, why is there a square? Like, what are they trying to hide? I don't know. Tencent is government-owned, though? That's my understanding. Consider that shit effective? LOL, that's not the ending you see? Well, no, I think that it's very obvious that, what, the beginning? Wait, what does it show?
Hi, Marla. Hi, Marla.
Shit, I can't. How I imagine, oh, there we go. Give me 1 second here.
Hi, Marla.
Every company has CCP in its management? Yeah, basically. Is this the fake? Was it fake? Let's see here if I can find this again. Ending censored. Because I remember reading it slightly different too. Let me see if I can find it.
We've got...
Where is it? I don't want to watch your 1 minute video. Oh, it's okay. So yeah, that's it. They're just saying it in a different way. Yeah, it was all over the news yesterday. Yeah, exactly. Why didn't you look it up beforehand and research it? Well, it's just an offhanded comment that I'm making. Like, I'm not going to look up every single thing ahead of time and fully research every single thing. Generally, if enough people are talking about something, I will assume that it's gone through enough proper channels of vetting, especially the day after, that it's probably true. So it is true. It's just that this is a person who basically created it as if it would be in the movie, if that makes sense. You see kind of what I'm saying? Not everyone in China is representative of the government and they have to check decisions with? That's nuts. Yeah, so like this is what's going on over in China. Pretty scary stuff, I'll say that for sure. Yeah, it's pretty fucking weird. What? It's totally false? What information do you have to show that it's totally false? Yeah, what evidence do you have that it's totally false? Yeah, Walrus Cow, where's your evidence? Like, if you have a link or something, like, I'll look at it. Because it's like, I used to think that, like, remember the old meme about, like, there have been a number of times, I'll wait for him to say this. And then I'll get into what I was going to say. Why are you asking for evidence to falsify a statement hasn't been substantiated with evidence? You can't provide evidence against a claim that hasn't been substantiated, right? What do you mean? Like, I'm not providing evidence? Don't call out Asmon when in LFG. Okay, so there's no reason you're banned. Okay, so just a separate something else. Listen. There have been times where I have been misled. A time with that was whenever the, yeah, you're banned. But just for saying that I'm wrong for no reason with no evidence. Like, I'm sure, but like, I feel like if everybody is talking about this, I would have heard that it wasn't true. I feel like this is a reasonable thing to expect. If this is a massive internet conversation about an idea, people would have figured out that it was not, that it was fake. Like, I would have seen a lot of people bringing this up, the same as everything else comes up, and it turns out to be fucking fake. That's a logical fallacy, though. So is calling it a logical fallacy. That's not an argument. I think it's common sense. Most people do that. So does that really deserve a ban, though? Yeah, it does. I don't like people that come into my stream and then assert that I'm wrong and are being obnoxious about it whenever they have no idea what they're talking about or no reason or proof of what they're saying. Why would I want to have somebody like that in my chat? It's fucking annoying. Anytime that somebody does something stupid like that, I'll... Listen, here's the thing. If it was fake, I have been misled by fake information before, such as the McDonald's hot coffee accident whenever the woman sued McDonald's. I didn't fully understand that, and because of that, I thought that McDonald's was kind of in the right there. I've been many times misled, and I think that we all have. I don't really care about being right or wrong about this. Like, I don't have my ego tied up in this. If I'm wrong about this, that doesn't really matter to me. So I just want to know if it's bullshit. I want to know now that it's bullshit. But nobody's giving me any reason why it's bullshit. The video ending is fake, but it's censored in a weird way. It's real. Yeah. Well, what they're saying is that the movie ending that person created is fake, but the censorship is real, but we just don't have the actual version of it from China that was censored in that way. That's basically what he's saying, which is true, but I don't really see, like, that doesn't really... That's the same thing to me. It's not... I don't care about the cinematography. I care about what was said. You know, I say censorship of trusted sources, not random YouTube montages asking to prove something is false doesn't make it false. It's even worse to ban someone for it. I'll ban you too. That's fine. That's not what I was saying at all. And I'm not going to... again, like, yeah, you're banned too. Problem solved. It's just it's a stupid argument. I'm fully willing to accept any evidence or any information I should look up to find out if this is wrong, but nobody has provided any evidence or any reasoning why I'm wrong. This is a massive conversation yesterday. I feel like it would have come up if this was not true. You're more with this than a CCP? No, I just I don't tolerate morons. Yeah, I don't tolerate morons, and if I read something stupid, I just immediately ban them. I don't even think about it. I don't think anybody's saying that you're wrong. They're stuck on the first video being fake. Well, who cares? That's not the point that I made. It has nothing to do with it. That's why I banned them, because like a person who's like stupid and obnoxious like that will... It's like a clock that doesn't work properly. This will be an issue in the future. It's wrong at 3 p.m. and it's also going to be wrong at 7. So basically somebody like that's a moron. It's like, you know, whenever I pull up somebody's logs and it's like somebody's a moron in one way and then you scroll up and they're actually like a moron in 5 or 6 other ways too. You see what I'm saying? Like that's what happens, and that's why I banned them, because these people they're stupid, and because they're stupid, they're going to have stupid input in future conversations as well. So why even spend a second indulging them being stupid if you know that it's going to just degrade the quality of the stream in the future? Video's legit. Doesn't news stories about the edit going viral? It's hard to say. You can't just ban everyone you disagree with. Well, I don't ban everybody that I disagree with, but I do ban people that disagree with me for a stupid reason or are obnoxious while doing so. And also, I could ban everybody that I disagree with. It's my own channel. I could do that too. So you're wrong and wrong. You don't have to justify banning someone? Yeah, I don't justify... Yeah, I never really care. It's a recreation of the actual edit. Yeah, I understand that. Another valid source of the censorship other than the YouTube video? Yeah, sure. There's a post from, I'm just going to pull it up here. It's from the New York Post, from CNN, The Guardian, and Variety. Let's see here. Newsweek, Fortune.com, Yahoo.com. I mean, how many? Polygon, National Review, Vice, The Guardian, YouTube, The Times, CBR, The Hill, Daily Mail. So, also, it logically makes sense, right? It logically makes sense that China would want to censor that because it's something that is strongly, not only is it anti-authoritarian, but the person who is anti-authoritarian wins in the end. They win. They blow up all the fucking banks. It actually happens. Yeah, of course. Film is a satire on anarchism. I've read some criticism of that as well, but you can't deny that them blowing up the banks is anarchism. Like, it actually worked, regardless of like what you think. Like, I understand the it's kind of like the Jedi code, right? That only a Sith deals in absolutes is an absolute. So, like, how does that work? Like, I know the criticism and the analysis that you're talking about. I don't fully agree with it, but even if you do agree with it, you have to admit that they did win in the end. And China doesn't want people to think that they can stand up to the central power. Doesn't that make sense? Paragraph guy shifting discussion. Oh, I didn't read it. The censorship for WoW in this expansion is kind of bad. Animos red is blood and censor them, so they're black, which is ironic. Yeah, but they have like red anima as well. I mean, like, look at the Maw. So I don't know about that entirely. CCP also can't allow themselves to be made fun of. Well, they're not being made fun of in Fight Club, as far as I know. That was credit bureaus that are being sabotaged. Yeah, but in China, there's probably not as big of a gap between private industry and government in the same way that there is here in America. So, like, these credit bureaus and the people that probably control, people's finances in China are, I'm assuming, much more closely linked to the government. And then also on top of that, it's not just simply a one-to-one comparison or a one-to-one analysis. What it really shows is that you can rise up against the system and make an impact. So the victim of that is not necessarily as important because it serves as a metaphor rather than a direct example. Yeah, you kill revolutionary thinking before it can even come to mind. Exactly. How much do you know about fucked up shit China does? I probably know 5% of it, and I don't even care about learning the other 95. I don't live in China. I think that, as I said this before. Camera turned off. Give me a second. I said this before, right? That Taiwan is a country and China is a prison. I've been very clear that I don't like what they do. I don't need to, like, to a certain point, like, I've already made up my mind that I don't like them. I'm just gonna keep it off, guys. That's pretty much it. Yeah, it's over. I think it's overheated because my room is getting hot. So you 1 hour straight, banning guy for nothing. You're emotionally attached to your idea. Oh, the only reason you were able to insult me for an hour straight is because I didn't pay attention to your messages. Yeah, it wasn't because I read them and I thought it was okay. I just didn't read your messages. I didn't see them. Yeah, I would have banned you earlier if I had seen them. But I didn't, so... Yeah. I don't really know what to say there. I'm going to tell you someone that people here agree with what China does as well. But we do what we can about it. I mean, man, like, good luck. Like, it sucks. I mean, I can't even begin to understand. Self-report. Well, there's people that are just, they're smart. You know, they think they're smart. That's what happens a lot. People using ape as an insult somewhat recently. Well, I feel like that's always been an insult. What the Chinese government doesn't understand is that if you forbid or censor something, people will force their way to it. No, they won't. I don't really believe in that. I think that the reason why people do censorship is because it works. Yeah, why do you think people keep doing it? It doesn't work 100%? I think it absolutely works. Seems to be effective enough. Yeah, and also it's not like a 100%. There are still going to be people that, you know, they don't believe what you're saying or whatever. Weirdo's trying to act like rebellious, get on his nerves. Yeah, it is very annoying. But anyway. Wait, Hassan? Well, I think that Hassan and a lot of people, places like North Korea and China, and even places with soft levels of censorship and propaganda, I think that in many ways they do work. And that's why it just keeps happening. There's reasons why, you know, like Goebbels, like the big lie, is such a prevalent talking point 80 years later. It's because these ideas work. It absolutely does not work on everybody, but a fair amount of people. It's not about getting it to work on everybody. It's about getting it to work on enough people to where you can exact punishment on the people that it doesn't work on, and the rest of the people will be okay with it. It's you're not going to fool all of the people all the time. That's not your goal. You're just trying to fool enough of them. There's a real pure study on that? On what? Dresden bombing. I mean, that's a good example for the U.S. You're right. That's a great example. They have cameras following your movements 24/7 in China now. The level of control they can keep over you is terrifying. Yeah, I think that a lot of people, this is just kind of like what happens, is that a lot of people, I think we pretty much talked about everything we needed to talk about on the storm out thing, right? Like, I'm pretty much good on that. Yeah, I think I've pretty much said everything. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I'm just getting in my room. I took my hoodie off and everything like that. Like McCarthy is America, while communists get thrown in jail for no reason. Well, it's a lot of people that aren't communists too. But anyway, like, I think that a lot of people don't understand how brutal a company, or not company, a country like China is. Like, they have no idea how ruthless and brutal a country like that is. And they think that, you know, oh, well, people are going to speak out. No, they won't. The people that speak out, the government just comes and kills them and their family, and then that's it. Then there's nobody else speaking out. And that's it. Like, I feel like people do not even comprehend the level of evil. They get run over with tanks. Yeah, exactly. Celebrities regularly disappear in China. I would rather go to Saudi Arabia than China. There's a lot of reasons I'd actually like to go to Saudi Arabia. I have friends there. As a man, yes. Yeah, I think that my opinion would be very different if I was a woman. You're right about that. Yeah, if I was a woman, I wouldn't. I don't think you know what you're talking about then. I think that I feel like China is a lot worse than Saudi Arabia, man. Really do. Different rules. I mean, like, yeah. Oh, it is 100%? Yeah. Disagree? I mean, like, really, like, what's the point of this conversation? Like, they're both bad, but, like, yeah, I think that if, yeah, what is the, like, I mean, like, none of us really know, like, probably nobody here has been to both countries, like, what are we even doing here? Okay, let's just pick this one up. I was moaning over stupid shit. That's what I was saying. Like, yeah, why even talk about it? It's just stupid. Okay. Girlfriend's friend's mother lived in China. I went to Sweden. Daughter grew up, moved back to China. 3 years, wanted to move back to Sweden. Chinese government stopped her, and daughter haven't heard from her since. Yeah, as I said, I mean, it's my opinion. But I mean, I don't know. Again, it's just like you're still comparing, like, you're comparing two bad things, and then it's like, oh, which bad thing is worse? Like, I don't know. Like, what's the point of that conversation? There's people in your chat who like Nick Fuentes. Do you support any of that stuff? zackrawrr, what the fuck? I think there's people in my chat that probably like Hitler too. I mean, like, do I have to go around and talk about why I don't like Hitler every day? I mean, there's 13,000 people in the chat. What do you think the odds are somebody here is a Nazi? I would say it's probably 50%. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not going to get baited into a guilt by association thing where I have to actively say that somebody that's bad is bad. Because I think even by doing that, people consider that you have some degree of guilt because you feel like you have to repudiate it. I'm not interested in that. I think anybody who watches any of my content or anybody who knows me knows, you know, what I believe, what I stand for, and the people that don't, that's their own problem.
Sana's North Korea, Simpsons fan base. Well, everybody is going to have bad apples. That's just what happens. If you have a lot of people who are in your community, you're just going to, by the odds, have people that are bad apples. It doesn't mean that you're a bad apple or it's your fault or anything like that. It just simply is. Okay. Nice. Yeah, you're always going to have people that are agitators or assholes or whatever, and I think that really, like, my perspective that I've always had with that, Bill Burr, have to deal with some really bad apples and understand what you stand for, just leave it. Well, I think a lot of people have this issue, like anybody who, the problem, like, this is just, like, in general, I don't know, like, I can go through this a lot. Anytime that somebody stands up against, like, what you would call, like, anything that's woke or something like that, you're automatically going to have people that consider you an ally who have very extreme opinions. It's the same thing that, like, for example, let me think of another example of this. Like, that's like a left-wing thing, because I don't think this is a right-wing only problem. Where do I have to go here? Antifa. Yeah, it's like stealing things. Like, I told people that, like, I don't really ever, I don't fault people for stealing things in many regards, because, you know, they just simply want the thing and they're going to get it. The only thing that I really fault is the, you know, the government for, like, letting it happen, right? It's, again, like, hate the player, or hate the game. Don't hate the player, hate the game, sorry. So, yeah, it's just like people, oh, yeah, I am still in just chatting. Oops. Yeah, I forgot about that. Each party has their own extremists. Yeah, and so, like, I'll have people that are, like, just, like, super left-wing, like, Antifa people. But then whenever I say that, like, I don't like Antifa, there's going to be people that are, what do you call it? These are, like, I think pretty much every single person who's, like, a, I don't know about every single person, but a lot of people that are, like, super right-wing also hate Antifa. So it's like, okay, well, now you're in a situation where you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, because you have an opinion that kind of like it radicalizes people. It's the same thing I've said before about, like, how I don't really care about the autonomy of private companies in many regards, because I believe companies exist to serve the public, and the public should be, everything should be accountable to them. And so, like, if I say something like that, that's definitely it's a left-wing viewpoint. So I'm going to have people that are okay with, you know, the government using force to get people to do things, because that's the direction that viewpoint goes down. It doesn't necessarily mean that viewpoint has that direction. But it does mean that there are people that feel that way with that viewpoint. Does that make sense? It's kind of like you're on their side of the fence. And just because you're not standing next to them in the yard, they don't care about that. They're just happy that you're on their side of the fence. Because they view you as an ally even though you don't fully agree with them. And as I said, there's no real way you can prevent that. There's no way you can stop that or anything like that. It's just, it simply is. How do you define Antifa? I think I define it pretty much the same way that, like, anybody else would define it.
the people that go to political events with masks on and intimidate people with threats of violence. And I think that's what most people have a problem with. Seems like, I don't know, common sense. Just like overall, like any time that people try to solve a problem with violence that is not basically started with violence, let's like basically it's not self-defense, I'm gonna pretty much say you're wrong. I'm in general like I'm a very big proponent of non-violence. And I think usually people that are not are violent people looking for an excuse rather than people that are actually have a conviction. I think these are people that are just violent that are looking for an excuse. What's wrong with punching Nazis? Well, because everybody has a different definition of what a Nazi is, and you can't just go around punching people based off of what your definition of a Nazi is. That's what's wrong with it. Some people think being a Nazi is voting for Donald Trump. Other people think being a Nazi is literally liking Hitler. It's a pretty big difference. You're not entitled to punch anybody because you disagree with them. Okay. Talk to Vegeta? Well, Vegeta's not real. You know, a lot of people, you know, they justify like things that they do with like a cartoon character that does this. Well, there's a superhero in a movie that does this. Okay. It's not very much not a very good argument to me. There's a lot of mobs here. Oh, I think I did this. Oh, no, I didn't do this one. Fucking bitch. Damn, I almost died there. I think Trump's going to win the next election. I find that very unlikely. I think he'll run again, and yeah, I don't think that he's going to run. I think that he'll run again, but I don't think he'll win. No. I mean, he could. It's possible, but like, it's impossible to say because like he, like I've seen like a lot of the press releases that he's put out, and it sounds like it's like he sounds like Keemstar, you know, like intentionally inflammatory, that kind of stuff. He does, and I think it's more Keemstar sounds like Trump, but like, just in general, that's my opinion on it. I mean, again, like I don't really care too much about that. I'll worry about the election whenever the election happens. Not right now. Okay. Keemstar's so cringe, dude. Dude's 49, reporting on Bryce Hall. I mean, I don't want to. It doesn't matter. Who gives a shit? What if people voted for policy instead of personality? Yeah. I mean, what if people researched policy? What if people understood statistics? There's a lot of what ifs in the world that we're never going to find out the answer for it. That's one of them. And people do vote for policy sometimes. That, you know, you vote for propositions. It's not like it never happens, but of course it doesn't happen. That's not the norm. Governments don't want smart people. I don't really know if that's entirely true, but I think the governments want people smart enough to function, but not smart enough to ask why they're not functioning more. It's generally what it is. What about throwing foul eggs on some people protesting against Corona rules? I think that any time that you initiate violence or physical interaction with another person, and that action was not originally physical, it's not like self-defense, I think you're wrong. So like if you're throwing something at somebody or anything like that, it's just, in my opinion, by default wrong. I don't even know which one's good. I'm gonna get that one. Violence only leads to more violence. Yeah, I'm not a fan of any violence at all. Especially not whenever it's like the individual. I think obviously, like, I mean, this is even like police. I think police are too violent with people. Obviously, like, sometimes you have to be if you're a police officer, but, you know, those people are trained to deal with that. And, you know, you are probably not the, you know, random guy talking about how you're going to punch somebody that you disagree with politically. Trained. I mean, police officers are, I mean, the thing is, you can say that I think that you're right. You know, police officer training is bad, and, you know, I've said many times that I don't like it, and I don't think anybody should like it. The reason why I think that it's bad is that every time that a police uses a improper use of force, or they hurt someone or something like that, that person's family sues the state, and they get a huge settlement that is paid for with our tax dollars. We directly are affected. Every single one of us are affected by stupid police officers with not a lot of restraint. So this is something that's bad for everybody, not just you know, people breaking the law. Okay. Did the police deduct money from their pension funds? I don't really think that's fair for some other police officer who didn't do anything to lose money because of, you know, a judgment. And then also, like, it's not necessarily that those judgments are always right or anything like that. Someone works in law enforcement. Violence is something I avoid whenever possible. Yeah, I think that most. The thing is that here's like my perspective on it, is that I think most police officers are good police officers. I do think that. I know that might upset some people that just categorically dislike police officers, but that's not me. I don't categorically dislike police officers. I think a lot of them do try to actually do good, and some of them do good and some of them don't. Nice. Give me a second, let me do all this. Okay. And anyway, but the problem is that I think this is the concern that a lot of people have with police officers and the good quote police officers, is that the good police officers in many cases provide like a shield and allow the bad police officers to continue being bad police officers. So it's kind of like guilt by association. It's like you know, like your friend goes and breaks a window, and then you drive him away from the scene, right? Getaway driver. Did not break the window, but is still basically responsible. So yeah, it's also like, I mean, providing, like, let's say somebody does it and then like you get in the way. Like a good example is like, let's say you see somebody, your friend breaks a window, and then the police officers are trying to apprehend your friend, and then you get in the way and you make it hard for the police officers to get to your friend because it's your friend and you're trying to help your friend. I think that's the perspective that a lot of people have, and I think that's the, in my opinion, that's the right opinion to have. Obviously, or I would not have it. Cops save lives, almost forget. Yeah, cops do save lives. Police officers do make positive impacts in people's lives. This does happen. I think it's disingenuous to say otherwise. The problem is that it's kind of like the same thing that I've said before, that it's like if you have 100 people shake your hand, but one person punch you in the face, who are you going to remember tomorrow? Or slap you in the face, right? Because punch would obviously, you know, usually, right? You're going to remember the guy that slapped you in the face. And like, this is what I said before with like the, you know, like occupying a foreign country or something. People are going to have bad interactions with the guys there, and it's just going to make everything worse. For a bad cop that's under good ones. Why do you guys have police officers in school? The simple reason why we have police officers in school, like with my school, is that people brought weapons to school regularly, and unless you had somebody who was trained in disarming, you know, someone who was armed, and it's not guns even, it was like knives and other things like that too. Like somebody got stabbed in my school, and so like they had to do all this. I'm taking a lot of damage for some reason. I don't really know why. Looks like I have to pull the boss. Perfect and normal. Well, I feel like there's probably a lot of bad schools in other parts of the world too. It might not necessarily be something that only happens in America. I'm not really sure. Like, I mean, I've never been outside of America, so I don't really know. But I just find it to be incredibly unlikely that, you know, America has this problem exclusively. No, we only do pub fights. Yeah, I mean, over here it's different. Like, maybe it is. That's American? I don't know. Like, I'm not... To be honest, like, again, like... Oh, fuck yeah, dude! Nice! Nice! I actually got the fucking shoulders. Those are really, really, really rare. Police officer growing up in my Vancouver school in Canada. Yeah, I mean, in my school in Sweden, people brought knives a lot, and also the police had to be brought there a lot. We have bulletproof backpacks, kids in school, USA. I'd never heard of that. I mean, whenever I went to school, nobody had a bulletproof backpack. Okay. And oh, I didn't get my thing either. My fucking conduit upgrade. Well, who cares? Judgment means in Germany we don't have any police officers in school. Then we don't have we have a school shooting once per decade in the entire country. Yeah, I don't know how things are in Germany or anything like that. I mean, the thing is with America is that it's like extremely culturally diverse. I don't know if places like Germany have like the same level of cultural diversity that America does. I would assume that they don't. So it's like whenever you have like that many different types of people in a place, and it's like you have so much disparity, like wealth disparity, like I feel like in a lot of those like kind of like Norway, Sweden, places like that, the middle class lives better. I was actually talking, I told you I was talking to Nick about this yesterday too. And he said like kind of like their highs are lower, but their lows are higher in terms of like society. Why are your reps going? Because I have boxes that I can open from them. You're very pro-America. I think it's a Texas thing. I'm not pro-America, really. I think America has a lot of problems and is bad in a lot of ways. But I am not anti-America to the point where I hate America. And I think there's also a lot of people who hate on America. But there are many other countries all around the world that have problems, even though they're not the same problems that America has. And also, like, for example, it's very easy to make an opinion on China. I think like it's easy because like there are certain just like objective facts about it that you can dislike. But I try to like withhold my opinions about Russia, for example, because I don't live in Russia. I don't speak Russian. I don't understand Russian culture. I've never been to Russia. I've never talked to people from Russia, but that's about it. So like, what do I really know about Russia? And I think there's a lot of people that they feel the same way about America, is they, you know, never been to America. They don't really, you know, they're not in the culture of America. They've never lived here. So like, what do they know about what America is? But no, I'm not like a pro-America in like a universal way. And that's the same thing like I talk about like other elections. It's like, what do I know about who the French president should be? I've never been to France. I don't speak French. I don't understand their culture at all. Like, how am I supposed to make a decision on who their president should be? I'm completely outside of their culture. There's so much different laws and culture. It's different to compare. Luckily, Italy, it's not a problem. It's hard to say. I mean, I've never been there either. I can't say. North Korea thoughts? Not a fan of North Korea. Yeah, I feel like that one's that one you can pretty much assume is not a good one, you know? Difference is Europeans very into American culture and media, so they're very often aware of our politics and cultural issue, even through a lens, than even some Americans are. Yeah, and like you'll read what happens in Europe too. It's like I read all the time about Boris Johnson. It looks like a discount Donald Trump. Like, but like, what do I mean, like, he speaks English all the time, but like, do I know, like, I hear this guy's an asshole, but like, what do I know? I have no idea. You see what I mean? Like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's why I don't go around talking or criticizing or, you know, having a real opinion about it. I feel like in general, like, there's just so many problems, like, in like my own community, right? Like, we have like homeless camps here in Austin. Like, why would I even spend a second of my time thinking about what goes on in another country? You see what I mean? Probably should go do this. Why not, though? I feel like there's only a certain amount of time and bandwidth your mind has to focus on things. Like, you have 24 hours a day. And I'd rather spend that 24 hours focusing on something that is more real to me, is more personal to me. It's in reach, yeah. It's like, in general, like, my opinion on, you know, Britain's politics is really just kind of beside the point. It doesn't really matter what my opinion is. Yeah, like, I have no, I have no control over it. China's not minding their own business? Yeah, well, I understand that. Love Rocket Farm starts next week? The Love Rocket? You mean the X-45 Heartbreaker? Fucking sexist? You disgusting fucking sexist? Look up document number 9? Why would I look up document number 9? What, do you think I need to have research to think that China's trying to influence public opinion about themselves? Do you think I need to research this to come to the same conclusion? Isn't just China, but you can't talk about that? Yeah, I think Korea, South Korea has made an active effort to export a lot of their culture too. There's been a lot of conversations about that too. It's something that they've consciously done. And yeah, no, it is, you're right, it's not just China. Okay. There's no extra experience, so I guess I'm just gonna do this one. I need to do these, but I just, I don't feel like my characters are ready yet. Oh, let me, get rid of that guy. Just put him in instead. Excuse me. I hate doing these, they're so stupid. Okay. You focus on the wrong thing. Fix the environment by improving poor cultures, countries that pollute a lot instead of small changes in rich countries and travel habits. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know how to stop pollution. I have no idea. I'll try this one. They're probably just gonna fail it. Fuck it. You have to level other covenants. Yeah, I'm gonna start doing that. I just need to do the Ember Court more. Okay, so probably should do this comp stomp thing. Yeah, I really should. I need to get also 2K in arena. I kind of just want to chill right now. I'm just gonna do a few other things before I go to bed or anything. Let's see, what do I want to do? What should I try and farm right now? Which of you on American politics being so heavily based on single politicians? Generally don't vote on a specific person, but rather a political party? I mean, I'm sure that there's advantages and disadvantages to both. It's hard for me really to imagine what it's like for that. Yeah, it's hard for me to say. No more politics in games. I think most people don't want politics in games. Looking up documents provides you with facts instead of assumptions, which is always good. The thing is, like, I don't really need facts. Like, I'm not trying to debate this with anybody. I'm not trying to assert this. I feel like there is a logical, a priori, common sense opinion that China is trying to change the way that it's viewed in the world. Like, you don't need to have evidence to prove this. I'm not going to read a large document that I don't even know what the fuck it means. Like, I don't care. I don't need to prove this to anybody, because anybody who I think would reflexively disbelieve that, I think, is an idiot. And why would I care about the opinion of idiots? Every country's trying to be viewed in the best light possible. Oh, you're right about that. But the difference is that, like, some countries go about it in a much more heavy-handed way. And then also, like, just the truth is that it's worse whenever China does it than North Korea, because people don't like what China is doing and they don't mind what Korea is doing, like South Korea. It's really just all it comes down to. North Korea, you mean? Do you think you'll start streaming again on main Twitch, Jonas account for a while? I'll make a post about it soon. They can't change their image. For example, in Serbia, they've invested in factories, pollution goes through the roof. You'd be really surprised. Like, so it's like, you're right, they're not going to change their image entirely, but it's not really about changing your image entirely. It's about making small, incremental adjustments to the way that people see you. This is something that I'm sure, like, you have to understand, like, China has been a country for longer than almost any other country in the world. They're probably not looking at things as like this is not a 3-year plan. This is a 300-year plan, a 30-year plan, or a multi-generational plan. CCP took over in 1949. Yeah, the country was called China before that. Yeah, I don't know if you know that. You ever use Cataclysm screenshots? Yeah, I will at some point. I don't know when. This is government body of that. Yeah, it's just China can plan for longer because they don't have to care about elections every 4 years. Yeah, there's that too. Okay. Polarizing in countries are way different. China publicly states they don't care about basic human rights. Okay. Like, that's kind of what I'm saying, though, right? Is that when another country that has more agreeable... Yeah, when a country that has more agreeable culture exports its culture, people are going to be more okay with that because it's not as bad. I mean, it's just common sense, right? Okay. Agreeable culture as it matches our Western biases? Yeah, exactly. Saying Buddhist culture is widely accepted in Western cultures? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay. Hopefully we'll get it. We'll see what happens. Yep, I'm doing it for Shivermaw again for the 50th fucking time.
Blizzard banning people and then unbanning them 1 hour later is the most Blizzard thing ever. I mean, mistakes happen. Like, I don't really... The thing is, like, I'm not going to, like, hold Blizzard... Like, I'm not going to hate Blizzard because they made a mistake. It's whatever, right? I mean, mistakes get made. There's a lot of people, and that's all there is to it. Yeah, of course. I mean, that's just the way it goes. I mean, obviously, it's annoying whenever that happens, especially if it affects people and that person, but... I think that, like, this just happens with everything. You know, it happens on YouTube. It happens with everything that has some sort of, like, a discipline system. Elaborate on why exploring culture is good or bad in general. South Korea exploring culture is way more acceptable than China because the ideologies are very different. I feel like propagating a better culture is a better option. I don't really care. Like, all I'm saying is that why I think that exporting culture is a good idea. I think in general, it's good to look at other cultures to see how they do things. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're right, but, like, for example, I think that you can easily look at, like, American corporate culture I dislike more than what seems to be like the Japanese corporate culture, where they think much more long term and there's much more honor and much more personal accountability from the leadership. So, like, that's an example of a time where I think exporting a certain type of culture is a good thing. Japanese corporate culture is toxic and terrible. And that's the thing, right? So there are a lot of things in Japanese culture, like working really, really hard and, you know, not having a good work-life balance. I think that's bad. So, like, I think it's fair to say that, like, well, I like the way that, you know, the relationship they have with their customers in a way, and how their leadership behaves in that regard, while not at the same time agreeing with every single thing that exists inside of Japanese work culture, because number one, I don't know it all. Yeah, it's very simple. Like, just because you agree with one thing doesn't mean that you agree with everything else. And that's what I was kind of getting at with the original point, right? Is you pick and choose, and you take the best ideas from everything. It's very simple. So looking at other cultures is valuable, see inherent benefits and drawbacks from each, and form a better point of view. Yeah, definitely. I think it's really important to do. What are people dying from overwork instead of complaining on Twitter about diversity? Yeah, but, like, I'm not really a fan of that at all, right? I mean, I don't think anybody is. Okay. Alright, this one's not it. Let's go ahead and hearth out. Shoga says you're the best streamer and you're an inspiration. Yeah, I need to message him back, actually. I might do that after I finish my stream. Yeah, I told him I appreciate it, man. I do. As I said, I think it's great to see WoW players getting more recognition. It's awesome. I think WoW players, the thing is, like, if you're a WoW player, you have to have a good personality to be successful. So, like, that's why you see a lot of people that come from WoW that are successful streamers. Is because you have to have a good personality, you have to be funny in order to get people to stick around. Because they sure as hell ain't watching for the gameplay, you know? What else is this? Trying to think what else I still need to farm. Watch the Valheim Pacifist Challenge. If you remind me tomorrow, I'll watch it. What do I need to farm? This will probably just do some BFA stuff. Is the story of Heavensward good? Yeah, I thought it was good. I don't think the I feel like the Heavensward story was, it was like much more grandiose and much more big than A Realm Reborn story. Like, I actually quite enjoyed the Realm Reborn story, even though it was telling a smaller story. It wasn't this extravagant, glorious conquest. It was just something that was small and personally based. So yeah, that's the way I feel about it. What is grandiose? It means like a, you know, epic. Large in scale. Larger than life. Yeah, there you go. Shadowlands worth returning to? I'd wait till 9.2's got a release date before you came back to play. That's my best advice. Just following you since your 10K YouTube special. Feel a wave of nostalgia over me. Love you. Nice that you're here. Yeah, man, I'm chilling. I like streaming, and it's good. I like sitting here and just talking. I've always really enjoyed it. I mean, that's why, I mean, I've been online today for almost 10 hours and I'm chilling, man. I never really feel tired after my streams at all. And I'm never like exhausted or like worn out, or it's not like oh man, I don't want to go live tomorrow. I always finish my stream, even if it's a 10-hour stream. I feel good, and I look forward to the next one. So yeah. Streaming a main channel? I'll be streaming on my main channel pretty soon, okay? Yeah, there is a bit more stress for me streaming on the main channel for a lot of reasons. I really enjoy sitting here on my second channel and just streaming with no cam, just talking. I know it has a smaller audience, right? Because obviously my mainstream channel content, I really try, I try really hard to make it as good as possible. And to be honest with you guys, I don't really care if you guys don't like the content right now. I don't give a shit. If you don't want to watch me farm Toldagor, that's totally fucking fine. But on my mainstream, I try to spend a little bit more time focused on what people want to see. Because I do care about being an entertainer and being a showman to an extent, and it's fulfilling. And it's kind of like a, I don't know, you could use the example of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, but I don't think it's that insane. It's just basically that there's a part of me that likes doing one thing and a part that likes doing the other. Mr. Sam Hyde. I actually saw that they put me in one of their videos. I don't know if this was intentional or not, but they did. Saw it on YouTube. Can't keep getting away with it, yeah. Tell me you're doing Race to World first with Ranch. I feel like Race to World first is like, it's whatever to me. A persona? Well, the thing is, like, a persona is, the implication behind a persona is that a persona is not really you. And the truth is that really, if you go back and you listen to the kind of things that I'm saying, even on my main stream, it's really the same stuff that I'm saying on this stream. Now, there is some exceptions. Like, I'm more willing to talk about something that's political on this stream, or super contentious on this stream in that way, more so than I am on my main stream, because people just go ape shit. And it's like, already whenever I say something, even on this stream, there'll be a lot of people that will, like, I'll read articles about myself saying something, and that could be kind of weird. Like, you know, you think you're just streaming to your community, and people are writing articles, and like a bunch of people are reading them and commenting on what you're saying, and trying to like break it down. There's a lot, and it is a level of stress, but I mean, I think that just goes with making content. And if you make content, you should expect people to I mean, at least the thing is, like, I'd rather people are writing articles about me than not. You know, at least they're talking about me. That means something. LSF essay? Yeah, there's people. I don't really get on LSF a lot. I think that a lot of LSF has a love-hate relationship with me. 1 week they love me, the next week they hate me. It is what it is. The thing is, like, I don't really make content for LSF. It's not that I actively don't either. I don't actively hate LSF or anything like that. I think that there are elements of LSF that's bad. Like, for example, I don't like how they'll be like, I think that LSF views itself as a accountability apparatus. Like, they view themselves as like, well, you know, if it goes on here, there's a higher chance that something will happen about it, and like, we can hold streamers or we can hold people accountable for things. And I find that to be very very worrying. I generally am afraid of any kind of mob justice, because again, if it was real justice, it wouldn't be called mob justice, it would just be called justice. I think many times mob justice is not fair, and it's often biased and misinformed in some cases. And I think also, like, it's very easy for narratives to be spread about people. Like, this has happened a number of times where, you know, a narrative gets spread about a streamer, and it turns out that, like, this isn't really true. But the retraction of the narrative or the correction of it doesn't really get as much traction as the original post, so people still believe it's true. And with Pro Jared, that's one. LSF said your parents with the January 6th riots. Well, the thing is, like, LSF is, I mean, that's really just, like, probably one person that posted a comment that got 2 upvotes. But I think there is an issue that, like, this is what happens whenever a streamer does something that is not agreeable, let's just use that as a term, with the LSF community. It's very easy and it's very fast that it becomes basically a hate thread where people are just piling on this person, and it's like, Andy did this and he did this other thing, he's a loser, and it's just like every comment is just like really negative. And it's not even about what they're saying, it's just like personal attacks and shitty stuff like that. And it's like, should that be moderated better? I think so. I don't think it's healthy for streamers to have a community like that online. I think it's very unhealthy. And I think also it's not healthy for the community itself. Because I think what it does is whenever you have like that level of vitriol, what you end up doing is you alienate people that are not like that, and you attract more people that are like that. So it's like a self-radicalizing problem. If you get wreckful so quickly, I think that it's kind of a, I think it's unfair to say that, like, I'm sure that, like, internet hate was like an agitator, like it made wreckful's situation worse, but I don't think it's fair to say that LSF or any internet community caused what happened to wreckful to happen. Like, that's, I think it, number one, it's giving them too much credit. And it's like wreckful's brother killed himself as well. He had a lot of other deep-seated problems that didn't really have anything to do with LSF. So the abuse wreckful got was crazy. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was insane too, but yeah. How can you do that to your parents? Well, you don't live your life for your parents. I mean, look, I would never want to do that while my parents were alive too. So like, it's not even that I disagree with you, like on a personal level. I just don't think it's something that you can say to somebody. But yeah, that's all I'm really saying is like, I think that streaming does have, it does have a lot of lasting mental negative effects. I think this is just true. It's like whenever you hear, like, I mean, there's too many people that become streamers, and then over time it affects their mental state in a negative way, for there not to be a correlation. You put Mortal online? No, not really. I was gonna watch a little bit of Lyrics VOD playing it, but that was about it. Like Dr. K, crucial for a platform like Twitch. Yeah, I think also the problem with a lot of that is that what you really need is you need to have like a community that understands that, because the real problem, what happens is like I don't know, there's a lot to it, but the issue is that a lot of people in the streaming community, and I'm not saying like, you don't have to say, oh, I'm not like that or whatever, right? I know not everybody is like that. But there are a lot of people in the streaming community who genuinely believe that
a streamer can't have any problems because they just get to sit around and play video games all day. So it's like impossible for them to understand why a streamer is unhappy to anything, right? It doesn't, because like basically a lot of these people are people who they want to be streamers, and because this person is living their dream life and then this person has something that makes them unhappy or they are unhappy, it actually makes the that person resent them. They now resent the streamer because it's like, how can you have this opportunity that I want more than anything and you're not permanently happy all the time? Because if I was, I think that I would be. They think they want to be streamers. Yeah, exactly. And so like that's really the problem. And so like, for example, there are a lot of things like streamers have to deal with that might make some people uncomfortable, like getting recognized in public, and obviously like this is a top 1% thing. So like if you're streaming to 300 viewers, you don't really need to worry about getting recognized in public. Like I would say pretty much every time that I go out, I get recognized. There are people like today I went to get my oil changed and the guy wanted to take a picture with me. And I want to say that, if you see me out and you want to say hi, feel free to. I doesn't, like, to me, I grew up I live in my hometown. So, like, to me, it's no different than a friend from high school or a friend from college or middle school saying hi as well, right? It's like, hey man, I haven't seen you for like 10 years. It's like, what's up, how you doing? And like it feels basically the exact same. So anyway, what I'm really saying is like, but there are people that this like really makes them uncomfortable and uneasy, and I think this definitely, especially with women, it's going to make them more uneasy. Some of us are in Austin too. Yeah, and so like that's what I'm saying, right? Yeah, yikes. Well, there's a lot of people like here's the thing. It's like the 1 in 100 thing, the 100 handshakes and 1 slap. Most people that are going to come up to you are not going to be hostile. Like I've never had like a bad fan interaction or something like that. I mean, have I had people that were kind of awkward? Like, yeah, I guess. Like, I don't know. I mean, I don't really care about that kind of stuff. Like, I don't think about, whenever I'm talking to someone, I'm not thinking about, oh, this person's awkward or not. It's just not really something that exists on my radar, and it's not something that I consciously like think about, is this person or are they not awkward? I just don't really care that much. It's just not a thing to me. Somebody just awkward, yeah, and there's a lot of reasons, and I don't know, it just doesn't really matter to me, I guess. I hate how, oh, there we go, it's gone. Okay, good. Asmongold fans by default are awkward. I've had very, very few, like, super awkward conversations. Like, most guys are just like, yo, like the videos, appreciate it, man, thanks. Can I get a picture or not? And that's about it. It's not... Yeah, I mean, it's just like, that's it. Nothing crazy there. See if I can kill him with that cast. Looks like I can. People that stream Snipe IRL are fucking weird. Yeah, I'd prefer if people didn't show up during the streams. Like, I mean, it's like if you're there and I'm there, that's totally different. But people that would drive there to be on the stream, I would really prefer if people didn't do that. because it puts me in a weird spot, because like I don't know which one it is. And did a kid ever recognize you? No, I've taken a few pictures with like kids and like their parents or whatever, but mostly like I think probably like maybe 2 or 3, like, and that's like including conventions and stuff like that too. I really don't have a young audience. Most of the people that watch me are older guys. Boomer audience? Yeah, I think a lot of times it's a guy with his wife and him saying, "Give me a minute, honey, I've got to say hi to Asmongold," and then she rolls her eyes. Yeah, I've had that happen multiple times. Yeah. It's like, ugh. Well, know what to do if I had a negative confrontation in public? I don't know. I mean, I don't really ever worry about that or think about that. I mean, there's plenty of negative interactions people can have in public and whatever. Like, you know, I'm not like a super social guy or anything like that, but I just always assume that, you know, when the time comes for any sort of a negative interaction, I'll know what to say, when to say it, and I'll say it, and I'll do it, and it'll be fine. That's about it. Yeah, I don't like sit around and think like, oh man, you know, this is what it's gonna be or whatever. The hell? Do you miss promoting mainstream? Yeah, a little bit I do. Video about new Blizzard game. You think it'll come out in 2 or 3 years? We get Diablo 4. Very skeptical about that. We'll see what happens. Yeah, it's hard really to say. But yeah, anyway, I forgot even what I was saying. Oh yeah, about like streamers. Is that, yeah, it's very hard to seek sympathy from an audience with like streamer specific problems, and I think that in streamers in general it's hard to seek sympathy, because like you want to have your audience understand how you feel. I think many streamers feel that way, is they want to have they want to have their audience like understand, and they want, like, people want to be understood just in general. People just want to be understood, validated, and have somebody say, yes, okay, this guy understands me, he gets me. You know what I mean? And with streamers, I think that there's a compulsion to try to get your audience to understand you, to see things the way that you see things, and, you know, to understand how you feel. And I think it's more possible whenever you have an older audience, for sure. Like for me, I feel like it's more possible for me than it would be, you know, maybe for somebody else that has a much younger audience, because I think the younger audience, they don't have the perspective. They don't really understand how it's different. And I think, again, like, this is also a matter of odds. I'm not saying that this is always the case with these people. With many people, you know, there are kids that they get it and it's like totally fine. There's like 40-year-old guys, like classic WoW Andys, and they don't get it. So it's not like it's a guarantee that, like, oh, kids are stupid and adults are, you know, older guys are smart, or girls or whatever. But you know, I think that generally there is a trend that having that higher level of understanding, especially, you know, the relatability. I think that like younger kids are generally more naive, and so it's harder for them to perceive, and also like empathy. Like empathy isn't really, like, I think the part of your brain that like really dictates empathy isn't like really fully formed until you're in your late 20s, I believe. So that's not necessarily to be surprised. Being older doesn't make you smarter. I think that generally being older does make you smarter to an extent. Like, for example, I would assume that a 30-year-old guy is probably a lot smarter than a 21-year-old guy. Ain't got shit. Pretty much, yeah, because they've just had much, like, way more life experience. They've been through way more shit. Wiser, not smarter, perhaps? I mean, like, it's like very, like, I don't know, I think we're splitting hairs. I've experienced, but I've met some really dumb 35-year-olds. Yeah, but I've met a lot of really dumb 21-year-olds. As I said, man, like, I tell people that I still feel like I'm 16, and I do, until I talk to a 16-year-old, and then I realize I'm 31. Wait a second, never mind. No, I'm not 16. And it's like you have a conversation with somebody who's like, you know, like 10 years younger than you, or like 8 years younger than you. Especially whenever, like, I mean, 30 and 38, right? Like 38 and 44, what's the difference there? Probably not as big. But especially whenever you're young, I think it's a huge difference between 21 and 30. It's just massive, man. When you're talking to a 16-year-old, let's not make this weird, man. Like, I've talked to people that are like 16 in the game. Yeah, they're like, hey, I like to stream. And I just see the kind of stuff they say. Yeah, it's not weird at all. Stop. Like, it's stop. It's online gaming. Trying to make it weird, yeah, it's just fuck. So yeah, anyway, like, I was always in chat searching for fucking drama. That's just weird, man. But it doesn't matter, who cares? Anyway, like, what I was saying before is, like, you know, you're just in a different spot, and, like, I know me, like, I'm a lot fucking smarter than I was back in 2011. I mean, I might not have as good of a reaction time. Like, I think my reaction time back then was way fucking better. But everything else was, not quite as good. Eyesight in my case? Yeah, I have actually perfect eyesight. I can read a book in the dark. I can see spider webs in the dark. I don't really know why. You know, my grandfather was a pilot in World War II. And so was my other grandfather. So, you know, I'm lucky in that way. I've actually, like, my teeth and my hair. Like, my hairline's receded. But other than that, I haven't really ever felt any effects of aging at all. Whether it be, you know, getting tired, or like back problems, neck problems, anything like that. I've never had any of that. My back doesn't hurt at all. I don't get sick eating whatever food I want. I can wake up and go to bed whenever I want, and I never feel bad. Like, I have to get enough sleep, but I can wake up at 8 p.m. or 8 a.m. And as long as I got 8 hours of sleep before then, or 9 hours of sleep before then, I sleep a lot, I'm good to go. I'm only 30 though? I'm actually 31 now. Yeah. So anything is OP? Yeah. Wait till your late 40s. I mean, we'll see. And it's the same with like my weight. Like I've gained ever since I was in like high school, because whenever I was 108 pounds, it was also because like we couldn't really afford food. But other than that, I've usually been like 120 pounds, somewhere around there. That's about how much I was in high school. And like now I'm like 135. No wrist problems after 20 years of gaming? None whatsoever. I have no problems with my hands. I crack my hands, my knuckles a lot. Like that's one thing, but like I've always done that. Gradual decline in testosterone. Yeah, that's never been an issue for me. Eyes, my eyesight is perfect. Carpal tunnel, nope, none of that. Six-foot lady, it weighs 100 pounds more. Well, where is that 100 pounds more? Yeah, where is that? I mean, because that's not, doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. I don't understand how people can get carpal tunnel. I've been playing since age of 4 and I'm 30 now. It's just genetics. Like that's literally all there is to it. It's literally genetics. I've had like a handful of what do you call it? Like a gray hairs. But that's about it. I think I'm doing better than most people. Black pill number 1, genetics are everything. Yeah, it's like my dad is, he's 74, 75, and he is, you know, he still goes for a walk every morning, you know, multiple miles, and, gets around just fine. And like my mom, I mean, really the truth is with my mom, how could you even live as long as she did? Living, like she had the same diet and lifestyle that I did. The exact same diet and lifestyle that I did, except she was 70. Yeah, and I'm talking about like, and she smoked, and she smoked. And she was like massively overweight. Like she would get up and wake up, you know, 8 a.m., 8 p.m., didn't fucking matter. Sit around all fucking day. And she was happy. Like she was so happy. Like, oh great, today we're gonna get Bill Miller's barbecue and we're gonna watch Gladiator. And it's like, all right, there it is. Did what she wanted. Yeah, she literally lived like a college freshman. That's it. And pretty much all of my other family members are about the same. Like almost every family member that I have, I guess at least on like my dad's side, was either in like the military or was like a college athlete. I'll play WoW. I got one of them into it for a while, but then I think his church made him stop or something. It's Max. That's the same one, by the way, who he was the one that fucked up all the jobs, and now he's a construction manager.
measure persistence after you can hit the wall also. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. I get quite nervous, but we'll see what happens. What about you in the military? Dad didn't want you to go to military school. My dad wanted me to do JROTC, and I did for a year. But the reason why I didn't go to the military, I would have gone to the military, for sure. It's that I didn't want to be treated as expendable. And I felt like I was going to be treated as expendable in the military. And that's why I didn't want to do it. And that's what happened to Jeff. You know, Jeff's a disabled veteran. I don't know if people know that or not, but he's a legitimately disabled veteran because he got injured in a training accident, and it was completely unnecessary what happened to him. Completely fucking unnecessary. And like, for example, the guy that gave me the Asmongold name, Toby. Toby was in the military. Cody, Tim. Like Tim, I met Tim in like 6th grade. Tim told me in 6th grade he's gonna be a pilot. Guess what he is right now? He's a fucking pilot. And let's see, Jeff. I have a lot of friends that are in the service, or were in the service. Let's go, Tim. Yeah, fuck yeah. It's good that it's good he joined the military, because Tim and Lowell were like super tight. Like they were better friends than I was with either one of them. And like they were into drugs and like drinking, and like Tim went to the military, and so he just couldn't do it. You know, problem solved. And meanwhile, Lowell was fucking rehab and a bunch of drugs and shit. Kinda sucks. Just got out of the Marines, so pog me. Oh, fuck yeah, man. So yeah, man, like, I would have joined the military too. But, I just, I didn't want to be treated that way. That's really the only thing to me. Like, I always thought it would be like kind of fun to go through like all the training and everything like that. It'd be cool. Like a lot of people would like dread that or not like to do that. I always thought it would be cool to do that. But I just never did. How many push-ups can you do? Now I can probably do like 20, I'd say. If you're in bad physical shape, it would be brutal. I was like in really, like I could climb up like a rope that's like high as about as high as like a 2nd-story house, like the tip of a roof. I could climb up a rope like that using just my arms, up and down 3 times. Just like 1, 2, 3. Like no breaks or anything. Like I used to be like I could run a mile in less than 5 minutes, man. I was a very, very fit, and then I started playing World of Warcraft, and things went downhill. Makes sense, military background. Yeah, my family has been in every single war that the country has ever had. Yeah, including the Revolutionary War. So yeah. There was like definitely, I don't think like my dad like really wanted me. Like my dad was like, he never really cared what I was gonna, like he cared, but he never really had like a vision of what I was gonna do. It wasn't like, oh, you're gonna do this, you're gonna do that, then you're gonna go to school, then you're gonna be in the military, right? He's never like that. He was just like, you're gonna do what you want to do, and I'm gonna support you with whatever you want to do. But please fucking do something and don't just sit around all day playing video games. That was really, you know, basically what he thought. And my mom was the same, except that included sitting around playing video games, because that's what she did. Didn't have the urge to live through his son's eyes. No, I mean, my dad's had like a crazy fucking life. Like, I'm gonna have to get him on and like tell the stories and shit. Like, he was apprentice as a locksmith. Actually, a lot of stories that I can't even really tell. Probably until after he's gone for at least like 5 or 10 fucking years that he's told me. But you know, some of the war stories and other stuff like that. Yeah, it's on NDA. Like, there are entire states that he doesn't want to go to because if he goes to that state, the people there might kill him. And I told him that, and he heard me say this on my stream, and he corrected me. He said, it's only one now. The other fuckers are dead. So, yeah, there you go. And then he's like, I think it's just one. And then he just says dick. Like, he's like referring to the guy that's still alive. Yeah, he outlived him? Yeah. A bit exaggerated and over dramatic. Yeah, no, obviously it is to an extent, but like what he's saying is, you know, I mean, obviously it's not really true, but there's a reason enough for him to just not want to go there. You know what I mean? Did you believe in Q back in the day? The QAnon stuff? My mom showed me all the QAnon stuff, and my opinion with QAnon was, with great assertions comes great evidence. And if it doesn't come, then it's probably not real. So, like, it's like if you want to say that all of the, you know, they're all, you know, the Pizzagate stuff and all this stuff is real, like, okay, I'll indulge this. And it's like, it's not that I really believed it, but, you know, I'm open-minded. You know, we'll see what happens, right? Because they said in 2 weeks, and, you know, there were other things that Q had gotten right. Just because, I mean, really, this is no amazing thing. If you make 10 predictions a day, every day, you're gonna get some right. That's what happens. You know, I mean, Nostradamus, Edgar Cayce, any of these guys, like, you're gonna do it. So, like, you know, I played along with it for a while, and I was like, well, we'll see what happens, right? Maybe it's somebody close to Donald Trump, maybe it's some other insider, maybe it's Donald Trump himself, I don't know. And I would not really ever, I would definitely say that I never really believed it, but I indulged the idea that maybe it could be real, right? I mean, like, again, we'll see what happens. And I kept an open mind, and the 2 weeks came, and it didn't happen. And then the next 2 weeks came, and that didn't happen either. And then the 2 weeks after that came, and that didn't happen. And at a certain point, I asked her, I was like, at what point is this not real? At what point is this like bullshit? You know what I mean? Like, because it's like there has to be a point where you draw the line. Why do you circle Borealis to talk? Because I like the music.
So yeah, that's my opinion on the QAnon stuff. It's all come true. Careful with the subject. Twitch will ban. The dates are for optics. 2017 prediction can be 2001, 2022. Well, listen, I mean, like, QAnon's predicted a bunch of, like, pretty crazy stuff, and I don't really, I think that there is a very strong compulsion that people who are into conspiracies feel that they're privileged to some sort of esoteric knowledge, the hidden secrets. They are in on it, and I think it's a power fantasy. That's really what it is. It's a power fantasy that people get because they feel out of control of their life, and they use these conspiracies to give themselves the illusion that they still have control on it. And I've seen this happen firsthand, and I think that it happens to a lot of people. Big-minded people have no rational thought. I think it's as simple as this. It's people that, like my mom, she felt kind of fucked over by society, basically, right? She felt wronged by society. And she felt like she didn't have the opportunities that she felt that she'd... Why? Who cares? Doesn't matter why. She felt like she didn't have the opportunities that she thought she should have had, that she felt like she was promised growing up, you know? And to counteract that disillusionment, people buy into a power fantasy. That's why you see so many people that are boomers and older people, like I'm talking like 45 plus, that buy into these things because it's a way to create a power fantasy out of their disillusionment and to place the blame on something. My sister thinks there's literally lizard people and aliens among us. Well, there might be. We don't even know. So why even indulge for a second thinking about it? Like, if I had to guess, I would say there's not. But like, you just can't prove it. It's like, oh, it's like proving if ghosts are real. Like, you can't really do that. Religion is basically placing blame and responsibility on everybody else but you. Religion is? I think a lot of things are. I mean, I don't know. Religion's not special in that regard. Is it a fantasy, though? Well, Trump is like... The thing is, like, Trump is a mascot for the ideology and the way that these people feel. But he's not the only person that... is like that encapsulates the feeling. There are many other people that do that. You know, now people are talking about like Ron DeSantis, and I'm sure other people will come up soon too, to be representatives of that idea. Nigel Farage, yeah, I mean, I think that's a little bit different because he's UK, but I think most people that probably like Trump like Nigel Farage too. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, I think he says some pretty funny stuff, to be honest. I don't know anything about the Brexit shit, to be honest with you. Again, I don't live there. I don't fucking know. Can't barrage the Farage. Yeah, I remember that. It was funny. From Florida, I love Ron DeSantis. I mean, I don't really know. Nigel Farage reminds me of the serpents in Dark Souls. That's brilliant. Like, that's actually brilliant. Oh my god. That I wow. You should run for Texas governor. I wouldn't vote for you, but it'd be funny. Yeah, it would be funny, you're right.
Right in, yeah, like Kanye West. Religion, if anything, forms a good morals base. I don't really know about that. I mean, I think that, like, you can have people that, you know, you can have the Salem witch trials, or you can have people that, you know, like, you know, live like Jesus, right? They, you know, wash the feet of the poor, and, you know, they help people. Or like a nun or something like that, or a saint. Or you can have ISIS, or you can have like people that I know that are Muslim who are completely fucking normal. I think it's like how I think fundamentalist religion in almost all cases is bad. And the more people view religion as philosophy, the better. Do you write it all? I've written some things. Like I'll do like a twit longer for something if I feel like there's a message that I want to get out, but I don't really write regularly now. Pretty moral secularist. Yeah, I think that like a lot of people, like, the truth is I do feel like there's a value, especially for some people whose lives are in like a young guy, right? You're 19, you're 23. You know, I can see a lot of young guys, like, they could gain something with like religion or some sort of other ideology to help them order their life. You know, those are the ages that you see guys that are, you know, they get into somebody like Jordan Peterson, or they get into a religion really hardcore, or some sort of other ideology, or some sort of other like way of thinking. It's very common. Awesome, Peterson. I think that my opinions on Jordan Peterson. I've heard some of the things he said. I've watched some interviews with him, and just like extended conversations. I think that a lot of the things that Jordan Peterson says, I talked about this before. Like, I'm not going to get into this a lot, but I think that Jordan Peterson provides like a solutions for like modern thinking, but very few things that Jordan Peterson says I feel will be said in 30 years. I think it's very circumstantial. It's like, in the same way that I think he's intelligent and everything like that, and you need people like that sometimes, but as I said, like, if you compare the level of insight that someone like Jordan Peterson has compared to someone like Carl Jung, it's just completely different. Like, it's completely different. And it's like in 100 years, Jung and Freud are based. Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, in 100 years, people will read Jung and Freud, right? Like, absolutely. And that's what I'm really trying to say. Does talk about Carl Jung a lot, though? Yeah, I'm sure he was a huge influence. Like, most people that are into that kind of stuff that Jordan Peterson is, he's kind of like a figurehead of that. Who says a Joe Smith's understanding of Jung now? That, I mean, that I don't care about that. All I'm really saying is that you know, you're probably not going to see a lot of the things, and Jordan Peterson, the thing is, like, his career is not over, so like, maybe, you know, he'll develop levels of insight that people do use in the future. I'm not really sure. Far from over, he's just having a second wind.
Yeah, I think that like really what happened with him is like Jordan Peterson, like his image, his public image was a, you know, the distinguished gentleman, right? The guy that you want, like kind of the guy that a person who doesn't have their life in order sees and thinks to themselves, wow, that guy really has himself put together, right? And then he got like his wife had like cancer, and it like really fucked him up, and he got addicted to like painkillers, and it was just like really bad in general. So like the problem with that is that like something like that directly contradicts your public image. So there's a lot of people that lost that he lost credibility with, even though I think it's kind of unfair to say that, but that's kind of what happened. Daughter really tried to kill him multiple times? I don't know. I don't really know, really, or care. Those benzos, yeah. I think we swamped with hate from people the moment he started speaking openly. It takes its toll on a person. Yeah. And like that's definitely true. I mean, like the thing is, like Jordan Peterson has a lot of fans, and a lot of people love Jordan Peterson, but there's also a lot of people that hate him too. And I mean, we've seen how this affects streamers over the years. I'm no exception. So I mean, like Jordan Peterson is like several like levels of fame above me, so I could imagine it being extremely toxic and extremely damaging. And it's easy to say like, oh, don't care about it, don't shut it out, like, but it's very hard. Not sure I think you two can be compared. Well, what I'm saying is like there's like as any public figure, right? Like I'm saying like Jordan Peterson is like several degrees of magnitude more well known than I am. That's all I'm really saying. And so like he's going to have that many more people saying negative things about him and saying you know, positive things about him too. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, I mean, I don't really, I think that a lot of people look for like a person to be a role model. And I think that a person cannot really be a role model because a person is another person. You can't have a role model of another person where it's like, well, I want to be like this person, because that's not you, it's a person. I think that you should focus more on ideas rather than the people that that talk about the ideas. It's not about what really Jordan Peterson is saying, it's about what's being said. Of course, like obviously the person giving the message matters, but I think it matters a lot more what the idea is. And it also, I think that in a lot of ways for me, it makes it easy for me to differentiate when someone is, makes it easier for me to differentiate like good and bad ideas from someone. And it allows me to say, okay, I'm going to take this from you, that from you, and everything else sucks. You know what I mean? And I think people always are looking for a person to embody this, like, this role model. And you see this a lot with, like, content creators, especially, like, YouTubers, where their fans are disillusioned because this person is not, you know, their public image.
And this happens a lot. And I think that like you should idealize ideas more than people. And the people that embody those ideas are important, but the ideas are more important. If you idealize ideas, you get ideology. Well, I think ideology isn't a fundamentally bad thing. Like I have like my own ideology, right? Where like I think people, like everybody should be pretty much free to do what they want unless they're hurting somebody else, right? Like that's generally the way that I look at things. So like ideology is not bad. Bad ideology is bad. In my opinion, there's no good ideologies. I think that like what you're talking about, and this is like kind of what I was saying before. Do you remember how I said like that I you know, with like the Japanese, right? That I liked how the executives took a more you know, long-term approach to like the growth of the business, and I like how they take more accountability for mistakes versus a you know, North American companies. But I don't like how, you know, there's so much of an emphasis on being overworked in Japan either. So what I'm saying is that it's about being able to pick and choose. You see kind of what I'm saying? Geology begs the question, what does it mean to hurt someone? I think that primarily to me, if you're at fault for hurting someone, it primarily has to do with intent or just gross negligence. Forced to overwork because of age demographics? I don't know what the details are. And like all I'm really saying is that there are positive and negative elements of everything. And I think that that's really kind of a problem, is like people will just wholesale say this is just better period, or that's just better period, and that's just not really how things work. Hurting someone is not just violence. Ideology is blind to the circumstances, current stakeholders. I think that it's like hurting somebody like emotionally or with your words. It's very hard to like prove and like see the damage of that. So I think that's much more of like an interpersonal thing, that you like, this is something that you negotiate and figure out with your you know, somebody you're close to, or a friend or something like that. I don't think it's something that you can easily just kind of dictate to society. Would you support an age limit on political roles that essentially controls the direction of most ideologies? No, I would not support an age limit on political roles. Spam people who disagree with build an echo community? Well, it depends. If people disagree with me in a weird way, what I mean by that is like they disagree with me under like broken logic and they're rude about it, I'll probably ban them. But if somebody disagrees and they bring up a counterpoint that I think is valid or rational, then it's very unlikely that I'll ban them. So it's not really about like if they disagree, it's how they disagree. Because there's people that disagree with me all the time. People disagree with me in chat right now. and they're not getting banned. Yeah, like people that misinterpret what I say or then try to like twist my words into something that I didn't say and then say it back to me or make some sort of like stupid comparison, thinking it's the same thing. I don't want to deal with that. Yeah, why tolerate that? Otherwise, you get an echo chamber. I think people are entitled to be in an echo chamber if they want to be. And I think that, like, it's not... There's a lot of people who are, like, really disagreeable, and people that are looking for, like, conflict and fights on the internet that place a lot of value in other people listening to their point of view. And I think that, like, really... most people probably don't want to hear your super abrasive, obnoxious point of view. Nobody cares. That's about it, right? And like these people, they're fixated about like, oh man, this guy's in an echo chamber. He won't listen to criticism. It's like, it's just shut the fuck up. Like it's so cringe and weird to me. People need to take a stand on everything. Yeah, these are people that are just like, they're so abrasive and they're so fixated on like being right and proving somebody wrong that they're just exhausting to be around, and most people don't like to be around them categorically. It has nothing to do with what they're saying. They just don't like being around people like them in general. Yeah, and also they have like a massive sense of self-importance. Like this is 100% true. Counterpoint Andes. Well, I'm fine with counterpoints, but it has to be a good counterpoint and not argued in bad faith. It's kind of like you're describing yourself. I'm abrasive. People don't like me. I don't know. I found that like I can disagree with people in a lot of ways, and it's not really an issue at all. Yeah, I mean, like I find that like I can disagree with people. Like I can discuss things, and it's not really an issue ever. Yeah, the actually people, yeah. It's not even about being right or wrong. I think it's like people that make comments like that, it's again the like faux intellectualism where it's like, haha, you mean like you, right? To try to like turn it around on you, to try to indicate that they have some degree of I don't know what to say, like some degree of, you know, they're smarter than you, or like they're able to, you know, see through you, or they can understand you, and it's just yeah, it's like it's a superiority complex. Like I just don't it's very off-putting to me. So like whenever I see people that act like that, I just ban them on principle. It's not even that what they're saying is bad, it's just that they're just obnoxious, and I would rather not have people like that in my community. Like they have a read on you. Yeah. Can't wait to play this game on Xbox. Yeah. It's 99% of Twitter. I mean, Twitter's just not a place to debate things, man. I mean, you've got like little tiny amounts of. It's just not a place to debate things. I mean, just never works. If you want to win an argument on Twitter, make the other person look stupid. That's the goal. Make the other person look stupid. You don't have to be smart, and it's actually better that you're not smart, because you never want to tell people that you're smart. You want people to think that you're smarter than somebody else because the other person is stupid. Yeah, make them look stupid. It's the same thing like with Keemstar, right? Keemstar says something to somebody. How do they win the argument against Keemstar? Well, they say that he's 40 years old reporting on TikTokers, and it makes him look stupid, and that's it. That person wins the argument. It's kind of like what I learned in high school is that every time that the teacher would call on me for something I didn't know, I would tell a joke or make the class laugh, and nobody would notice that I didn't know what I was doing. No, they knew, bro? Well, I don't know. I mean, the teacher would take away credit, and I didn't get my credit taken away even though I didn't know what I was doing. I mean, I don't know. Well, if you're not funny, well, you don't have to be funny. You just have to think of something ahead of time to say. And then, I mean, of course, there is always the option of learning the material. You could do that too. I've heard that works for some people. Screen right top of the camera. Actually, yeah, I need to change what I'm tracking. Track Venari. So yeah, anyway, I've got to go to bed in a few minutes, but let's see, what else was I gonna say? Have bits planned in your head beforehand? Yeah, like there'll be a lot of times where I will have a joke planned and I'll say it on stream. All the time. Like I'll think of like, oh, this will be really funny to say. All the time I do that. Next stream when I get up. Random boy from Europe? Yo, for sure, man. Yeah, and the thing is, like, I know that, I know obviously, like, I'll indulge, you know, some degree of negativity in my chat. But, I want people to know that, like, I know that most people here are supportive and they like me. I know that. It's just a handful of, like, weirdos that come in chats and that's how they are. Yeah, so don't ever think that I think it's like, you know, me versus the chat or something like that. I think most people see my point of view with things. Any thoughts on PoE Manifesto? Haven't read it, honestly. I feel like I might have to skip this league because of Lost Ark. It's unfortunate that dude, if PoE came out right now, like like, dude, imagine if the league was coming out tomorrow. Or imagine if it came out last week. Oh my god, dude, I would be so happy. Let's say you're right wing and I'm all for that. I feel like unless you have people that are calling you an anarchist and also right wing, it's like that you're doing something wrong. I don't know. I I think it's probably a good thing that people think that I'm an extremist of both sides of the political spectrum. Moderate syndrome? Yeah, I think being a moderate person is a good thing. I think that the only reason why there's like a negative connotation to being a moderate or being a centrist is just it's created by extremists who want to force people into their perspective. These are people that want to force you into adopting their point of view. In a lot of ways, I'm extremist, and in a lot of ways, I'm a centrist. I'm not going to be pushed into adopting some extreme ideology. Principled small L libertarianism is good. I think libertarianism, I'm a big fan of the non-aggression principle. But there's other things that I'm not a fan of at all with libertarianism. Centrist is a fence sitter that reacts to left and right at the current times. I feel like I've certainly haven't been a fence sitter with anything. I think the last thing people could call me was a fence sitter. I mean, fuck, dude. All I do is give my opinion on things. Libertarians are always against the age of consent. I don't want to get into that, man. I don't care about that. That's just like weird bullshit. Centrists that actually are extremists just masquerade as centrists? I don't know. I mean, I think that that's being disingenuous. Nobody has a monopoly on that. It's to me about libertarians. Yeah, I mean, didn't Gary Johnson get booed whenever he said that people needed to have driver's licenses? Holy fuck. Yeah, I mean, there's some stuff that, again, people become so open-minded, their brain falls out. People say centrists on the fence and also argue they support the extreme opposite of whatever their view is. Well, no, I think that there is feigned centrism. I think that that's true. It happens. Okay. It's 5 in the morning. It's time to go to bed. I'll see you guys later. We had fun today. I'll be back on probably tomorrow. I gotta get a bunch of other videos out. Alright, see you later. Peace.